At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced, and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
At 40 strokes per minute, and down on the inside we have Onslow College, and lane number 2 Nelson College, lane 3 Pukekohe High School, Timaru Boys High School out of 4, Marion College out of 5, Hauraki Plains out of 6, Shirley Boys out of 7, and the local team, watch out for the local boy out there in lane number 8. When you're a local rower and you're used to rowing on the course here, of course you know all the shortcuts, so look out. It's coming out of lane number 4. That's where the good start went through Timaru Boys. Young Ben Allen out of Timaru Boys. He's gone and put a half a length on his right-hand shoulder is McLean College. That's Nathan Strachan from McLean College. These two opened up a half length on the right side of that, which is Hauraki Plains. Daniel McLaren from Hauraki Plains. Now these three crews in the middle of the course have just opened up a little bit of a gap out to lane number 2, which is Nelson College. Ollie Hawkins from Nelson College. He's only got a half a length away ahead of Pukekohe's Cohen Robinson. Oh, there's not a great deal separating the full field. We go back at 3/4 of a length to Onslow College, and right out the far side is the young fella David White from Twizel Area School. Through the first 500 they go. That's Alcatraz Island. If you're naughty over the whole during week at Mardi Cup, you'll be put out there. The Birdman. In the front goes Timaru Boys, Ben Allen, Brian Smith and Liam Parker does the coaching. Oh, he's opened up a little bit of a gap now on his right-hand shoulder, McLean's. Just as they went about 50 metres past the 500-metre park, the Timaru boy absolutely pushed in some real big ones, and he's still doing it. He's opened up to about a half or 3/4, maybe a length and a quarter now. So it's Timaru Boys sitting out in front by a length and a quarter over the crew on his right shoulder, which is McLean College. And he in turn has opened up a gap now. Good length and a half over the inside of Onslow. Let's take a look at the progression. It's 1 and 2 through to the semi-final, 3, 4 and 5 through to the repechage. Timaru says, I want to be the first race of the day. Take the buzzer and go straight through to the semi-final. Eliminate any extra. He's rating about 36 in the single. In fact, we'll just give us a sec. We'll get it right on for you. That's it. He's spot on 36. McLean College on his right-hand shoulder, still trying to hang in there, but the gap has just opened up now to a good length and a half. They're heading up towards the 1,000-metre peg. We'll just see if there's any moves throughout the race. The first 500 will be just about down for the very first race of Mardi Cup 24 on the mighty Lake Ruataniwha here in the Mackenzie country. They'll come up through that 1,000-metre peg, and you'll find Timaru Boys. Timaru Boys is the crew that's still sitting in front. Young Ben from Timaru Boys. He's now got a 2-length advantage over Maclean College. Maclean College has got a length and a half over Onslow. Onslow's getting pressure put on him from Nelson. That's your first 4 crews. Then we go out to Hauraki Plains, locked up with Nelson. And then there's Twizel on the far side. Pukekohe should be in there. Yeah, Pukekohe's right there as well. But this Timaru young Ben, oh, he's pushing it in again. He's absolutely ripping it through the water now. He's just doing that move. Maclean College doesn't look as urgency there. The leader's gone out to a good 2.5 length lead now. So it's Timaru Boys, Maclean College. On his right-hand shoulder, a good 2.5 lengths down. Then on his right-hand shoulder is the crew from Hauraki Plains. That's the first 3. Where's Pukekohe? We come down to the inside. Pukekohe's locked up with Hauraki Plains. Then we go right out the very far side. We have Shirley Boys, and the Twizel lad is just another couple of lengths behind that. And slightly ahead of him is down on the inside Onslow, and Nelson is ahead of Onslow. Timaru, he said goodbye to the rest of the field. The white singlets with the blue braces out of the Timaru rowing sheds on the little estuary there at Timaru. Timaru Boys, he's got almost a 3-length advantage now. What an easy win for him. 3 lengths advantage. Ben Allen sitting out in front over the rest of the field. Right-hand shoulder, Hauraki Plains. Nathan from Hauraki Plains trying to bridge the gap, but the Timaru boy is really urgent. Every time he goes through a 500-metre mark, he looks to be doing a piece, and he's just really opened up the gap by 3 lengths now. Then we come down, we always thought on the top side of Maclean College, we thought Hauraki Plains. Now it's been picked up by, looks like Pukekohe. Cohen Robertson from Pukekohe's moved up into 3rd place. He's bringing with him Nelson College on his left shoulder, a length down, a length and a half down. Then we go out to Hauraki Plains. Shirley Boys just feeling the pinch a little bit out there in lane number 7, and just in behind him is Twizel, and ahead of those 2 on the far side on 7 and 8 is the Onslow College, and he got a really good start, that Onslow College race. He really got a good start, and he's just hanging in there no more. We're only looking for 2 to go through. Timaru's going to go through. We're down inside the yellow boys. Timaru, gosh, what a good job he's done out in front. He's done a couple of pieces through the course at each 500. I tell you what, he's just dropped the rating down ever so slightly. He knows that he's most likely got more racing throughout the whole week's racing. And he knows he's quite clearly in the qualifying position. He's going to bring with him Maclean College. That's Nathan Strachan and Maclean College. Alan and Martin do the coaching for him. Down inside the 100-metre buoy line very shortly. Timaru Boys, he'll go down. Maclean's College will be the second qualifier. 3, 4 and 5 will have to go through the repecharges. And for the rest, I would think, going by what we've got here, most likely we're hoping they've got another race. So we'll see who goes through to the repecharges. We've got the 2 sitting out in front. Timaru Boys got the first of the day. Sunshine just coming up, making things a little bit warmer from everybody. Don't forget to keep your caps on. Maclean's will qualify to go through to the, it looks very much like Pukekohe and Nelson. They will go through, and it looks like Hauraki Plains looks like we'll go through. Unfortunately, we're hoping that Onslow, Shirley Boys and Twizel do have another event to go through. We immediately go to the second race. Lazro Boats, he's got his caravan over the back here if you want to have a run to the guy with Lazro Boats. He's the sponsor of this race, and it's the second race of the Māori Cup 2024. Down on the inside we have Gisborne Boys, long way down from Gisborne to here. That's their number 2 crew. Lane number 2 is Dunstan High School. Lane 3 is St Kevin's College 2 crew. Lane 4 Otago Boys. Lane 5 Tauranga Boys. Lane 6 St Thomas of Canterbury. Lane 7 St Peter's. And Lane 8 Te Ara o Te Kura Panarua. They're well down through the course. They're through that 1,000-metre peg. And again, we're getting those centre lanes. Rightly we should. It's coming out of lane number 4. He hasn't got it all his own way. We're looking for 2 to go through. 4, 5, 6. 6 is going along pretty well. 6 is St Thomas of Canterbury. 4 is Otago Boys. I'm pretty sure that's Harrison. It is, yeah, Harrison Thud from Otago Boys. And Carter Baxter from St Thomas of Canterbury. Now stuck right in between them is Tauranga College. The boy from Tauranga College, Julius from Tauranga College. They're the 3 that are sitting out. We're looking for 2 only to go through the second heat of the boys under 17. This is the 1 class drop down from the mighty Marty Cup guys. Oh, there's going to be a great finish here. We're just starting to move out a little bit out into lane number 6. Lane number 6 looks like he's got the advantage. So it's St Thomas of Canterbury. They've had a very, very good season this year. There's been a huge improvement in St Thomas of Canterbury crews, and we've seen them out in front. Oh, yeah, so I tell you what, he's only got about a half to 3/4 of a length advantage now over the Otago Boy Sculler off the harbour in Otago. St Thomas of Canterbury off the Avon River in Christchurch, and right in between them in the yellow boat, here comes Tauranga Boys. Tauranga Boys trying to come up alongside St Thomas of Canterbury. There's absolutely nothing between them, inside, outside. It looks like Otago Boys and St Thomas of Canterbury locked together. Tauranga Boys right in between them. We're looking for 2 only to go through. Whoop-de-doo. We're going to get some good racing, and very, very early in the program. The commentators are going to be jumping up and down like Rumpelstiltskin for this regatta, you can guarantee it. Can he come up, Tauranga? He wants to try and qualify. He's come a long way down too as well, the mighty Tauranga. It still goes to the outside. St Thomas of Canterbury has now got a canvas on the crew from Otago Boys. Tauranga, these 3 crews have opened up a big gap. Then we go down to St Kevin's number 2 crew. He's on his left shoulder's got Dunstan High School. Dunstan High down the inside, Gisborne Boys. And then we go right out to St Peter's, right out on the far side. And Te Ara Te Kura Panarua. There's the 3 crews sitting out there together. We're still Tauranga, still fighting. You're going to have to crank those hands up, Tauranga. Julius, you're really going to have to crank them up. It looks like the outside. St Thomas of Canterbury's got it. Oh, I don't know that he has. It's Otago Boys. I think Otago Boys. No, it's St Thomas of Canterbury still. Tauranga's quickened his speed up. He's inside the yellow boys. You've got to wind up more than that. You've got to come up. Look out, Otago Boys. They're going for you. Otago Boys, look out, you'll have to keep it pumping along. Otago Boys, crank up, here comes Tauranga, he wants that second spot. That's where the action is. St Thomas of Canterbury starting to go away from these 2 now. Tauranga's coming at Otago Boys. Your hand speed's too slow, Otago Boys. Tauranga's got a run on his boat. Look at Tauranga's hand speed. He's cranked it right up into the 40s. Otago Boys hasn't cranked it up yet. He's doing it with power. St Thomas of Canterbury will get the qualifier. Tauranga's coming at him at every stroke. It's down to about 2 feet only. This is the second race. Oh, he's held out, Otago Boys. Otago Boys will go through. Tauranga, unfortunately, through the repechage. And then we will go to St Kevin's. They will go through the repechage, and they'll take Dunstan High with them. And unfortunately, down the inside, Gisborne, a long way. I hope you've got some more racing, buddy. Nevertheless, you get a little bit of taste of what Ruataniwha is. It's the lake of the 2 guardians. St Peter's, and then we have Te Haraho Te Kura Panarua. Semi-final day is the day to come along as a spectator. That's when you've got the last chance of getting through. Just letting you know this morning and letting you know the ones that come down this morning, we do have 104 schools competing at Māori Cup 2024. There are 2,128 competitors here, and that consists of 1,400 crews entered. This is the 77th Māori Cup Regatta to be run. There's 100 volunteers running this regatta. It's the biggest school sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere. And I can tell you, you're not allowed to go down to the boat park, but it is chocker full. There is not one spare gap out at the boat park. 20 years, Aon's involvement with Māori Cup rowing. Aon, we appreciate your constant support. Heat 3, Opaho College out of 1, Glendowie College out of 2, Napier Boys High School out of 3, Wakatani High School out of 4, St Kevin's College out of 5, Wanganui Boys High School out of 6, King's College out of 7, Francis Douglas College out of lane number 8. Four and 5, Wakatani High School, Ash and Wakatani High School, and 5 is St Kevin's, Naya from St Kevin's. They're the two crews that are looking to go through to the semi-final. The rest are all veering for a repechage. This is cutthroat stuff. The entries here at Māori 2024 are absolutely colossal. And if you're a novice spectator out there and you want to know what Millsy's talking about, you'll find that they've had to even restrict the number of races that a competitor can compete in down to 3. And in some, and the doubles and the singles raced here at Māori Cup 2024, the regatta is so big, there is restrictions on that a school can only enter 1 crew in those events. So that's how big it is, otherwise we'll be here for a fortnight trying to run it. So it's out of 4, Wakatani. Just sitting there, he hasn't cranked his hands up yet. He's quite clearly sitting out in front and seeing what's going on. He's got on his right hand shoulder, he has got the St Kevin's sculler. And these two guys will clearly go straight through to the semi-final. We're looking for repecharges on the right-hand shoulder of St Kevin's. We've got Wanganui Boys High School. And then on his right-hand shoulder, we have King's. Then down on the inside, out of lane 3, Napier Boys High School, Glendowie, right alongside him. There's not a great deal separating those two. And then right down on the inside, Opaho in behind the screen. So we go down inside just about the 100-metre buoy line. Beautiful water conditions this morning on Lake Ruataniwha. Like I say, that's the lake of the two guardians. These two guys have just got it sorted out. Wakatani, St Kevin's College. We're looking for the repecharges on the right-hand shoulder of St Kevin's. We've got Wanganui Boys High School on his right-hand shoulder, King's. He will go through as well, and then there's a tussle down on the inside. Who'll get the repecharge here out of 3, Napier Boys. Napier Boys in a big sprint coming home from Glendowie, trying to get up on Napier Boys to see if he goes through the repecharge. This is really important down on the inside, this challenge, and I think he's got up. Glendowie's got up. Oh, I wouldn't say he finished. He finished before he got the buzzer, and I think in the end it came down to Napier Boys, I think, might have got over the top of him in the end. Immediately we'll go up and pick up race number 4 for you. They're ripping them down today. Don't forget, I don't know what your day sheet says. Well, the information was that the racing was going to be 5 minutes apart throughout the week, but we've dropped it back to 4 if you're a novice spectator and have got a day sheet. We are racing at 4-minute intervals today, so the chief starter, Justin Wall, Barry Clydesdale, and the umpires up there will be banging the races down at 4-minute intervals. In some cases, you might get 3 races coming down in the one go. Race number 4, St. Peter's School out of 1, Dunstan High School's 2 out of 2, Gisborne Boys out of 3, Wanganui out of 4, Tihara College out of 5, Taupo Nui Atea out of 6, Wanganui Collegiate out of 7, and King's High School out of 8. It's coming out of lanes 4 and 5 again. If you're a novice spectator out there and wondering why you've seen 4 races where the winners have come from 4 and 5, it's because they are seeded on their times from their racing previously, and then all the times from here the fastest crews will go into lane number 4, then it'll go the next fastest out to 5, the next fastest down to 3, and then the next fastest out to 6, down to 7. So as the slower crews in the semi-finals and quarter-finals will flare out to the outside lane and the inside lanes, so they come down in an arrow effect, and by rights you should see that's where all the top crews will come from, is 3, 4, 5. So as you've got that arrow effect as you come down the lake. This is very similar to what's happening here, but just a little bit staggered. But it's still lane number 4, which is Wanganui. Jake Newton out of Wanganui High School. On his right-hand shoulder, he has the Tihara College sculler. That's Joseph Williams. And these 2 guys also have sorted themselves out to go through to the semi-final. Oh, gosh, this boy's doing it easy in front. Wanganui High School. He is just cruising. He is down under 30 strokes per minute. And he's gone into the yellow boys, and he is just sitting back watching the action. So I'll tell you what, this might be one of the boys to look out for when it comes to semi-final day. He's got his rating right down. He's just doing it with power. Big, tall fella. Technically exceptionally good. And he's under no pressure whatsoever. You'll see if you're a novice spectator, the hand speed of the crew on the leader's right-hand shoulder. Take a look how slow the rating is. The rating is strokes per minute if you're a novice spectator. And he is doing it very easily, and the boy alongside him on his right shoulder is really cranking it up with the hand speed, but he's making no difference on him. It tells me this young lad is very powerful. Goes down and gets the buzzer. He's 3/4 of a length clear. There's your 2 qualifiers. We're looking to see who goes through the river charge. It looks like Gisborne Boys. Gisborne Boys, number 1 crew, he will go through the repechage, and along with crew from Dunstan High, he'll go through with his teammate that went through earlier, and out to lane number 6, it will be Taupo Nui Atea. And there's your repechage, boys. Unfortunately, we're hoping that St. Peter's and Wanganui Collegiate and King's High School have got other races for us. Lazaro Boats, we appreciate your sponsorship of the boys under 17 single scull.
Okay. Oh, welcome and haere mai and Morena from the Lake of Two Spirits here, Lake Rotanafa in the Mackenzie Basin. We've got the Milford live stream going here now. I'm Alex Kennedy, and hopefully I'll be leading you through with some insight into rowing. We've got the boys under 17 single here, Heat 5. As you can see, Burnside, Te Aho Otakura, Punamu, Hillcrest High School, Otamotai College, Ashburton College, Timaru Boys High School number 2, and Scots College out of Wellington. Early goes, you'd have to look maybe at Pierre Journey from Otamotai, because he was the bronze medalist up north. Sorry, silver medalist from Otamotai. So they're a Tauranga Rowing Club or Bay Coast Rowing Club most likely. We look there, and we've got the rising sun there over the start and the pines there in Lake Ruataniwha. But look down to your left, you can see this fifth heat, the boys under 17 single. Eyes drawn to the middle lanes. Most of the time these lanes will be drawn from the seedings from the North and South Island champs. So a lot of these heats so far you've seen lane 4 and 5 and 6 for the St. Thomas's Heat 2 winner. So those all boys are North and South Island medalists are all been picked to go in the middle as they've been seeded as the faster crews. But you've got a nice battle here with just on the outside Ashburton's Ashton Brock maybe just tipping the scales in his favour over top of Pierre Journy. As we come through the last 500 here, you can see the tents lining in the shade. As the day goes by, that sun will swing around nicely and hopefully warm up those tents a little bit. It can be quite chilly here in the basin early in the mornings, but once that sun's up and around, it's a bit of a desert, so it gets pretty hot during the day. So the water will heat up a little bit and the times will get a little bit faster as we go. Great start to the morning though, nice flat water, which should be the go for the most of the day here. But right now, right in front of you is got Ashburton. Ashton Brock travelling along really nicely. Quite low on the shoulders, getting quite far over on the body there. Aggressive in the swing, is which we see quite often from the Ashburton scullers. Sophie Gibson as well, being she's going to be a prominent first. Sophie Skilling, Isabel Wall, a few of the boys there. With Mr. Wall heading up the Mid-Canterbury Chargers, but as I say that, the sprint's coming hard and fast from Otamotai College, Pierre Journy. It's top 2 to go through to the semi-final here, 3 to 5 go to the repechage. So these two are safe, but maybe a little bit of bragging rights. Some of these guys might not have as many races if you're racing the single from a small school, so you want to get some hard racing in earlier in the week so you're not feeling so out of depth at the end of the week. So Pierre Journy might not have as many races, so he's trying to get the sprint in and practice his racing regardless of if he's qualified to go through. So that's good from Pierre, chasing him up. Ashton's holding on though. Ashton Brook, sorry, from Ashburton gets the win there. Heat 5, the boys under 17 single. And Otamoto. So those two boys will be going through, and they've got placings 3 to 5 go through the repechage to live another day to try and get through to those semi-finals. So you've got the Timaru boys, number 2 scholar there, Levi Heffernan. And out on the inside, that's lane 3, I believe. Kahukura Haggie from Hillcrest High in Hamilton there. And then right out on the outside here, rowing out of Scots College, play Maxwell Kingston, I believe. There's no one else in the outside lane. We'll also go through for the repechage there of the under-17 single. So that was 5 heats. That's the under-17 singles done. 5 heats, 8 in each. So quite a few entries there. Looking forward to seeing what likes of Timaru Boys High. And a bit of a surprise there with St. Thomas's Carter Baxter. He was 8th at the South Island champs, and he beat 2 medalists, so one from the north, one from the south, to qualify straight through. So that's a bit of a trip for the early starts here in the under-17 single. But moving on, we've got the girls under-17 4. Girls under-17 4, if you can see there on your screen. Lane 1, St. Kinnigan College. Lane 2, Christchurch Girls High. Queen Margaret College from Wellington. St. Margaret's again. Wanganui High School, I believe. I haven't got Wanganui on here. Then we've got Dyson School for Girls from Auckland. Sacred Heart Girls. And Marlborough Girls 2. Already through the 1K. Just about to hit that. You can see the yellow marker on the bank there. That's the 12.50 to go, so you got 7.50 to run here. And you can recognise the green, the white, and the red from St. Margaret's College, rowing out of the Kaipo and Waimakariri rivers in North Canterbury, but from Christchurch, the school itself. St. Margaret's number 1. A plethora of experience in the coaching staff there. Ian Smallman, George and Trudy Keys, Sarah Lindley, Matt Adam, Louise Ayling, Just a ton of experience in that coaching staff, just bringing through this lot with the red and white pinstripes from St Margaret's College in Christchurch. Progression here is the same as the boys 17 singles, so it's first two, but this time it's first two to the final, and placings 3 to 7 going to the repechage. So you've got first two right now, looking at St Margaret's, and you're looking at Wanganui Collegiate there in the black oars. It's blue and black quarters. They're holding off a charge from what looks like Queen Margaret College out of Wellington. You've got 500 to run for Queen Margaret. They've got overlap, so it's definitely in this school age group. You can see a lot of changes in terms of speed in a very short period of time, especially in Cox boat. So usually the slower the boat, the faster you can get up and change direction or change speeds, or so you can lose a lot of speed and you can gain a lot of speed in a short period of time. So you'll see it in the singles a lot. You'll see a lot of late charges in singles and stuff, but these Cox 4s are privy to the same sort of ideas, especially with school rowing under 18. So right there in the front, St Margaret's College, like I said, rowing out of the Waimakariri and Kaipoi rivers, along with the Cure Boating Club in St Bede's. So you got Coco Flood in the stroke, Ain Leeson, Belize Macquarie, Ava Reedman and Bella Harris to the Cox. And you got Matt Adam there, as mentioned before, helping out in the coaching staff. Matt had himself a pretty classy oarsman back in the day, senior oarsman out of Nelson and Aramaho Wanganui High School. Did a little bit of rowing in Nelson for his senior grade stuff, and pleasure to have him in the coaching ranks for such a long time now. Found his way into Christchurch, helping out with the red and white. And then Wanganui Collegiate, you've got Ottilie Mora, Olive Strahan, Elizabeth Adrol, and Eva van der Zova. Apologies if I get any of these names wrong. And Hunter Rollins, the Cox there. Tyler Scott and Rick Grawbecker. Tyler Scott's been out there for a while. He rowed for Wanganui Collegiate back in the day, and he just switched straight back to helping a school, and is currently, I'm pretty sure, a teacher there, so it's good to see that return. St Margaret's crossing the line now. They'll go through to the A final for the girls under 17 4. They are the South Island champions, so not the most unexpected result there. Wanganui Collegiate, also the North Island champions. So good scalp early on for the Margaret skills. But on any given day, you're going to have a bit of trouble in that A final. Nothing's a given here at the Mighty Cup. You've got about 12 crews generally at the Mighty Cup that could probably be A finalists. So heats, well, this week leading up to the finals anyway, so heats, reps and semis is all about progression. So you're just trying to get to the next step in your progression a lot of the time. If you can keep getting through, then that's a positive. Not everyone's going to just stomp their way to an A final, so it's been good to see there for the girls. They'll have a little bit of pressure off them now. Heat 2 here, girls under 17-4, St Margaret's again, number 3, Cambridge High School, Marlborough Girls, Rangiruru Girls School from Christchurch, Westlake Girls, Waitaki Girls, Nelson College for Girls, and Columba College from down in Dunedin. Again, stunning shots being produced here by the drone. And the boys at Altitude HD, and thank you to Milford and the race sponsor Pump. That's pretty sweet to have a bigger company like that on board, so that's nice. And Milford helping out the screen here, but there you can recognise the blue, the white fading into yellow there, or gold, for Rangiruru Girls School. We talked about a plethora of talent on the coaching staff. Rangiruru is abundant in the talent that they possess on their coaching staff, so you'll see a lot of rangi coming through, because they've got a lot of coaches that know what they're doing. 1,500 to go here, and second place about half a length down, I don't know, is Marlborough Girls College up from Boomtown, or down from Boomtown, with Grace Straker leading the way there. Nice wee battle on the outside though. It's good to see. So we've got Nelson College for Girls out there, looking like they're trying to take on Waitaki Girls. So Kaiala Fisilau stroking that Waitaki Girls boat there. Maybe a canvas up on Nelson, the girls from the Golden Bay. When we say canvas, I'm mentioning, so you'll see the coxswain lying down behind the person on the furthest to the of the left of the boat. Then you see the coxswain sitting down, like lying down basically inside the cockpit of the boat. And then between the coxswain and the lane number, there's that solid carbon decking, which used to be canvas, like a fabric, but we still refer to it as a canvas. So when we say that, that's that distance. It's about maybe a third, maybe just over a third of a boat length when we refer to that canvas. Trying to get these terms down as we go through the week. But leading out the front there, Rangiru Girls School from Christchurch. They've got a former world champ on their coaching staff, Adam Ling, lightweight single world champ at the 2014 World Championships in France, Agabelet. So I see those girls travelling down there. They've just inched away. They're about half length up, but 1,500 to go, and they've just walked away a little bit, another couple of seats through. Further seats, it's generally just person to person, so when they sit on their rolling seats, so when we say taking seats or moving away or they're sitting, a seat down, that's what we mean, basically a person down. Across the line now, St Margaret's, I'm sorry, Rangiru Girls School, getting my teams mixed up. Second place, so both going through to the A final. They're Marlborough Girls and Rangiru Girls, so that's a great effort from those two, and they'll join St Margaret's and Wanganui Collegiate from the first heat. Fast and furious here at Ruataniwha. As you can see, that light shining right into the eyes of the rowers as they start their racing. In the mornings here, as the sun rises right over the start, but Heat 3, the girls under 17-4, Westlake Girls High School 2, Hamilton Girls High School 1, Craighead Diocesan from Timaru, Waikato Diocesan, Cambridge High School, St Peter's, St Margaret's and Dunstan High School out of Alexandra, and the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. Oh, far on the outside here though, lane 7. St Margaret's number 2, potentially, as well as lanes 3 and 4 again, those middle lanes, leading the way. Looks to be Craighead Diocesan, led by a familiar last name there of Annabelle Talbot. Waikato Diocesan, McLean Stewart leading her charges in the, emerald green, forest green and white from the Waikato. But right out here, St Margaret's giving a good go with their long red sleeves. Matilda Baxby doing her darndest to try and keep up with the ones on the inside, and she's doing a great job because right now they're sitting in second place down from the girls from Timaru. It's a great start here from, great middle K here from the St Margaret's girls. All those guys getting clocked up on Rotawiti, and they do their camps up there, and they come down to Twizel, and they do a bit on the Kaipo and the Waimak. So it's easy to see they're very race experienced and row experienced, with Ian Smallman leading the talent out of St Margaret's. Craighead Diocesan, a staple in the South Island rowing community, leading the way here. So Annabelle Talbot, Lily Grant, Lily Reichart, Emily Kidd and Tessa Westgarth as the coxswain, trying to fend off all comers here from St Margaret's and Waikato Dio. You can see crowd starting to accumulate on the bank here. Crowd from one end of the country to the other. So you got James August all the way up to Whangarei, but St Margaret's moving now, half a canvas. So maybe about a metre back from those girls from Craighead, moving really lovely here on the outside. The red, the white, the green. 250 to go. You see the buoy changes into yellow. So that signifies 250 to go, as well as the yellow sign on the bank there. But it looks like St Margaret's are rolling here. They're both top two, so they'll both make it to the final as things are right now, barring any surprises. But it's St Margaret's and the girls from Timaru. So St Margaret's looking to have two boats go straight through from the heat. Always good to double up. Hedge your bets a little bit into the finals, but great finish here from St Margaret's. They were down by about half a length with 500 to go, and they've just fought and had a really great gear change from about 250 and are rolling to the finish here. Unfortunately for Dial, they'll have to go through the repechage to try and nab themselves a spot in the A final, but right now, coming down to the line, Craighead and St Margaret's. Looks like Craighead's fought back. Craighead's going to hold on by about half a canvas. So great work keeping calm by those young girls there. Annabelle Talbot leading the way. We've got St Margaret's and Craighead going through to the A final here from Heat 3 of the girls under 17-4. Like I said, the progression, first two-day final, and you got placings 3 to 7 going through to the repechage. So that's Waikato Dio. You cut all the way in. Hamilton Girls High School there. Oh, and then close finishes between St Peter's, Cambridge, and looks like Dunstan on the outside with Neve O'Doherty. So they'll live to see another day, try and progress through to the A final and get a top 8 placing in the country here. So 8 crews to a final across the board. That's the max, unless there's maybe a dead heat, so maybe a draw, so to speak. They can't. 2 crews can't be separated in a semi-final. They might host both of them in the A final and have a 9-boat final, but traditionally you have 8 in a final. Moving on though, we've got an exciting group of young fellas coming through. The boys under 15 double is up next. Heat 1, starting with the Hamish Bonds old school there, Otago boys, St Kentigern College from Auckland, Onslow from Wellington, Dunstan from Alexandra, Timaru boys, Shirley boys from Christchurch, Cambridge High School, and Waitaki boys out of Oamaru. Look for the boys with the blue cross, Timaru Boys High School, Talbot and Bartlett. Very familiar names in the last few years from the South Island rowing people. Bartlett's older brother is a staple in the senior group there at Timaru Boys High School that's come through and have been extremely dominant the last 2 years of their school rowing. 16 scooping up a plethora of medals up north last year, and they're looking to do the same this year with some really good under 18s and 17 sculling and sweeping. Small boats, big boats, they do it all. Looks like Timaru's running into a very quick lot from Dunstan High School. So that's also not a surprise if you're from the South Island. Simon Smith got his charges racked up here with under 500 a run. But the boys in the yellow bucket hats from Dunstan High School and Alexandra, McIntosh and Smith. If it's the McIntosh I'm thinking of, then his older brother's been racing senior this year, and he's been a very handy accomplice to Simon's plans down there at Alexandra in the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. So right now you've got a South Island 1-2 progression. You got first to final, so no wonder they've put the foot down. Those Dunstan boys are out. So that's how cutthroat it is, really. These boys are, 14 and 15 years old potentially. First to final, placing second to fifth, going to repechage, the rest eliminated. So you've got 3 crews in most of these races that will not continue, unfortunately, but that just shows how many people we've got. We've got about 1,400 races, over 2,100 competitors overall. Unfortunately, when you've got the biggest secondary school sports competition in the Southern Hemisphere, you're going to get some cutthroat racing. So Dunstan's going to go through relatively unscathed. Timaru boys working hard there. They'll go through to the repechage. But knowing how those boys have been going through the season, we're likely to see them in the A final again. And then the placings back to 5th will also join them. Good battle back out there in the inside. Maybe St Kentigern's and OB's. Potentially Onslow College from Wellington, Bisley and Tucky. But there goes Dunstan. Great row from the boys. From Dunstan Arm, McIntosh and Smith, Des Timaru, Talbot and Bartlett. They'll unfortunately have to go through the rep, but they'll figure it out. They'll be right. St Kentigern's potentially there, or Onslow College looks like. Yeah, Onslow College and St Kentigern's tussling it out. Shirley boys, Burrows and Saggers looking to go through potentially to the... I think that was Burrows and Saggers. Going through to the rep. So first through, boys in a 15 double. Cutthroat as it gets, really. But Heat 2 coming down the course in this picturesque backdrop, akin to some Lord of the Rings looking scenery here. There it is. Hard to beat, Lake Roa-Tanafa. As you can see, the glacial water there, the bright blue, as Michael Arms attends to me. Mark's one of the boys that's running this coverage here from Altitude HD alongside Milford. Invested in you. Next up, boys on a 15 double. 1, Mount Albert Grammar. 2, Roncalli from Timaru. St John's out of Hamilton. St Peter's School, that's the one from Cambridge. Tauranga Boys College. Wakatipu from Queenstown. And King's High School is from down Dunedin out of the North End Rowing Club. Hamish Bond's club, actually. The red and black quarters. Wakatipu. They're strutting their stuff early. Not necessarily resurgence. They've been around for quite a while now. The boys out of Wakatipu and that group there with quite a few coming through, namely Marley King-Smith from last year is quite a dominant figure in the age group sculling. Won the senior quad and double this year at the national champs with Dunstan. And here's his old school working their way up for a first place, potentially to go straight through to the A final here, the boys under 15. Way down the inside though, you can see potentially looks like Mount Albert, Rattray and Sinclair. Holding a fast charging, it looks like Tauranga, could be wrong, Tauranga boys there, Adam and Muller. But the boys from Queenstown there, the blue and the gold from Wakatipu, doing a great job so far. They got under 250 to run. As we see, all the colours are starting to come to life as the sun rises from the right of your screen. There's a drone scooting away now as we'll change the drones over. Got to keep those drones on rotation just to avoid any battery dropping off. Oh, and that's why we're moving forward. That's why we have drones, because I couldn't see there, but at St. Peter's School, crushed it. It's first through. And Jack Kelsenai and Jakob Kappenhout from St. Peter's in Cambridge, the light blue and the red quarters, crushed that. That's first through. No wonder I couldn't see them. I should have had a look at my notes though, because they are the North Island champions, so that makes a lot of sense. But great work there. Coached by Chris Thorson. St. Peter's, a staple in the rowing community, being right on the banks there at Lake Karapiro, just down the road. Makes a lot of sense, but they've done really well. They've always been, the last decade for St. Peter's has been outstanding. And before that as well, but they're winning the Livin Jubilee Cup for the girls and a bunch of sculling medals traditionally. It's been really good to see. So they're back with the boys under 15, the next iteration coming through for St. Peter's School out of Cambridge. You have St. Peter's School in Cambridge and then you have St. Peter's College, which is in Auckland. So we're going to be clear with our distinctions there. And we've got Heat 3 rolling down. Boys under 15 double. First through to final. Placings 2 to 5 to repecharge. Wellington College, Gisborne Boys High School, Takapuna Grammar, Wanganui High School, Francis Douglas Memorial College, which is out of New Plymouth. You got St. Thomas's of Canterbury out of Christchurch and St. Paul's Collegiate out of Hamilton. Looking at potentially Wanganui High School, the North Island overall champs, shared title with Hamilton Boys, coached by head coach Axel Dickinson. You won't see a program outside of some of those more well-known schools winning those overall points trophies. So to see Wanganui High School split the split the trophy essentially with Hamilton Boys High School. Just an unreal effort from Wanganui High School. And here comes a couple of Axel's charges now. Dudson and Maxim. They had a really good nationals as well. A lot of young guys stepping up to club, senior, and racing some bigger boys. So now they're racing guys their own age. They're really showing their speed. Down on the inside there, see in the blue, I'd say that's the Gisborne boys, Somerton and Diver. And then right down there on the bottom right of your picture, looks to be St Thomas's of Canterbury potentially, or Francis Douglas Memorial. Home of the Barrett brothers, pretty sure. So the All Blacks coming out of Francis Douglas, now a couple of boys coming out of the Clifton Rowing Club there with the light blue blades with the white stripe. Jason Williams is one of the head men there. Done a fantastic job at the Nationals, being probably the best pound for pound club in the country at the National Championships. And they've got a few young chargers coming down here, including the girls under 18 novice double, girls under 18 double, these young men here. Prendergast and Kohler. But it's the boys from Wanganui, the Swamp, affectionately known as by the rowers out of Wanganui High School, Dudson and Maxim, crushing it. First through to the final, so they're clear away by about 2.5 lengths there. Over top of the boys from Gizzy, Somerton and Diver. So there goes Wanganui, the gold and the green to complement Aramoho Wanganui's colours of the light red, the red and the gold. They'll go through. There's Francis Douglas, the boys from Clifton Rowing Club. Not hearing the buzzer, so just going to keep their training row going by the looks of it. Way down here on the outside, looks like St Paul's, the Buzzy Bees, the black and the yellow, St Paul's from Hamilton. I said you got placings 2 to 5, get another chance through the week. But unfortunately, everyone outside of that will have to focus on their other races. And it's just so fantastic to have these drones, that was technology basically, and a group of guys that want to bring rowing to, its deserved audience for a long time. It's very hard to make it sometimes to those Karapiro and these Ruataniwha regattas, so to have the ability to have this level of production shown to people throughout the world, potentially, is just unreal. And you can see there, here we go. Heat 4 with the boys under 15 double. One St Peter's College, that's the one from Auckland. Takapuna Grammar School from the North Shore. Scots College from Wellington. Burnside from Christchurch. Christchurch Boys High School from Otatahi. Wakatipu High School number 2. And Nelson College. Leading the way there, way out in the front though. Looks like it could be the ones right next to Christchurch Boys High School. It's the boys with the green and the white pinstripes, Burnside High School. Absolutely crushing it. Kerry and McMorrin. Burnside under, formerly Baker Burns. She's doing an outstanding job. She's just come back. When she was there last, they won a bunch of medals. A bunch of sculling medals up there. So now she's come back. She's implemented her style and training regime and attitudes, and something happens there at Burnside with Miss Baker Burns that she just crushes it. So it's good to see these guys from Burnside High School out in front, first through. So now it's Christina Blackford and Rob Meats is there. So you got Riley McMorrin and Thomas Carey. They got about so they'll see just under 100 to go. So the 100 metre boy on this course is a red. So the last 250 boys are all yellow, except for the 100 metre boy, which is a red boy. So if you see the red boy randomly, a line of red boys in that last 250, that is 100 to go. So the Burnside boys, absolutely stoked to go through there, straight through to the final. They were second in the South Island, so they're coming here with better form. It's not too much of a surprise. But certainly a good win over, well, potentially a bigger school in terms of rowing. Christchurch boys. Burnside High School itself is the biggest high school on the South Island, so definitely not bigger in size. But that's heat 4. So that's the boys under 15 double done for the heat so far. First through their final. We're moving on to the girls under 15 quad. So same age group, same discipline and sculling. So you've got 1 oar each, but now you've got 2 more girls in the boat. And 3 if you include the coxswain, which we always include the coxswain. But here we go. Heat 1, Tauranga Girls College, Villa Maria from Christchurch, Whangarei Girls High School number 2, Samuel Marsden Collegiate from Wellington, Queen Margaret from Wellington, Wellington Girls College from Wellington, Nelson College for Girls, and James Hargis College 2, James Hargis out of Invercargill. So like I said before, from James Hargis to Whangarei, we've got you covered. Over 100 schools. Here they come now, girls under 15 quad. First 2 to the semi, 3 to 5 to the repechage. Eyes drawn to the middle there. Looks like lane 4 coming through already. Samuel Marsden. They were second at the North Island Champs behind Wanganui High School. Ooh, yeah, Samuel Marsden there with the green and the white boat. Come along really nicely. Just behind them there, just on their outside, looks like their Wellington counterparts though. Queen Margaret. 7:50 to run here. Crew of Imogen Hill, Charlie Fitzgerald, Maddie Stinson, Millie Bonifant, and Isabella Sharp, the coxswain. Coached by Jamie Fitzgerald. About maybe a length of clear water, half a length of clear water probably actually from Queen Margaret. Queen Margaret College, obviously from Wellington as well. Not obviously, sorry. From Wellington as well. So you've got 3 Wellington crews, or girls quads from Wellington here, which is a beautiful thing. We've got so much talent just sitting around, coming from our capital, so that's nice. But a really good race here from those Samuel Marsden girls. Good length at the front, using their bodies well in terms of trying to get that blade behind them essentially. So what you're trying to do is, with that length, and we say the arc and the blade and whatever, the blade is that coloured part, mostly white. Sometimes crews will colour them, so they've got the light blue there from Samuel Marsden. That's the blade, is the end of the black carbon shaft on the oar, and you're trying to get that oar basically as far behind you as possible so you can get a nice long stroke in. But you've also got to keep moving quite quickly, so it's length, how fast you can move, and that ends up to be the rating. When we talk about rating, it's basically the same thing as cadence in terms of running, if anyone's familiar with that. So how many strokes you can take in a minute. So here's the Samuel Marsden girls. Doing really well here, but you see quite far over with their bodies, which is nice. Got a good tilt in the hips, so they get right over. Quite aggressive off the front with their bodies, so they really pick it up. But that's good, sculling from under 15s. They're all on the same page, which is really nice to see. And that's the biggest part, is just trying to get everyone doing the same thing together. That's what makes rowing boats go fast. Doesn't necessarily, like, technical things or styles between coaches and schools will always be there, which is good. It's good for the sport to have something different mindsets. But if you're all doing the same thing, the power's going in the same place, and you're all swinging and moving in the same place, then the boat's going to go fast. If it's a coordinated effort, that's the biggest thing. But if you've got, 3 people doing one thing and one doing another, then you're just going to pull the boat apart, and it's just the momentum's not going to be the same travelling through the boat. But really great work here from the girls from Wellington, Samuel Marsden College, or Collegiate I should say. Imogen Hill doing a really great job there for her girls. Traditionally, when we talk about stroke seat, from this camera angle, it's the furthest to the right, that person on the far right of the boat. That's the stroke seat, regardless of what side they row or whatever. That's the stroke seat. Stroke seat generally if you talk to most coaches, it's someone that's got a really good handle on the style that they want, and they can do it consistently, so the rest can just kind of slot in behind and follow and push the power. But that's traditionally the job of a stroke seat. So Imogen Hill from Samuel Mars doing a great job there as its first two, and then Queen Margaret jumping through as well from Wellington. Then Wellington Girls College, I think they're Isla Law getting through for the going through the repechage. My apologies. That Queen Margaret College, Billy Every Palmer, Lucy Giddings, Isabel Robinson, Lily Melville, and the coxswain is Laura Carr. Coached by Ollie Fahey there. He's been a pretty handy sculler and RPC member, so pretty top senior rower for the last few years, so it's good to see him giving back in his native of Wellington, along with Bianca Martin. Scanning down the lake here, Rotanafa. The boys coming through, just got 12.50 to run there, just gone through there, that big yellow sign. And the next heat of the girls under 15 quad. You've got Cashmere High School from Christchurch, Takapuna Grammar School 2, St Margaret's College from Christchurch, Wanganui High School, Ashburton College, Rangiru Girls from Christchurch, Waikato Dio, and Avonside Girls also from Christchurch. Quite a Christchurch heavy squad here, in South Island heavy, with just Takapuna and Waikato Dio, Wanganui coming from the north. But look to the centre, I'd be guessing we'd be seeing Yellow Blades of Wanganui High School, because they were the North Island champs. So you can expect Axel to have his girls come correct when it comes to coming to their pinnacle regatta here of Māori Cup national champs. And second place, it looks like in the carrot, is Ashburton. So the girls from Monsters from the Mid-Canterbury doing their job there. Again, top two going through the semi-final, but Wanganui here. So the North Island overall points trophy winners, Wanganui High School. The Swamp doing their job. Doing a great job there with Axel. He's been leading there for the last couple of years, and it's just been strength to strength for that group down there. But Addison Jenkins, Bailey Barnett, Ruby Bullock, Isla Jones, and Morgan Woods the Cox. Adrian Van Bussel's helping out with Axel there. Can't just do it by yourself. So Adrian's there helping Axel achieve their goals for the season, along with, I'd say, an army of parents and volunteers, because we can't have rowing without volunteers, like most sports in this country. And then you'll see Ashburton College also tracking along really nicely. Ashburton College. Mr. Wall will be heading that program, getting up before school, getting on Lake Hood in the dead of the night, more or less. But good to see them. Top two, obviously. We've got last just under 250 to run here for most of their squad. And Wanganui High School just 3 lengths up, as you see, passing the big screen on the bank there with the Aon boys, our principal sponsor and partner for the last millennia. Always good to have them on board. But Wanganui High School coming down here in Heat 2 of the girls under 15 quad. Addison Jenkins doing a tremendous job in that quad. Cross the line there goes Wanganui High School, and Ashburton College will take the second spot. That'll go straight through to the semis here for the girls under 15 quad. Coming through there. Placings 3 to 5 will take through to the repechage. So you've got Rangiru there. Also right on the inside looks to be Takapuna and St Margaret's. saying that stuff? Do you still hear me on the commentary saying that stuff? Or is it just no images? Okay, cool. Just a wee discussion there. So the reason you can't see the video is New Zealand school sport regulations for under 15 athletes. I'll still commentate it through though, so we have I'll try and paint a picture the best I can, just like a radio commentator. So let me put my radio voice on here as we try to go through the girls' Heat 3. The girls under 15 quad. St Kennigan 2 and 1, Glendowie in 2, St Hilda's out of Dunedin in 3, Wakatipu High School in 4, Lane 5's Burnside High School, Lane 6 Cambridge High School number 2, Lane 7 is Marion College out of Christchurch, and then St Margaret's number 2 on the far side. Nice wee battle here right in the middle. Looks like the gold there with Wakatipu High School, and on their right next to them, another Burnside crew, so the green and white of Burnside High coming through once again. But they're being edged here by a canvas up by the gold and blue of a very high rating Wakatipu crew. So they're ticking along really nicely. Definitely a lot lower from Burnside, but they're still getting good boat run. As you can see, well, you can't see, but I can see. But edging up here on the outside, it's the green and the white pinstripes of Burnside High School. They might have a little bit more in the tank. When you've got rating a little bit lower as you come into the last 250, you might have more rate to go. So you might be doing it more efficiently right now. Wakatipu definitely rating a little bit higher. That's not necessarily always the case, but it could be the case here. So we'll see what Burnside can do in terms of their gear change here as we head to the last 100 metres of this girls under 15 quad. First two going through, so both of these girls' schools will go through. But we'll just see a little bit of bragging rights. You get all the way to national champs. You don't really want to be beaten by anyone. But still up is Wakatipu by maybe half a foot. The width of a lane number. There we go. So now we're even. It's about half a canvas. Wakatipu just staying strong, battling all the way, holding off this courageous effort here from Burnside High School, the green and white, but it's half a canvas, moving out to a canvas now as we head to the finish line. The Wakatipu High School look like they're going to take the victory here in Heat 3 of the girls under 15 quad. Burnside hot on their tail, getting second. So Wakatipu were the South Island champions and Burnside were fourth place. So that's a really good turn-up from Burnside early, so that'll give the girls plenty of confidence going on through the week as they head to the semi-final there of the girls under 15 quad. Heat 4 will already be down. We've got 4-minute intervals between these races, so they come fast. And so girls under 15 quad, Heat 4, Lane 1, Twizel Area School, Wakatipu High School number 2, St Kennigan out of Auckland, and 3, Craighead Diocesan out of Timaru, and 4, Gisborne Girls High School in 5, Hillcrest High School out of Hamilton in 6, and Mount Aspiring College from Wanaka in 7. And I will give you an update as soon as I see what's going on here. Eyes are drawn to the middle of the field there. Lane 4, girls from Timaru, Craighead Diocesan School, doing an outstanding job early in this girls under 15 quad. So top two going through, Craighead Diocesan up by about 2 lengths. Their counterparts on their right, which would be kind of hard to see in the dark here, but 2 lanes over, so doing the maths, Hillcrest High School out of Hamilton, and I think the Hamilton Rowing Club. So they'll be stoked, but right, keeping them very, very honest is on their left side. On their inside is Gisborne Girls High School. So Gisborne, Antonio Shaw from Hillcrest and Maya Carrington from Gisborne Girls will be eyeing each other in the stroke sheets there as Gisborne just looks to pull away a little bit. Great move from the girls from the place to see the sun first. Gisborne Girls High School are walking through in their quest to get that top 2 spot to go to the semi-final over Hillcrest. Down on the inside, lane 3, St Kennigan, the blue and the white from Auckland, just maybe, they've got overlap, I think, with Hillcrest, but not quite in the picture for the top 2, as, man, what a gear change from those girls from Gizzy. They were down by about half a Candice 100 metres ago. Now they're up by almost 3/4 of a length. So they just put their foot down. Now it's 250 to run. So that 500 move, so that gear change as they run to the last 500 was monumental from the girls from Gizzy. Because they're up by almost a length on top of Hillcrest now. And then that top 2 spot, all important to go through to the semi-final. But it's the girls from Craighead at the moment leading the way here in Heat 4. So who you got there? You've got Neve Gordon, Kate Caird, Jasmine Payne, Neve Callahan and Bella Westgarth. Dean Milne, a staple in South Island rowing, and at Craighead, Timaru, does a really good job with that Craighead squad. They're always competitive. They've always got crews battling for medals every year, so it's just a ringing endorsement for Dean's work down there in South Canterbury. As his girls go through to take the number 1 spot in this heat to go through the semi-final. And Gisborne girls with a huge last 500 just crushed it and just roll through the line now, and they'll go through to an automatic semi-final spot. Coming through there, Hillcrest, St Kennigans, down here from the outside, Wanaka, from another picturesque lake. And they'll go through to the Ripper Charge as well. And from now, we'll just get a little bit of an ad break to thank our sponsors for running this operation that we've got going on.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And we're back to some more gorgeous landscapes that you'll be able to see in the next race. So just to keep that above board. And there's something wrong with the stream, just with New Zealand school regulations, New Zealand school sport regulations, where we won't be showing the under 15. Yes, we do. We have another heat of the quads. And heat 5 of the girls under 15 quads here. First 2 to the semi-final. Lane 1, James Hargis. Lane 2, St Cuthbert's. Semi-new. Last year was their first year involved in New Zealand secondary school rowing, so good to see them here. Columba College from Dunedin, St Peter's School out of Cambridge, Hauraki Plains College, Whangarei Girls, and Takapuna from the North Shore. It looks like the orange blades, though, of Hauraki Plains leading the way there. So they've got orange on their blades because the Hauraki Rowing Club, Hauraki Plains Rowing Club, is predominantly orange row suit or orange singlet with a blue sash and a white sash, and then you've got the Hauraki Plains black, grey and white with a sash down the middle there. So that's why they've got the orange blades. It's not just a fashion choice. Their rowing club that these girls would row out of is a predominantly orange rowing club. But you've got Taylor Gibbs, Lily Hammond, Georgia Green, Taylor Batchelor and Sienna Edward the Cox, coached by Faith Ball, doing the work here. And the last heat of the girls under 15 quad. So far, so good for those Hauraki Plains girls. And then on their left, coming through, maybe 2 lengths behind, but still in the top 2 spot, relatively comfortably, would be, is that St Peter's? Probably St Peter's School, I'd say. Shakayla Davison, leading for the girls from Cambridge. The sky blue and the red. And that crew, Shakayla Davison, Isabella Shuker, potentially. Apologies again if I mess up any names, it's not intentional. Meg Cannon, Tara Peterson and Darcy Grunwald. But they have a bit of work to do if they wanted to chase down those girls from Hauraki Plains College, because they've been whipping that thing along. Really good, compact, in terms of rolling all the way on the slide. So a lot of the rows will sit on a wheel that rolls up and down on the slide, if you didn't know, and they'll lock their feet in, and then feet stay in the same position. If you've ever been in a rowing machine, exact same thing. If you've been in a rowing machine at your gym. But these girls are doing a really good job of getting the most out of their slide length, so rolling all the way forward, nice long arms, so that means they can spend more time pushing with the big muscles like the legs. So you want to be using your legs, you don't want to be using as much upper body. So it's good to see these girls getting that pack up right up, even at the higher rating. So that means they're pretty relaxed and loose around the front. So it's a really good showing from the Hauraki Plains College team. They'll go straight through to the semi-final and they'll be joined by the girls from St. Peter's, from Cambridge. As we're rolling through the program here, pretty fast and furious, as we want to take advantage of this nice flat water. We haven't had as much of that down here in the south on Roa Tanafa. It's been fairly wind-stricken this season, to say the least. So it's really good to see these guys travelling from all over the country to come down and get the best out of the Mackenzie Basin. But coming down next is one of the senior categories of this regatta, the boys under 18 pair. So 2 boys, 1 oar each in each side, Hamish Bond, Eric Murray sort of stuff. Scots College from Wellington, Wanganui Collegiate, St. Bede's from Christchurch, Hamilton Boys High School, Ashburton College, Hauraki Plains College, Timaru Boys, and Mount Albert Grammar, the original Māori Cup champions from Auckland. Looking central, my eyes would be cast to red and black, probably the quarters, as we have McConnell and Brownlee, outstanding national champs at the club nationals, and the pair, the 4 and the 8, maybe not so much the 8, but they backed it up at North Island, so they're coming right. There's no way they're not going to come right with the coaching staff that they have on board there at Hamilton Boys. Between Caleb Shepherd and Bruce Holden. Caleb Shepherd, two-time Olympian, silver medalist with the women's 8 in Tokyo. Bruce Holden, look, he's won Māori Cup so many times you lose count. The Hamilton Boys won all the 8s in 1 year, a few times I think. Bruce Holden's an absolute legend of the sport here. Represented rowing in New Zealand himself. His son went to Cal. Look, he's just been a staple at that Hamilton Boys program, and it's shows why when they win and they are successful year in, year out. But we've got Zach Brownlee and Dylan McConnell here, the next iteration of young sweepers coming through the Hamilton Boys program. Zach Brownlee's father, Scott, an Olympian himself, making the final in the 2000 Olympic Games. So it's in the genes a little bit here, but really good showing. Not surprisingly so, though, if you have been tracking rowing through the year. Dylan McConnell and Zach Brownlee have been monsters in this pair, and they continue that. Coming down here into the last 100 metres of this boys under 18 pair. First 2 to the final. So that number 2 spot should be up for grabs. It looks like maybe when I saw before St. Bede's College, another red and black, the defending Māori Cup champions, while behind are still fighting to go straight through. You don't want to be caught trying to do too many races during the week. So if you can nab a final spot on the first day, you're going to take that every day of the week. So there goes Hamilton Boys. They're just crawling over, just cruising over. They've got their first place on the cards to go through. There we go, though. It's the Timaru Boys. Way out here on the outside in lane 7. Peo O'Sullivan and Ben Parker. Oh, sorry, Blake. My apologies. It's Ben. Ben's another one of there. Ben Allen, sorry, and Blake Parker. So it's Peo O'Sullivan, Blake Parker, getting it done over St. Bede's, and it looks like Ashburton College there. So those Timaru Boys, they are dogs, and I mean that in the most complimentary way possible. DAWGS, dogs. So those guys won't die wondering. They'll fight all the way tooth and nail to the line, those Timmers boys. So keep an eye on them when it comes to some close racing through the week, and especially in that pair. As we move down to Heat 2 of the boys under 18 pair, Marlborough Boys College, Hamilton Boys College number 2, Lane 3 is Mount Albert number 2, 4 Christchurch Boys High School, 5 Glendowie College from Auckland, 6 Tauranga Boys College, 7 Nelson College. North Island champions, Hamilton Boys, South Island champions, Christchurch Boys, so the boys from Otatahi. Having a tough go of it though, real tough go of it here. This is nothing like that first heat. Second heat coming through, Christchurch Boys, and it looks like potentially, Glendowie. Sorry, I'm just looking as much as you, but that looks like Christchurch boys smack bang in the middle. Yule and Galvin, they're the South Island champions on their right. Glendowie, Ison and Cook. Great showing here from those boys from Glendowie College. I believe they might have rode for St George's at the National Championships, but I could be misremembering. But just lurking in third, not far off the pace, still very capable of getting at one of those top two spots, is Mount Albert number 2, Green and McGilvery. McGilvery had been a bit of a popular name with that Mount Albert group in the last few years, with his older brother doing really great stuff for the sky blue and gold out of Mount Albert. But hanging on there, Glendowie. Glendowie still holding off the fight from Mount Albert. Mount Albert have a good gear change here with 250 to go. Like I said, these boats, these younger guys that can be a lot of turn of pace in a short period of time. It's only half a length. That's very doable in a pair. Christchurch boys doing a really good job though. Boys under Tim Osmers, the head coach at Christchurch boys, Yule and Galvin. Just rapid, just keeping on top of what their work is. Just out and out races, the boys from Christchurch, those older boys in particular. So not a surprise to see them up the front here of this field here with the South Island champs. But Glendowie still looking left, still trying to hold off this fight from Mount Albert. Can McGilvery and Green get their way up there? It'll be on the line though, because they've just whittled half a length down to half a canvas, and they've got about 40 metres left. Glendowie holding on all the time. Christchurch boys out in front with Clearwater, but it's going to be on the line. Mount Albert moving. Mount Albert's going to take it. Ooh. I'd say I'm going with the momentum. It looks like Mount Albert might have got it across the line, but we don't have a clear finish line here down at Ruataniwha, unfortunately, so it's kind of hard to tell at times of where that line is. But if we get that drone shot, if it's even, we can make a pretty good call. So sometimes the drones can be a little bit behind the race just because we've got to swap between races quite quickly. But great finish from the boys from Mount Albert to try and pip their Auckland mates there from Glendowie, Ison and Cook. But Yule and Galvin from Christchurch boys getting the money there. They'll go through to the A final. We'll just have to wait and see who joins them out of that second place. As we head down to Heat 3 of the boys under 18 pair. Heat 3, Lane 1, Wellington College, Lane 2, St Bede's number 2, Lane 3, King's College of Auckland, Mount Albert Grammar also from Auckland, Cashmere from Christchurch, St John's obviously from Hamilton in the brackets there, and St Patrick's College out of Wellington. Scanning through, we've got a crew out there by themselves, looks like they're Lane 4, so it could be Mount Albert number 1 potentially. So Mount Albert number 1, Sanders and Jarvie. Alex Brown and Jermaine Halgregal White leading the way there for Mount Albert. They've got that pretty much sewn up. Not trying to offend anyone, but that is quite a clear-cut lead, almost like the Hamilton boys in the first heat. Looking through the results here just from the last race, it looks like Mr. McGilvery and Green from Mount Albert snagged the second place to go straight through to the final. So unfortunately for Glendowie, they're going to have to go through a repechage. But zooming in here, you got Mount Albert Grammar, Jarvie and Sanders leading the way here in Heat 3 of the boys under 18 pair. They've got a good rhythm off the back together. Looks like they're quite in tune with their recovery, anything outside the water basically, so their timing off the finish is when their legs are down and your back is, swung through. So it looks like they've got quite a nice rhythm off the back. Nice long arms, can't complain about that. Stroke set's getting a good handle on the water, good grip on the face of the blade, so not washing too much. You don't want to be disturbing the water in an unnecessary way in terms of, lots of white water. We're not trying to tear at the water and make a lot of noise or make a lot of sound, make a lot of white water. So doing a good job there from Mount Albert Grammar. And that's a recipe to be, 4 or 5 lengths up on anyone else. And second place there, it looks like it's going to be Lane 3. King's College, Upton and Compen. Again, not trying to butcher anyone's name on purpose. If you have any advice on some of if you've got maybe a slightly difficult way to pronounce your name, feel free to chuck it in the comments or message the boys in some way, or Row New Zealand or Mighty Cup. Don't message me, but get it through, and we can make sure that everyone gets their dues in terms of proper pronunciation and respect. But that's the boys under 18 peers done and dusted as we sweep our way up this tremendous landscape here to the next lot of senior rowing. This time it's going to be the girls under 18 double. We've got a bunch of really good young under 18 girls here. So this will be great racing. But first heat, girls under 18 double, Sacred Heart Girls College of Hamilton, Wellington Girls College number 2, John Paul from Rotorua, Cambridge High School, St Peter's from Cambridge, Otamoto College from Tauranga, Mount Albert Grammar from Auckland, and Sacred Heart Girls College from New Plymouth. Scanning through, we look to the middle. If we get a nice echelon coming down, this is top 4 to quarter final. So that's an unreal amount of entries. You got 6 heats here of the girls under 18 double, which is just indicative of the Mighty Cup. But to have that for the under 18 girls double, a very competitive event, that's fantastic. So we've got here leading the field right in the middle. I'd have to be looking at lanes 4 and 5. Cambridge High School, Ward and O'Dwyer, which is no surprise there. Tegan O'Dwyer winning the under-17 girls single last year. So a lot of talent in that boat. But right alongside them, their mates from down the road, St Peter's School, Walker and Donovan. So you've got the 2 Cambridge schools battling it out against each other in 4 and 5. It's top 4 going through. We've got quite a clear top 4 at the moment. Lane 3, John Paul College, Thorn and Nagus. So Nagus she's been a pretty handy scull in the 17 single last year and coming through again in through the rounds of North Island Secondary Schools and club rowing. So she's nothing to sniff at either. And then lanes down there on the bottom of your screen on the far right of the whole shebang looks to be potentially Otamoto College right on the shoulder of St. Peter's. So Wayne and Alexander. But leading the way, they're just under inch away from their Cambridge mates. St. Peter's School about half a length to 3/4 of a length up with 500 to run. As we just roll up alongside these girls. Top 4 going through, so not too much pressure on this top 4. They look to be quite clearly ahead. As you can see, quite a but a relaxed fashion coming from the Cambridge girls. Wood and O'Dwyer. So Tegan O'Dwyer. A recipient of a Laszlo boat. So a single came from Laszlo as you win the under-17 single for boys or girls. And Tegan was fast enough to snap that up. So now there's a lovely red and white Aon-sponsored single Laszlo made single sitting in the Cambridge High School, Cambridge Rowing Club sheds. As we get a nice, tight, close fit shot here as St. Peter's and the light blue blades there with the pink sleeves on the rules. That's Croker. It's an Australian brand. It used to be spun in Rotorua. I'm not sure if it is anymore, but great oars being used there by the St. Peter's girls. Walker and Donovan. Yeah. They were about half a length, 3/4 a length up with 500 run, and now they're clear water up on their Cambridge counterparts. I think there's a little bit of rating movement there from the Cambridge girls. So not just letting it go. Like I said, you want to get some good racing in early in this week because it can be quite tough going forward if you haven't had the experience of hard racing. Especially it's been like 2 weeks since North Islands. Obviously they've done a lot of training leading up to this and they've done a good camp of a lot of racing before you get here, so you're familiar, but you've tapered down now. You don't want to forget that feeling of how hard a 2K is. So racing through all the way through, like fully in these races early in the campaign of this week can be quite important just to keep that wheels greased sort of thing. So you remember what it feels like, so you're not feeling foreign when it gets to the money at the end of the week. But good win there from St. Peter's. Second, Cambridge High School. Third's going to go down the inside, John Paul College from Rotorua, and then back out to Otamotai from Tauranga, Wayne and Alexander. They'll get the top 4 spots going through to the quarterfinal. Like I said, very cutthroat. So they're only going to quarterfinal. You saw before they had some people going through to the A finals. But these ones are only going through to the quarters. So they've got to race a quarterfinal, then they'll have to race a semi-final, and then they'll have to go through. And that's how you get to the final. So these girls have got 2 more races at least to get to the A final. So you can... These experience is going to count a lot through here and making sure that you're recovering right through the regatta as we get the front on shot. You can see this place surrounded by the Southern Alps. We thank Max Smith for taking creative liberties and helping carve this course out of the ground and the hydro projects around at Mackenzie Basin. But the heat 2 of the girls under 18 double, Dunstan High School, Alexandra, St Kennigan's from Auckland, lane 3 is Takapuna Grammar, lane 4 Cashmere from Christchurch, they're the South Island champs, lane 5 is Mount Aspiring College from Wanaka, Rotorua Girls High School, Rotorua Lakes High School, New Plymouth Girls High School. So you've got Rotorua from John Paul in the heat before, now you've got 2 more Rotorua representatives. I would be looking immediately at the Cashmere girls there. That Cashmere double are the South Island champions. They won the 18 quad. They got second in the 17 quad. And they were both in, well, one of them at least, Poppy, was in the South Island team last year. Coached by the men themselves, Matt Allen and Joe Young. So the maroon and gold stripes of Cashmere, only coming into the sport and national secondary school rowing in the last decade, and they've had a number of success, so that just speaks volumes to the people that have helped them out. It takes a lot to get a program off the ground, so getting boats, people volunteering. Started off with some ex-New Zealand oarsmen. They were helping out, and it's just been transferred now, and they've got completely their own identity. So credit to Cashmere of their come up in the last decade, just coming into the sport and just looking like they belong straight off the bat. So it's Poppy Wynnum and Abby Higgins leading the way here. Heat 2 of the girls under 18 double. To their left, it looks to be Takapuna Grammar. So a long trip down from McKendree and Shipkov. My apologies. Then right on the inside, it looks to be Dunstan High School quite far away, Bissett and Bryant. So the red and the gold coming from Alexandra. Just tracking nicely. Top 4 going through. Looks to be lane 2 potentially. St Kennigan College. Ma'ai Lopa, and Nichols coming through for St Kennigan College. That's your top 4 so far going through for this girls under 18 double. Cashmere have got 20 metres to go, looking pretty cruisy. Poppy and Abby just settling down as they come into the line here. Good row for the girls. They'll have plenty of racing this week. Between this, the under 18 quad, potentially the 17 quad, they're going to have to preserve their energy. Plus, they've got 2 more races here in this girls under 18 double. You've got Takapuna Grammar coming through nicely. Oh! Sorry, I might have been calling that wrong, potentially. That might have been Wells and Massey. My apologies. Oh, that's a rare one, but Mount Aspiring, looks like maybe Mount Aspiring could have been leading the way there quite cruisily as we come through, but we'll wait for the results to come through. But anyway, that's completely on me, but we've got Cashmere and Mount Aspiring from Wanaka coming through, and then we'll have to wait for the results. That's no good for me. My apologies. We'll sweep down to Heat 3, though, girls under 18 double, and I'll have a look at those results coming through sharpish. But lane 1, Westlake Girls High School, Samuel Marsden from Wellington, Ashburton College, Wanganui High School, Nelson College for Girls, Marlborough Girls College, Villa Maria from Christchurch, Sacred Heart Girls College from New Plymouth, number 2. Looks like we're there, lane 3, travelling quite nicely. got Ashburton College, potentially. And then lane 4, going across, Wanganui High School. And then lane 5, Nelson College for Girls in the blue there in second place. So leading the way looks to be the navy and red of Ashburton College. Just to their right could be Van Dyke and Douglas from Wanganui High School, although I don't see the Gold Blades of Wanganui High School, so it's kind of hard with their shadows, unfortunately, but it should be Wanganui High School in that third spot, just below Nelson College for Girls, Collis and Robertson. Collis and Robertson doing a pretty good job through the season. Picked up a few medals at Nationals, up the front, up the sharp end of the field through the whole South Island campaign. So good to see the two-tone blue from Nelson, Golden Bay, Collis and Robertson doing a good job. Headed by Tim Babbage. He does a great job up there and always has done for a long time now. He's one of those very long tenured coaches. He won't like me saying that too much, but you know, when you're successful, you pretty much stay put. Nelson's not a bad place to live, so credit to Tim and his work there in Golden Bay. But Ashburton currently looking like they've got things covered here in the Swift racing boat, I believe. Swift coming over, not as a well-known group, but they do a lot of coastal rowing as well, and they're producing a lot of fast boats, as you can see here, leading the way in the girls under 18 quad. Second there's Nelson College for Girls. So 4 beeps, top 4 going through. And I'll just have a quick little look through for those results for the girls under 18 double from the previous race. As we scan back down, Lake Ruataniwha, Lake of the Two Spirits. So we head to heat 4, my apologies, of the girls under 18 quad. Lane 1, Takapuna Grammar School, Whangarei Girls High School in 2. Lane 3, Iona College is from Hawke's Bay in 3, number 2. Lane 4 is Diocesan School for Girls from Auckland, Barradine College from Auckland, 6 Stack St Andrews from Christchurch, Mount Maunganui College in 7, and James Hargest from Invercargill in 8. Top 4 going through, looks like the girls from Stack, you see there, St Andrews, the Thistle, the navy blue and the white. Baxter at McNee, doing a good job. Taking a nice battle there with the girls in the middle of the course. Looks to be Worrell and Young from Diocesan School for Girls, potentially. Getting split by a lane between Barradine there, potentially in 3rd, just heading Iona College, Ritchie and Chan, potentially. But right now, 500 to run in the girls under 18 double. Top 4 going through. It's Diocesan School for Girls in 4, battling Baxter and McNee from Stack, St Andrews from Christchurch in 6. Top 4 through. St Andrews with a huge squad this year, so that means a lot of coaches, and they've got a lot of quality at the coaching ranks there. Past Livin Jubilee Cup winners, coaches. Guy Williams is out there as well as a bunch of young and up-and-coming coaches that are doing a really good job with that St Andrews College coaching staff. Top 4 going through. Barradine, Saltley in 3rd, Gerard and McDermott. Gerard and McDermott. Looks to be maybe Iona College out of Hawke's Bay Rowing Club. Ritchie and Chan sitting in the 4th. But back up to the front here, just gone through the 250 metre boys as they changed to yellow. As I said, 250, they changed to yellow, and then the 100 boys, 100 to go boys, are red. So you can see that juxtaposition of colours very clearly for the rowers. But the red hats, classic look for the Diocesan School for Girls from Auckland. locked in a bow ball battle with the St Andrews, with the big St Andrews cross on the back of the oars, pretty unmistakable. But great here, it's top 4, so they're both going to make it, but they're just a little bit of ego on the line, and that's always part of it. If you're going to compete here, you're going to have a little bit of I want to win, I don't want to lose. So it's good to see that from these girls. Obviously, they've got 2 more races before they could make the A final, so I want to be wary of the energy they're putting out here. But the Dio girls just edging away there by about a foot. You can see the bow ball swinging back and forth, but Stack aren't sitting down. They've got unfortunate for, sorry for that noise, but unfortunate for those St Andrews girls. They just clipped one of those big boys on their right, and the oars just caught some dirty water, so their oars just got stuck under on their way forward to take the next stroke. Not a big deal, they're still through, but just unfortunate dirty water. They'll get second behind Dysartson School for girls. Third there was Barradine College from Auckland, and it looked like, fourth to me looked like Iona College, Richie and Chan. So those are your top 4 going through. And we'll move through to heat 5. 6 heats of the girls under 18 double. Coverage brought to you by Milford, you see there on your screen. Lane 1, Burnside High School from Christchurch. Queen Margaret College from Wellington. Lane 3 is King's College from Auckland. 4, Wellington Girls College. 5, Iona College from Hawke's Bay again. Craigie Dosselson from Timaru. And 7 is Marion College from Christchurch. So great representation from across the country in the senior sculling event here. And someone's having a very cruisy time in the middle there, and if it's gold and it's black, it's most likely Wellington Girls College, Bar and Baggery. Had an outstanding Māori Cup last year. Wellington East and Wellington Girls College in this under 18 grade. And they're leading the way here again by the Pacific Ocean. So a very, very tough under 18 girls double coming out of Wellington Girls College. Emma Bagger, just going through results here. She won the under 17 pair last year, and she got 3rd in the under 18 4. So very good racing from her last year, and she's transferred that over to sculling this season in the under 18 double. She leads the heat here. She's just doing the double and the single at this regatta, so she'll be pumping it in that first K to figure out how fast they are. But incredibly impressive performance from Bar and Baggery, Wellington Girls College. Good fight here from Craigie. Yeah, see there the gold riggers. So they're navy blue, forest green, and like a little bit of sliver of gold traditionally, those Craigie girls with those riggers. And they're just having a nice battle with, well, not a nice battle, I say nice, but with Iona College, Lawson and Winhager. The girls from the East Coast. Down here on the inside, well, the outside, but the inside of your viewership here on the screen here. Tohia Riki and Jameson Timo from Marion College, trying to get their noses in front of King's College, Dryden and Lorch Church for that all-important top 4 spot to go through to the quarterfinals here, the 18 double. On the outside, Tohia Riki working her way up with Jameson Timo, trying to snag that 4th spot from Kings. I said this is tough racing. This is what it reveals. Through every race, there's always a couple of crews going for that last spot. So it's just going to get close. Those margins are just going to get closer and closer as we progress through the week. But unsurprisingly, another Talbot and Van den Bosch. Van den Bosch, pretty prominent figure in the Craighead setup the last couple of years. And here she is with another Talbot coming through to take 2nd spot as the top 4 move through the progression. In 3rd, another Iona College crew making their way through Lawson and Winhager, so good for the Hawke's Bay group that are down here, the cohort. The Magpies, the black and the white, coming down with their array of East Coast schools. They'll snag 3rd, and Marion College, good job from Tohia Riki and Jameson Timo. They'll get through to the quarterfinal in the skills under 18 double as we head to the last heat here. We'll scan back through, but we've got Bayfield High School from Dunedin, Glendowie College from Auckland, Westlake Girls High School, Hillcrest High School, Te Awamutu College from the Rosetown, Otago Girls High School, and Timaru Girls High School. So again, a nice array from all over the show here. Recognising some names coming through with these. Petersburg, Giles from Hillcrest, Hipburn. So we'll just see, there's a straying there in Glendowie. We'll just see who comes through. Barry Rankin from Timaru Girls. There we go. Top 4. You got 4 quite clearly, but down there in lane, right on the inside, looks to be maybe Glendowie, Strang and James. Probably the best shot to make something happen here on the outside, where you've got Barry Rankin an inch from Timaru Girls. But in the middle, Te Awamutu in that gold boat, but doing really well. Looks to be Hillcrest, potentially. It's definitely Otago Girls in the blue and white quarters with that blue boat fading to white in second place. So you go 2 lanes over. So that would be Hillcrest. So you got Hillcrest in first with the Hamilton Rowing Club lads, the red and white quarters. The Caroline Ever Swindells rode out of there, so trying to channel some double sculling from the twins. But then you got in second place, you got Otago Girls, Hepburn and Orchardson, I should say. And then Te Awamutu there with a gold boat. Traditionally, Te Awamutu Rowing Club are gold and maroon, so they've got a gold boat there, which makes sense, and then they've got their blue and white of the Te Awamutu school colours. Johnson and Baker doing a great job there. But this 4th spot's up for grabs, and it looks like Westlake are playing their cards. Strubant and Petersburg doing their best to try and upset Barry Rankin an inch from Timaru, so the girls from South Canterbury against the girls from North Shore for that 4th spot. First spot, not necessarily sewn up, but I think they'd be pretty safe to qualify regardless. Te Awamutu's going to have to be careful here sitting in the middle between those 2 crews on the outside, because when you have 2 crews battling away, they can like work their way up. It's like if you're running with someone and trying to beat them, you'll eventually catch up to the runner in front of you. But same thing happened here. So Te Awamutu will be looking left, looking right, Johnson and Baker, to make sure they don't get caught up in this battle for 4th place, because the girls on the outside here from Timaru are on a run, and as well as Strubant and Petersburg from Westlake Girls High School. But out in front, looks like Otago Girls are making a move on Hillcrest from Hamilton, not Hamilton Rowing Club. But Hillcrest coached by former under-23 New Zealand athlete George Allen and national champion in single. But Otago Girls walking down on them now in the last 100 metres. But this is exactly what I talked about. We've got Timaru, Te Awamutu, and Westlake in the front. So Te Awamutu have been caught up with this race here for 4th. It's top 4 going through. You've got 3 crews going for 2 spots. Down to the line, though, Te Awamutu looks like they're going to hold on, but it's going to be those next 2 positions that are going to be very tough to separate. So Timaru Girls and Westlake will have to go to the results, the live results in a minute to see what the go is there. But great racing from Westlake, well, from everyone, but those 3 crews really fighting all the way down the line. Te Awamutu, Timaru and Westlake Girls. That was the last heat for our girls under 18 double. Progressing now to the boys 16 quad. Lane 1, Hillcrest High School. Lane 2, Takapuna Grammar. Lane 3, Tauranga Boys College. Lane 4, Wakatipu High School from Queenstown. Lane 5, John McGlashan from Dunedin. Cambridge High School in 6. St. Peter's School, the Cambridge one, in 7. So St. Peter's School was in Cambridge. St. Peter's College is from Auckland, if anyone gets confused when the St. Peter's College start coming up. And we'll just patiently wait for that result coming through with those girls under 18 doubles. Those boys, we've got a nice front-on picture there of the boys you can see in the middle there. That's the heat. That's heat 2 coming through there. St. Thomas's and Shirley and Cromwell all coming through there. But this is heat 1, and you can see 4 lanes from your right. That's 1, 2. So from your right going left, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So lane 4, boys under 16 quad, Wakatipu High School. leading the way. Quite clearly, in fact. So it's a good effort there from the Wakatipu boys. It is first two to the semi-final. So a lot of these guys will live to fight another day. But we do have... no South Island champions in this one, I do believe. But a great collection of young talent coming through. But it's Wakatipu. Sorry, South Island champions. I knew I was bugging out a little bit there. Wakatipu, South Island champs. So that's Mansa, Davis, Thornton, Crawford and Peterson. My apologies to the boys. No disrespect. John Morrison. He's had a few boys come through, or a boy come through there, so it's good for him to see more results coming through with his charges. But Wakatipu in the blue and gold leading the way, and the boys under 16 quad here, heat 1. Real battle though. First two to semi, right on the outskirts, light blue blades of St. Peter's, Denzi O'Reilly Moores, Urim City, and Hayes the coxswain. They'll get the second spot to go straight through to the semi-finals, just edging out what looks to be Tauranga Boys College. Mackenzie, Walters, McConaughey, Muir and Burrell. So already tough racing. Like I said, most of these races, especially this, like the younger it gets, the more cutthroat it is, because there's just so much speed, and it's a lot more, let's say, up in the air when you're younger. So inconsistency is maybe a little bit more prominent in the younger athletes. So on any given day, a lot more these younger athletes can really produce and throw a spanner in the works. But you see there, heat 2, the boys under 16 quad, Christ College from Christchurch, Cromwell College from Cromwell, Shirley Boys from Christchurch, St Thomas's of Canterbury from Christchurch, Wellington College from Wellington, Timaru Boys High School and Takapuna Grammar School number 2 from the Shore, North Shore. Quite a bit of talent coming through here in terms of South Island, North Island pedigree. St Thomas's, they're the silver medalists from the South Island, and you got Wellington College are the silver medalists from the North Island. So there's talent sitting in these two boats. They'll be eyeing each other up. They would have seen the results coming from the north or from the south. They know each other quite well. You got 12:50 to run though. Some good work coming from the boys from Wellington College by the looks of it. So Wellington College with the black blades, the yellow, traditional Wellington colours. You've got Will, Kavanagh, Ward, Lane and Wall. So great work there by the boys from Wellington. On their left, tracking the silver medalists from the south, St Thomas's of Canterbury, Lee Quillak, Lotta, Morrison, Grace, side bottom the coxswain. But great work from the young fellas here from the capital. All to be on the same page. That's good work from them. Nice long arms predominantly. Getting good length in the slide, so rolling their hips to their ankles. So they're getting a lot of drive out of the legs. Nice black decking on the boat. Couple of yellow stripes. Looks to be a Laszlo. So Laszlo, one of the dominant boat manufacturers in the country, to go along with the boys out of Hawke's Bay, SL Racing. So you'll see a lot of SLs and a lot of Laszlos through the week. And we're just quite blessed to have two really, really good world quality boat builders in our country. You'll see him a twig in an SL Racing boat at the Olympics this year, which is just so exciting. We haven't had one since Kerr's, I'd say back in 2008. Mahi Drysdale used a Kerr's single in his 08 campaign. So really good to see some New Zealand boats back on the world stage to go along with Laszlo. We had Peter Galambos from Hungary used a Laszlo while he was racing in the lightweight single in the last few years. So New Zealand making strides back into that international rowing market through SL Racing and Laszlo. So we pan back here to the boys under 16 quad. First two to the semi-final, and you got two medalists from the North and South Island, St Thomas's and Wellington College. Wellington College with the wood over St Thomas's though, with Wig, Kavanagh, Ward, Lane and Wall, sorry. Goodness gracious, having a mare. But clearly, few links in front there on this beautiful blue water of the Wellington College boys. They won't be used to this. Flat water from Wellington. They do love an erg in Wellington. But these boys showing their prowess in the boat this time around. Nice flat water on Twizel as they top St Thomas's to go through to the semi-final for the boys under 16 quad. Places 3 to 5 will run through a ripper charge, so they'll get another shot to try and move through. So the likes of Timaru boys back down there, the inside, Shirley boys, Cromwell, they'll be looking to try and cement their place into a semi-final for a shot at the A or B final here. Like I said before, there's about 12 crews per event that could do a really, they'll do a really good job of putting their names forward for the A final. So semi-final day Thursday will be an absolute cracker. Well, every day is an absolute cracker here with the amount of cutthroat racing that we've got going on. But lane 3 of the boys under 16 quad coming down. Lane 1, Tauranga Boys College. Lane 2, Shirley Boys 2 from Christchurch, Wakatipu High School, Marlborough Boys College. Lane 5's Cambridge High School. Lane 6, St Paul's, the Buzzy Bees from St Paul's. And lane 7 is King's College from Auckland. Marlborough Boys, 3rd place in the South Island Championships. Looking through, you've also got Cambridge, who are 4th at North Islands. So don't look too far past both of those crews, but you can see right in the middle you've got 3 crews. You've got 1 tracking for 2 for 2nd place. But sitting there in the middle, looks to be Marlborough Boys College with the navy blue and the 2 gold sashes on the oars. So you've got Bennett, Rowe, Marfell, Flight and Marfell. So the brothers teaming up here. And Dad, the coach, with a very familiar name in the New Zealand rowing scene, Clayton Lindstrom, helping out as well. But to their right, not to be discounted, you've got the boys from Cambridge. Abinthus, Jackson McClutchy, Simmons, Galanders, and Simmons again. So maybe a few pairs of brothers going up against each other there. But then on the outside, you got St Paul's. So North Island medalists, St Paul's, with Blake, Snyman, Parham, Clawson, and Trower. Bruce Jones, former New Zealand coach, grammar coach, years of experience there at the St Paul's out of Hamilton. So those boys will be ready and raring by the time they got here at Māori Cup. But they're fending off a really good charge from the Cambridge High School boys. Out in front, those sitting relatively pretty, but just clear water up on St Paul's is Marlborough Boys College. Of course, home of Tom Murray, Olympic gold medalist, 2-time Olympian, multiple world champ and World Cup medalist. He's out of Boomtown, out of the boys from Marlborough Boys, so he'll be happy to see some young chargers coming through so I can stop talking about them so much. But the boys from the top of the South Island leading the way here. Length and a half, potentially. Definitely clear water up on St Paul's. The yellow, the black, the white. They're half a length up on a fast finishing Cambridge crew, but that Cambridge crew's going to have to do digging a lot of work because you've got under 100 boys. And it's, as much as I say they are slower races with these coxswains in, and the younger boys, a lot can happen. Hard to run down a medal winning crew in the last 100 metres. The St Paul's grabbed that 2nd spot to go through to the semi-finals here in the boys under 16 quad. But coming up, we've got some more North Island and South Island medalists with Otago boys, St John's, Maclean's. They're all at the tippy top of their North Islands, their islands respectively. as we fly with our drone here in the sun-drenched, wind-absent Mackenzie Basin, Lake Ruataniwha. See the orange line giving up there, that creeping up on the right screen, that's Milford, our principal sponsor and peer. Thanks to them for bringing us such quality streaming for all to see. Boys Heat 4 of the 16 quad, Tauranga Boys College number 2, St Peter's College out of Auckland 2, Lane 2, Lane 3 Maclean's College from Auckland, Lane 4 Otago Boys High School, Lane 5 St John's of Hamilton, Lane 6 Gisborne Boys High School, and Lane 7 St Bede's College from Christchurch. Looking at potentially St John's, Otago Boys, Maclean's, potentially St Peter's College as well. St Peter's in a quad, they've been pretty prominent in their quads the last few years, so looking at St Peter's College as well, they're pretty handy. But out in front, looks to be quite far right of the screen, looks to be maybe St Paul's College, or St Paul's School from Hamilton. Davies, Moronga, Tony, Williams, Caleb Morris to Cox. Second place, it's the two blue hoops from OBs, Otago Boys, West, Thompson, Edwards, McLean, Perkins. And then to their left in third, chasing them, will be Maclean's College, the red, white and blue from Auckland. High, McLean, Al Sharifat, Spong and Chen. Apologies, I'm probably butchering some of these names and I do not mean any disrespect. Out front though, it's the gold and blue quarters of St John's. Finn Hamill, under 23 lightweight silver medalist last year from St John's, and he also represented us. He's been in the under 23 quad this year. Took the step up to heavyweight. Didn't feel like restricting his food anymore, and he's in the under 23 quads. That speaks volumes of his talent coming through and able to step up from lightweight to heavyweight in the blink of an eye. So we look forward to see how those young fellas go later in the year in Canada. In second though, we've got Otago Boys, Hamish Bond's old school. They've been quite successful in the old quads in the last few years. They got a silver a few years ago, and then they won the under 18 quad in 2021 with a great squad with one of their coaches, actually. He's come back and he's helping out. So it's good to see that return of athletes turning into coaches to help out their schools, because a lot of these schools, me including at Keel Boating Club, could not run without volunteers and all that background help. So come down here in Heat 4, the boys under 16 quad. Top two going through to the semi-final, placings 3 to 5. Headed for repechage. But it looks like St John's have got a good handle on it, which is unsurprising considering their results from up north. They were second in the North Island. Otago Boys were 4th in the south, and then Maclean's were 5th in the north. So about right, to be honest. If you look at those results, this is about what you'd expect if we went straight from those. But 2 weeks in a row in the under 18 categories, so 15, 16, 17, 18 is a long time. And race to race is a lot can happen. Little clicks can happen, little mental epiphanies can happen. But that's St John's. They go through a semi-final spot. It's followed by the boys from Dunedin and Otago. Third will be Maclean's. They'll go through to a repechage to live to fight another day. And then it looks like potentially Gisborne Boys there going through for repechage as well. So good on the boys from Gizzy. Westlake outside of them, they'll take that last spot to go through to the repechage. We've got one more heat of the boys under 16 quad here at the 2024 National Secondary School Rowing Champs, affectionately known as the Māori Cup. But we've got Heat 5 coming down. Lane 1's Otago Boys High School number 2. Lane 3 is Glendowie out of Auckland. Lane 4 is St Paul's Collegiate from Hamilton. Nelson College for boys. Then St John's. Then St Bede's. look for St Paul's potentially sitting in the middle there, number 1. They're the North Island champs. So we'll look for the Bumblebees out of St Paul's to be leading the way. 3rd from your right, or from your left, sorry, apologies, from this angle. They've got quite the heading of coaches there. Martin Simoncelli heading the program up. And as well as, like I said, Bruce Jones handling directly with these along with Victoria Goodwin. So a lot of years making school kids and international juniors go fast between Simoncelli and Jones. So no surprises to see the likes of St Paul's Collegiate leading the way here in Heat 5, the boys 16 quad. Sitting in second on the left side of St Paul's be Glenn Dowie, Pascoe, Smith, Hinton, Warren and Smith Rice. The St Paul's crew of Weir, Murphy, Benjamin, Trethway and Very. Best of the rest to try and attempt an attack on that second spot to go through to the semis would be Nelson College for boys. Nichols, Smith, White, Maloney and Geen, the coxswain. The two-tone blue of the boys from Golden Bay. They're heading off a charge from on their right, which is the St John's out of Hamilton, their second crew. Sontag, Watt, Overdevest, Moore and Page. A good fight from that St Paul's crew. They've got under 500 to go. Still a lot of lake left to try and run down those boys from Golden Bay as we boost up to the 1st and 2nd placings at the moment. This boys under 16 quad. What that St Paul's crew doing well is what I can see is they're getting a really good hold of the water. So you don't want that blade just to be like skipping through the water too quickly. Otherwise you don't have a good grip and you can't like leverage the boat through the water. Looks like they've got really tight catches, so accurate with speed going into the water around the front. Catches when the blade enters the water. And then they get a good grip so you can see the direct boat pickup as they really accelerate through to the finish. So you can see them hold the water, get a hold of the water rather than wash it, and really send it through the back turn. So the catches when the blade enters the water, they're doing a good job of just getting those blades in nice and quickly, and they get a nice hold through the foot plate where they push through their feet. This rowing is a pushing sport, not a pulling sport. A lot of the uninitiated or a lot of the new to the sport will see that there's a lot of arms involved because you can see the top half of the body a lot easier from outside the boat. But I guarantee if you've been in a rowing machine or you got in the boat, your legs get pretty sore pretty quickly. So great work there from the boys from St Paul's and Hamilton. Weir, Murphy, Benjamin and Trethaway, Very the coxswain. Second place going to the semi-final will be Glenn Dowie, Pascoe, Smith, Hinton, Warren and Smith Rice. So that concludes the under 16 quads. And then we've got placings 3 to 5 will be going through to the recharge. We're just going to hear from one of our major partner here, Aon.
Today, we are reinventing insurance. It's a game changer. With the real heart and voice, say hello to an actual human being.
Hi there.
back at here, the beautiful glacial waters at Lake Ruataniwha. Girls under 16 single sculls. So new to the Māori lineup in the last decade or so, but has provided plenty of opportunity of the girls sculling coming through, and boys obviously. But really you can get pretty speedy people here, the girls and boys under 16 singles, so it's been a really great addition to the program because it just gives those smaller clubs and schools a nice chance to get amongst the Māori atmosphere. And here leading the way, about 500 out in this first heat of the girls 16 single. You got Burnside High School, Hauraki Plains College, Glendowie College, Mount Maunganui, John Paul from Aotearoa, Otamotai from Tauranga, Diocesan School for Girls from Auckland, and Dunstan from Alexandra. Leading the way there, right smack bang in the middle of the field, lane 4. That would be Mount Maunganui, Amy Everett, North Island medalist. And by medalist, I mean champ. So Amy Everett out of Mount Maunganui College leading the way. She's closely followed here. It's top 2 going to the semi, so this will be really cutthroat. We've got 5 heats of singles, so a lot can happen in a single race, and we've got 5 heats of it, so we'll be strapped in and scouring to see where the speed's coming from. But right now in lane 5, right alongside Everett, is Lucy Gadsden from John Paul College in Rotorua. And way out here, closest to you on the screen, but way on the outside of the course, if you're on the bank, looks to be Dunstan. If we're going farther enough right, but it could be Diocesan School for Girls if it's looking quite like a darker row suit. So potentially Sophie Pearce from Diocesan School for Girls. But that looks to be more of maybe a Dunstan style of racing right there. So that could be Ruby Smith. We'll just keep an eye on that. But out in front, doing a fantastic job from Mount Maunganui College, Amy Everett. Mount Maunganui actually have won. What did they win? It was Genevieve Armstrong way back in the midst of time, about 2006. She picked up silver or gold. I actually can't remember. Genevieve might strangle me there, but she was one of the pioneers coming out of Mount Maunganui College there, doing a really great job getting her name and school out there for national prominence. And then right alongside her in lane 5, you've got Lucy Gaston from John Paul College, Rotorua. Rotorua have put out so many great rowers in the last decade, including Julie Edward, 2-time Olympian. You've got Jeff Francis, 23 silver medalist back in the day. But they always produce some really quality scullers. And here comes another one with Gaston coming from John Paul College. So Everett seems to have a good handle on what's going on out here. Potentially borrowing a Tauranga Girls boat there, which would make sense, obviously, both coming from that Tauranga region. Trucking along really well there in lane 3 also, Glendowie College. McCallum from Glendowie, Kenna. Steve Finlayson, handling Amy Everett as coach, he has been around the coaching circle for a while in that Tauranga region and has put out a plenty of really good athletes, so it's unsurprising that he is also helping out Amy, sorry. And Alistair Riddle. Alistair Riddle's been around that Rotorua scene for a while too, so it's good to see these two Bay of Plenty scullers pushing their way forward. And then down here right on the outside, we've got potentially Dunstan High School, Ruby Smith, coached by Simon Smith. Coming off the back of a uber successful national champs where Redcoats for
Battery
winning
level
national
is low.
titles in the premier events.
Aircraft will return
and
to
for
the home
first
point
time
in 10 seconds.
for Dunstan Rowing Club. So Simon's been there for a wee while now, but what he's done is tremendous, bringing Dunstan sculling and sweeping, with them winning national titles in some sweep boats, to prominence. Winning both the senior women's quad and the men's quad. Getting a ton of top 3 finishes with multiple crews, so here comes another one. Ruby Smith from Dunstan High School. Like I said before, it's top 2 going through to the semi-final and placing 3 to 5 going for second chance in the repechage to progress. Amy Everett here, though, is looking imperious on top of this field. We're just going to do a little bit of background work here to swap the drones over so you guys can stay connected and we don't have drones falling into the lake. So we're just having this front on angle for now, as we see Heat 2 rolling down already. So these heats are coming through in 4-minute intervals down here on Ruataniwha, so you can imagine the work that has to go in by the volunteer staff down here at South Island Rowing to make sure everything's running ship shape. And then you can see how far 2K actually looks rather than just following along with the drone. But here we go back to Amy Everett at Mount Maunganui College. Not totally unfamiliar to Mount Maunganui to be winning in single sculling events. Let's see, top 2 going through. The next heat's on its way. And the heat after that won't be too far away either. So that's 3 heats on the course at one stage, at one go. So you can appreciate the sort of admin that goes into an organisation, that goes into something that runs with 1,400 races, over 2,100 athletes, 1,400 races, I believe, through the week, and over 100 schools. So, you know, it's as much of a marvel of, you know, racing and whatnot, and the marvel of organisation and admin here in the Mackenzie Basin. We just don't have the drones right now, just because we're making the swap, because we don't want any of our nice drones to be falling in the water. So rotating the drones through so you guys can get the best experience possible is a necessary evil. Of course, all brought to you by Milford Investment, so very lucky to have them on board to see this is legitimately world-class sort of like graphics and drone shots and whatnot compared to just like world rowing, and so we're very lucky to have this sort of stuff. I don't think many other countries have national secondary schools or national champs covered like this, so we're extremely privileged to have this sort of setup. So here we go for Heat 2 of the girls under 16 single. Verdon College from Dunedin, or Invercargill, sorry. No, it's ACG, yeah, it's ACG Strathallan, sorry, from, well, southish Auckland, Pukekohe area. Mount Aspiring College from Wanaka, obviously. King's College from Auckland, Roncalli from Timaru, Hauraki Plains College, Onslow from Wellington, and St Paul's Collegiate from Hamilton. We look to the middle there again. Oh, closer to us there. Looks to be King's College, potentially. Girls under 16 single, yes. Second place in the South Island. Edie, makes sense. Nat Welch, Charlotte Freeman doing the work there alongside their young gun. I'm going to butcher that first name, so I'm going to leave it alone. But Miss Edie here in the under 16 single, doing a great job with the maroon, navy and gold of King's College. Just up on there, they see the yellow blades of Roncalli College. So Roncalli, the maroon, the blue and the gold from Timaru. She's in second place. That's Fiske, our South Island medalist, second place behind St Hilda's. So a great job by Scout Fiske. What a name. What a great name. Scout. Third place. Looking to the far side a little bit more. It looks to potentially be that lane 3. So lane 3 be Mount Aspiring from Wanaka, Sienna Marsden. But it's top 2 going through to the semi-final. Doing a great job so far. The girls from Kings and Roncalli. Care Moffat helping out Scout there in the under-16 single from Roncalli from Timaru. They won the under-18 quad not too long ago, so there's pedigree there. There's always pedigree coming out of Timaru, so good to see Scout adding her name to a list of talent coming through from the South Canterbury region. But we've got King's College from Auckland doing a really good job at the moment, leading the way here in Heat 2 of the girls under-16 single, day 1 of the 2024 Māori Cup down here in Lake Ruataniwha. But Scout Fiske's doing a really good job of just keeping King's College Edie honest. Obviously both are going to go through, so, but you know, you're young, you want to get after it, so no fault there of trying to win some races while you're also busting your gut out there. So good job from Kings and Roncalli. They'll both go through to the semi-final here for the under-16 girls single. There's 5 heats, so it's extremely competitive amongst this lot. And that'll only get thinner. Those margins will get thinner and pointier as we get to the end of this week. So really looking forward to kind of like almost like a funnel. Start wide, bring it in of talent squeezing as we go through the week. So it's going to be really interesting as we progress day to day. As we get another beautiful panning shot of the Southern Alps, the pine, the green grass, the blue, just a lovely juxtaposition of colours coming through here from the Mackenzie Basin. As we go to Heat 3, the girls on a 16 single, lane 1, Samuel Marsden Collegiate from Wellington, lane 2 is James Hargs from Invercargill, 3, Craighead from Timaru, St Hedald's from Dunedin, Hamilton Girls High School from Hamilton, ACG Tauranga, St Margaret's from Christchurch, and lane 8 is Wakatipu High School. So St Hilda's Graham is the South Island champion. Kipper's been giving some good speed from Hamilton Girls High School with the nigh on non-existent experience in coaching being Kersop, but you can see that they've done a good job so far with those girls coming through. We've got Crawford though from Craighead, kind of throwing a cat amongst the pigeons there. Crawford from Craighead leading the way here in the girls under 16 single scull. So Isla, guided by Dean and Vicky, or Dean Milne, sorry, and Vicky Taggart. Jess McIntosh in charge of St Hedald's out of Dunedin. Graham. It's top 2 going through, but also lurking out here in the 3rd spot would probably be the ACG Tauranga, because that green boat's probably a grassroots boat from the formerly Waikato RPC. So a really good program that Grassroots Trust up in the Waikato went through and partnered. And as Waikato RPC used those boats, they donated them throughout the region. So there's a bunch of boats in the Hawke's Bay, Tauranga, Hamilton, Te Amuru have these nice green grassroots boats. So it was a really nice program to bring some quality equipment to the region. And you can see here from ACG Strathallan Church, Hazel Church, again guided by Steve Finlayson. We saw before that he was also helping out with Mount Maunganui. So that Bad Plenary region in good hands with the coaches handling out there. But Isla Crawford from Craighead, Dawson and Timaru in the navy blue, navy green and the gold riggers traditionally of Craighead, Dawson leading the way here. She's got about a length and a half. Just as 100 to go over top of St Hilda's, the South Island champ, Georgia Graham. But those 3 to 5 that you see in the bottom of your screen, ACG, Tauranga, Hamilton Girls, and then right down there in lane 3, James Hargest, Norman from Invercargill. They'll go through for repcharges to try and make their way through a slightly longer route to get to the A final. Heading through to the penultimate heat of the girls under 16 single here. So heat 4 will consist of Waikato Diocesan, Westlake Girls High School, Southland Girls, Wentworth out of Auckland, Taupo Nuiatea from Taupo, Columba College, Samuel Marsden and Rangiru Girls School from Christchurch. Moffat is a South Island medalist from Ashburton. Oh, sorry, that's 5. I'm skipping ahead, my apologies. It looks like lane 4 again. Wentworth College. Ella Rogers, Kevin Herbison and Sophie Herbison. So a family duo there doing the work with Ella Rogers at a Wentworth. Very low rating, training row-esque looking from Miss Rogers from Wentworth. On her outside, far right of her. Stab in the dark right on the outside. Could be the Rangiru Girls School. The gold, the white and the blue with the sash going across. The gold and the white sash going across the navy blue. Coached by former lightweight world champion, the single Adam Ling. That could potentially be them, but I think actually I might have got that mixed up. It looks to be Samuel Marsden out of Wellington. So apologies for mixing that up, but Devon Farrelly from Samuel Marsden potentially getting the job done here. Yeah, top 2 going through to the semi-finals. 3 to 5 to repechage here. The girls 16 single, but doing it really nicely out in front there. Ella Rogers from Wentworth in Auckland. She's got 100 to run. Sorry. Looks like to be more like 250 to run. Just under 250 to run. My apologies. Looking super comfortable out there. She was 3rd in the North Island. So she might have had a pretty good taper. Single, like I said, I keep on saying and I'll keep saying it, that a lot can change through the couple of weeks with these young rowers, and even day to day, a single is a very tricky boat to row, so it doesn't take much to maybe have something click in the next 2 weeks, or even during this week, where you can just gain a lot of speed and a lot of confidence in what you're doing, on rhythm. So that could be the case for Ella Rogers, just kind of cruising her way down to the line here in the first spot of 2 to go through to the semi-finals. Taupo Nuiatea College. Got a few people from Taupo down here, from Tauhara, Taupo Nuiatea as well, so really good to see that up-and-coming rowing club starting to get its wheels tuning a little bit with getting some kids down here. Long way to come, obviously, for most of the North Island, so I appreciate the trip, because without that, Māori Cup isn't, the spectacle and the marvel that it is amongst the secondary school sporting championships. Great work there from Ella Rogers from Wentworth College. Second place, I might have been calling that wrong the entire way. My apologies if that is the case. That might have been Columba College's Millen, because that looks like she was right next to Taupo Nuiatea. So that's Jared Brentzel and Emily Brown's charge at Fenella Millen. So my apologies to it is too, sorry. So that's Columba College from Dunedin. Fenella doing a great job getting through to second place to go through to the semi-final of the girls 16 single. That's a bit of a muck up on my end, so apologies for that. As we just crush it, and we'll keep moving, to Heat 5, the girls under 16 single. Got Marion College, Otamoto College, Gisborne Girls High School, Iona College from Hawke's Bay, Ashburton College, Rotorua Lakes, Nelson College, and Wanganui High School. Can only recognise some names here. Richie, we've got Rustin. So Rustin's older brother, I'd say. You'd have to think. Oscar, he's the under 23 single scull, represented for New Zealand this year. He won the 18 single back in the day for Gisborne Boys High School. Say back in the day, I think it was 2021, so not too back in the day, but a monster in the single, and he's just churned out some really quick results lately, and he's going to Canada as the under-23 rep. So let's see if the younger Rustin here can channel the older. But we've got Richie from Iona, I believe. Oh, potentially Moffat. Moffat got third in the South Island, so it looks good to me. It could be Ash Vegas there. Isla Moffat, Justin Wall, Mary Hefford. So Hefford and Wall both got good connection with the Ashburton Rowing Club in terms of like kids rowing for the club. Justin Wall obviously has Jed and Isabel and Veronica coming through, but also Hefford has also been involved quite comprehensively with the Ashburton Rowing Club, so it's good to see. But it looks like here comes another one, another single sculler out of Ashburton. Isla Moffat leading the way in the swift racing boat there. The green, the forest green, the yellow coming from the Hawke's Bay, the Ashburton colours. So it's good to see some more mid-Canterbury speed coming out there from Isla Moffat. Over in lane 3 though, it looks like could be at Gisborne Girls High School. Claire Rustin, Esty DeVette and Josh Kelly doing the coaching out of Gisborne. Quite clear again with the top 2 coming through from those heats, but you have to think that's it's going to be a lot of closing out by the time those semis come around. But top 2 to semis so far, 3 to 5 to rep. But we've got mid-Canterbury, we've got East Coast. Ashburton College, Gisborne Girls High School, Rustin and Moffat leading the way here, quite clear, but a good fight coming through for the last spots to go through the repechage. You've got Nelson College for girls, battling Rotorua Lakes, Iona College from East Coast, Ritchie, and then right on the far side, it's quite hard to tell if that's lane 1 or 2, but it's either Marion, Devlin from Marion, or Keith from Otamotai. But top 2 pretty much shown up here as they hit the 100 metre buoy, the red buoy change, representing 100 metres to go. Down to the line though, Isla Moffat, Ashburton College, done a fantastic job just controlling the pace. This girl's on a 16 single, alongside Gisborne girls. But this top 5 is what determines the repechage. It's coming down to the line. Ooh, great racing. Just getting that 3rd spot to go through would be Rotorua Lakes, Nelson. Oh, and then it's going to be a very close finish there from the inside. Potentially Otamotai College or Marion. Looks to be Marion. So Neve Devlin. So I have to go through to the results page there to have a look to see who crawled their way in. We're coming down fast and furious though. Like I said, 4-minute intervals, so there's not much rest here. As the boys under 18 novice double. So first year rowing is what novice represents, first season of rowing. Lane 1, Roncalli College. Lane 2, Nelson College for boys. Lane 3, Waitaki Boys High School. Lane 4, Wanganui High School. Lane 5, New Plymouth Boys High School. Lane 6, St Peter's School out of Cambridge. Lane 7, Mount Aspiring Wanaka. And Lane 8, Gisborne Boys High School. Great work though down here close to the bottom of your screen is the gold and the black quarters of Mount Aspiring. So you got Sinclair and Hope. Mr. Bruce doing hard work down there at Wanaka, getting these guys race ready. It's only first A final, so they've got to be racing for it. Right out there in the middle there, I see gold blades. So I'm thinking that's Wanganui High School's Brewer and Apaikia. Jordan Mainville, Axel Dickinson. So Achilles and Keenan in that second spot, but it's the first place only going through. Really great work on the outside lane there from the boys from Wanaka, Mount Aspiring College. Really long draw, so long hang, so their arms stay long for a long time. They're really driving their hips back first to get as much out of their legs as possible on this one. So good long stroking from Mount Aspiring out there in first by a couple of lengths. So great work from the boys from Central Otago. Didn't have to drive too far to get up here, so it's a bit of a luxury when it's down here in Twizel. Second place looked to be Wanganui High School Brewer and Paikea. And then a lineup for the rest there is placings 2 to 5. They're going through the repechage. So close finishes here. Novices can be rough and ready and all over the show, but that's the best part about it. These young fellas getting after it. You can see there another heat already coming down. Got 4 heats here of the boys' novice double. As we get that front on camera angle from the start tower, looking down the course. See, those lanes look real wide now. Like, they look pretty wide, about 13 metres wide, but they feel super skinny when you're in them. So don't be surprised with these younger kids rolling through that they might knock some of those sometimes, because it can be pretty hard to go straight. People that have mastered it, people that are a little bit older, they have trouble going straight. So don't be surprised if these boys might battle sometimes, but that's all right. That's all part of it. That's all good. Here in lane 4, though, going really well. So we'll give you the rundown for heat 2. Lane 1, John Paul College from Rotorua, Timaru Boys, St Paul's, Christchurch Boys High School, St Thomas's of Canterbury from Christchurch, St John's, St Peter's School from Cambridge, and Shirley Boys from Christchurch. My apologies. Right there, smack bang, though, Rhodes and Buckingham from Otatahi, the dark blue and the black pinstripes. Christchurch Boys High School. Maisie Scott, Matt White, 2 former pretty handy oars woman and man in their time. So Maisie and Matt in charge of this young group here. Rhodes and Buckingham doing a great job out in front. To their left, Thompson and Kilmeister from St Paul's hanging on, but it is first through, so it's fairly cutthroat for these young fellas in their first season. They'll finding out very quickly what it is to be racing at the Māori Cup. But Christchurch Boys leading the way, Rhodes and Buckingham, just like the under-18 pair earlier in the day. In that third spot on the far side, probably O'Sullivan and Todd from Timaru Boys, the big St Andrews cross in the backs. Like I said, 3 to 5 will get you through to the repechage to try and fight for an A final spot, but first only today for these heats going through the A final in this particular event. And you can see I just talked about those boys. It looks like those Christchurch boys are getting nice and up close with their stroke side. So stroke side on the right side of the boat, if you're sitting in it facing the way they are, and they're just catching a few dirty strokes. And that's all part of it. Part of normal racing, part of novice racing is just navigating the course as well, staying clean, making sure you're not beating up the lanes while you're in them. But these guys look like they're getting nice and acquainted with that stroke side buoy line of theirs. And that's all right. They're still going at it, but they are leaving the door a little bit open for those guys from Hamilton, St Paul's, Thompson and Kilmeister. They might have seen it, might have heard a little bit of commotion coming from their right, and they want to make the most of it by trying to snag that first spot. The Christchurch boys for now, though, hanging on. It's 3/4 of a length. It was clear water, but we've got under 100 to go. Can the boys from St Paul's claw it all the way back with some dusty strokes coming in from Christchurch boys? It's coming fast and furious. It's half a length now, St Paul's. St Paul's down half a length on Christchurch boys. Still struggling a little bit with that buoy line. They will think they'll hold on, though. Half a length to Christchurch boys. So good job for them for just keeping their cool a little bit and not letting it get to them too much. But that's what can happen. It can happen at novice level. It can happen at under 18. We've had people fall out at the Olympics. Like, it always happens. Like, it's not over until you get through and you get that buzzer. So credit to St Paul's for fighting back there to try and snag that first spot. But a really good effort from those Christchurch boys just to get their heads down and qualify through to the A final of the boys novice double. So Rhodes and Buckingham A little bit of heart and mouth stuff sort of stuff there, but they are through. Joining Mount Aspiring from the Heat 1, but Heat 3 is just coming down rapidly as well. Heat 3 rolling down here as with sun starts to alleviate some of the shadows on the course. Here in Rotanafa, we've got lane 1, Tauranga Boys College, lane 2, Timaru Boys High School number 2, lane 3 is Wakatipu High School, lane 4 is Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu from Wellington, lane 5 is Wanganui Collegiate School, lane 6 is Wanganui High School, and lane 7 is Burnside High School. So a good showing from Te Aho. So Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu had a really good showing at the North Island Champs in the novice double here. And by a good showing, they got 4th. So good job there from the boys from Pounamu. But holy moly, someone has made their intentions incredibly clear out the front. And it might be Etherington and Lance. From Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu. On their left, Wakatipu seems to be the best of the rest in second place there. Hall and Henderson, but Etherington and Lance. Oh, actually, I might have got my darker colours mixed up there. Could be potentially the North Island Champs, that is too. The black and the blue. The bruising brothers of Wanganui Collegiate, Corcoran and Pa'a. Matthias and Toby. Doing great work here. So they're the North Island Champs, which makes a lot of sense. With the handle on rowings which they have, you can see the stroke seat there, doing a fantastic job of staying super loose around the front. Sometimes it's really easy just to kind of grab and go up into your shoulders and use your small muscles instead of your big muscles like your legs and your back. So credit to the stroke seat there. If my information's right here, Toby Corcoran. So very handy sculling there from a novice. Super smooth, flat, really driving his legs and swinging, not grabbing with his upper body. So great work there from Corcoran and Pa'a and the coaching staff. Tyler Scott and Dan McSweeney. Scott's Wanganui Collegiate old boy. I believe he's a teacher there now. So great to see him giving back to what is a very prestigious program there in Wanganui. We have Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu, I think potentially in second place, sitting on the left-hand lane there, Etherington and Lance. But just one to go through here for the boys novice double. Very cutthroat in these early rounds here. They've got placings 2 to 5 will go through to the repechage to try and find an alternate route from here to get into the final, because no one is running down Wanganui Collegiate here. Matthias and Toby, North Island champions, and looks like they've brought that form to the south as they try and conquer the whole country here in the boys under 18 novice double. So credit to Wanganui Collegiate. Great racing there as they'll go straight through to the A final and skip the repechage, so they have maybe a little bit more juice in the legs by the time the end of the week comes around. But in second place is Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu. So great racing from them in the novice double, seeing another new school coming through the grades. It's really good. On the left there, Wakatipu. They'll come through for the third spot. So those two guys those two boats, will qualify through. Hall and Henderson joining Etherington and Lance, going through the repechage. As the drone drags round and makes its way gliding over the beautiful glacial tones of this lake, Rotanafa. We have Heat 4, Lane 1, Kings High School from Dunedin, Lane 2, Maclean's College from Auckland, Lane 3, Cambridge High School, Lane 4 is Douglas Memorial College from New Plymouth, Lane 5 is John McGlashan from Dunedin, Lane 6 is Te Aho o Te Kura Pounamu number 2, and Lane 7 is St Peter's College out of Auckland. So under 18 novice double here. Final heat. First goes through lane 4, Francis Douglas Memorial, Jack Fuller, Oliver Colhasi, or Colhas, coached by Jason Williams and Gus Bergen. So the boys out of the sky blue and white of Clifton, pound for pound the best club at the national championships. They've brought some young fellas and young ladies down here to absolutely give these both novice doubles, because I know that they've got the Sacred Heart girls that won the North Islands and the novice, the girls version of this as well. So we've got a couple of Clifton crews in the boys and girls discipline doing a really good job coming down from Clifton and that Taranaki area. On their left hand side you've got the Cambridge boys, Sampson and Cobus, and then right on the inside it looks to be, I think they're about a lane over, so there might be a lane gap, so that could be King's High School out of Dunedin if I can't see anyone else to their left. Or it could be Maclean's College, Fahey, sorry, and Pecorin. Oh, but those blades look like they could belong to potentially. Yeah, actually, so that's the Francis Douglas are in second place, Fuller and Colhas. But in front it's the boy Johnny's, John McGlashan from Dunedin, my apologies, O'Brien and Colling. So coached by Georgia Clark and Lily Rawson, the young fellas from Dunedin, leading the way here in the last spot that will get an automatic qualification through to the final. They're about 2 lengths up on the boys from Taranaki, who are fighting a hard finishing. Looks to be potentially Kings from Dunedin. So you've got 2 Dunedin crews in the top 3 here. It's nice to see. But a good little battle for that second spot. Both of those crews will go through the repechage to compete to get into the A final here of the boys novice double. But out in front, not comfortably, but definitely out in front, is the Johnny's boys, John McGlashan College from Dunedin, O'Brien and Colling. See, those other crews, through their desperation, have kind of pushed back up onto those John McGlashan boys, but those John McGlashan boys have enough of a buffer here to run through to the line without being caught, I suppose, barring any catastrophe, would be the word. So coming down here, boys novice double, John McGlashan by almost clear water will make it through straight through to the final, joining 3 other of the boys there. So that's the boys novice double done for heats. And we're moving on to some bigger boats here. So our first lot introduction into the 8s for the day, or for the week. That privilege goes to the girls novice under 18-8. So again, first season of the sport, first 2 to final. So we'll see some hectic big boat racing here from these young women. Girls under 18-8 novice, St Margaret's College 2, lane 3 is Christchurch Girls High School, Rangiruru's Girls School number 4 from Christchurch, Dyson School from Auckland, St Peter's School from Cambridge, and Marlborough Girls College from Boomtown Blenheim. Rangiruru, the girls South Island champs. I think the North Island belong to the girls from the Tron, Ham girls. They'll be in the next one, but it's first 2 through in the novice racing here. Looks to be, Christchurch girls there, I believe. Second front from the far left, so 1, 2, 3 running across left to right on this angle. Christchurch girls giving Rangiruru a good run for their monies, being on top by about half a length actually. So Robertson, Bauman, Scrimmager, Mercer, Timo, Tucker, Shearer, Sullivan, the coxswain. An unreal coaching staff coming out of Christchurch Girls, and this group is led by Alice Drummond and Ruby Burge for the novices, so good on them. But they're just hitting the girls from Rangiruru, Young, Brooks, Harper, King, Johnston, Reeg potentially, Jones, Sheed and O'Connor. So 2 Christchurch schools looking eye to eye under 18 novice, top 2 going through. So barring any catastrophe, these girls would go through, but they've got diocesan just on their heels, so you don't want to be catching any crabs, which is a higher percentage to happen in your first year. So these novices will be having, the technical and the pushing hard are just as important as each other, but there's probably a higher percentage in these under 15 and novice groups that catastrophe could happen. Obviously, we hope that that never happens, but that is just the basis of when you're new to a sport. But Christchurch girls still hanging on, rating quite high, maybe overrating Rangiru a little bit. It's pretty impressive to see how they're ticking it along right now. But the navy blue and the red and the white of Christchurch girls, under 500 to run now in the first heat of 2, and the novice girls 8. Here's Rangi though. Rangi have got a really good program, obviously. They're one of the most dominant rowing programs in the history of our national secondary schools. And they are walking in this last 250s about to show up there on your far left. So as those boys change to yellow, Rangiruru really, you can see the heads tipping back on the drive, putting absolutely everything into that swing to try and get through the nemesis from Christchurch. But young Miss O'Connor there with the keys. In the coxswain seat there, Grace O'Connor, coached by Holly Lill and Bella Murray, so a couple of Avon girls that are quite good at what they do, so leading the way here for this novice group here with the yellow hats. Pretty iconic to go with the Rangiruru school badges, but they've just walked through Christchurch girls here. It's still just top 2 going through, but a great performance from Christchurch girls. They'll make the final as well, so they'll have another shot at that Rangi crew in the final. Rangi will have a little bit of a shot. We're not going to let you have it. You're going to have to walk through us. We're going to have to beat us rather than just be in front. So it's a good effort from Christchurch. They have another shot at them later in the week, but Rangiruru kept cool heads, and Sheed and Stroke Seat just whipped it up in that last 500 to really help the girls in behind her lay down the power, and they'll come through to win the first heat of the girls novice under 18-8. You can see it. Both of them are going through, but you can see the effort that it took to walk through that Christchurch girls crew. Even though they were both going through, they still wanted to win. Sometimes it's just that mentality of, you still didn't beat us sort of thing. So a lot of that does go into it, especially with, novices and young kids racing. A lot of mental stuff can be played. So if you've never beaten them before, it could be quite hard to believe that you can beat them. So Rangi get the win there. So we cast down, a little bit of more wind on the water right now, but nothing that should be upsetting to even these novices. I've got heat 2 of the girls novice 8. Epsom Girls Grammar in 2. Lane 3, St Margaret's College. Lane 4, Hamilton Girls High School number 1. They're the North Island champions. Rangiruru Girls School 2. And Waikato Dio. So Rangi got first and third at South Islands. So even this is the number 2 crew, Rangi rarely put out any duds in their 8s. So we'll keep an eye on them. But this is more of a lineup. Top 2 going through. Novice racing, this is great. 3 to 6 the repechage placings. But in lane 2 there, leading the way, it's the girls in the red and the white from the Kaipo and Waimakarere River. It's St Margaret's just on top of Rangiruru number 2. Down here in that South Island, those girls out of the Canterbury region, they're hard. They're hard to beat. We've got quite, I say we and big as a Canterbury person. We've got quite the programs that just eye each other up all season. St Margaret's, Christchurch girls, Marion, Avonside, Cashmere, they all just kind of just race each other all week, all year long, and it just brings out some battle-hardened young girls. But these girls from St Margaret's, Brock, O'Sullivan, Cathro, Drummond, Hanson, Blakely, Glengarry, Green, and Scotland, the Cox, coached by Sophie McCartan out of that really top-notch St Margaret's coaching squad. They've just got about a canvas up on Rangiruru number 2. Like I said, Rangiruru don't put out dud 8s, so here comes Maxwell, Ensor, Oliver, McFarlane, Long, Malone, Sheed, White, and Britt is barking orders. Again, Bella Murray and Holly Lill with the reins and the coaching staff there, doing a great job with their 2 young novice 8s. Third place there's Hamilton Girls High School fighting away, seeing if they can run down this group from Rangiruru number 2, but we saw that Rangiruru do have a nice finish. 500 to run. Nothing's out of the realm of possibility there with that Hamilton girls crew. They look like they're walking back a little bit now on that Rangi crew, so keep an eye on that. But also St Margaret's have pushed away to a quarter of a length now on Rangireru. So St Margaret's, the red and the white, Ian Smallman, the head coach there, along with a plethora of other head coach worthy coaches. So really putting in his idea of how to row with these novices, starting them off with a really good base, and he's got these girls humming along really nicely along with Sophie, who's in charge of them directly. Still though, just pushing out to quarter of a length over that Rangireru number 2. These guys are second and third at the South Island Champs, so they'll be very well versed in each other. Very familiar. Hamilton girls there, half a length down on the Rangireru number 2. The North Island champions coming down to Roa of Tanawha. Up against it here, against the 2 Christchurch schools, as St Margaret's is walking. They just pulled 2 seats in about 200 metres more, so they're about almost half a length up now. St Margaret's walking away from Rangireru number 2. The green, the red, the white on the boat there from St Margaret's. Hamilton girls, apologies. Hamilton girls, coached by Georgia King, former New Zealand athlete out of the Hawke's Bay Ryan Club, absolute weapon, alongside a young coaching staff out of Hamilton girls, doing a really good job this season. But here comes their charges, just in third place, working away. They've walked back a little bit on Rangireru, but they're going to have to a whole lot more to try and catch them in 100 metres. Hard to run down an 8 by now if you're beyond half a length behind. They'll get another shot in the rep though, and they'll come through. But St Margaret's have been so tough to just trying to keep ahead of this Rangi crew. They got out by about almost half a length, about 200 metres. But here comes the Rangi again, just like the heat before. St Margaret's will hold on to first though. They'll beat Rangireru number 2, and both of those crews will go through to the A final of the girls novice double. Unfortunately for Hamilton girls and the likes of, from the outside, getting a little caught up, Waikato Dial, they'll have to go through along with Epsom Girls Grammar to the Ripper Chargers to find their way to the final. Sweet, and we've got some parade highlights coming through now, just a little bit of an experience prior to the Māori Cup beginning.
Tomorrow the race face is on, but today it's all about the Aon Regatta Parade. 2,000 athletes and their mascot celebrating school pride.
Play my favorite song right back on top. Yeah. Music bumping, we just
we are big and we're blue and we're coming for all of you.
no, we never stop. Shake, shake, shake your honey.
We've got our big swan with the crown on it because we're going to win. And we've got flames because we just need some flames.
Go with
Wanganui High School, up the swamp!
Slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine like a star.
Up the singles. Yes! And then the top is Karapira with all the marquees at the top, and we've got all our handprints on the side.
He's our club mascot. He's been our club mascot for 2 years running now. He's actually pretty light.
You're going to be able to carry him for 750 metres?
Oh yeah, no problem. He'll be up there for the whole time.
Music pumping, we just keep on rolling. Never stop. Shake, shake, shake your body till the morning. Let me hear you sound ready. Come on, now slide, slide, slide to the bar. Shine, shine, shine.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff coming through from the Māori Parade there. So we're just going through a quick replay of the first under-17 boys out. First two to final. First out there in the big impact of the black and white. You can see of Christ College coming through and just nudging the under-17 8 champs from the North Island. So Christ got second in the south, St. Peter's. So we have Christ College won the first heat at 6:04.45. St. Peter's got second at 6:06. Hamilton boys get third with 6:09. And now we're going straight into heat 2. We got Christ College number 2, St. Thomas's Canterbury, Westlake boys, St. Bede's, Christchurch boys and Sacred Heart out of Auckland, and leading the way there right in the middle of the field looks to be the big red and black boat of the South Island champions, St. Bede's College. So the defending Māori Cup champions here, but this is their under-17 edition of the of the boys from St. Bede's. So we've got Van Herel, Gera, Dooley, Cornane, O'Sullivan, Cowan, Geeney, O'Sullivan and Duff leading the way there from the buoys from the Waimakariri River. And they're looking through got a nice wee tandem there in 2 and 3, so the far left, so number 2 and 3, second from the left and third from the left. And then coming through, this is top 2, so this is close. Coming from the far side though, you've got Christchurch boys holding off charging Auckland Sacred Heart, so you've got McPherson there, the coxswain for Christchurch boys is going to be on it because here comes the boys from Auckland Sacred Heart, Shaq, the Shark boys. Slater, he's chanting, and then don't discount the boys right in the middle, Westlake from the North Shore, Veldum, his coxswain, he's got to make sure he's on it, but it looks like Christchurch boys might just get out of it. Running out of steam, that's the one, Christchurch boys. So they just held off charges from Sacred Heart and Westlake, but it's going to be a Canterbury Christchurch 1-2 with St. Bede's and Christchurch boys going through here in heat 2 of the boys 17-8. Fast, very fast stuff from these boys under 17 on a relatively slower course here at Ruataniwha with the cold water. But the South Island champs and the second place from the South Island winning both of those heats with Christ and St. Bede's getting through. So a nice quick introduction after that Māori Parade video as we swing back to our racing here. Next up is the girls under 17 quad. First two going through as well here. Now we've got the silver medalist from the South Island in Kashmir. And we've got the champions from the North Island and St. Peter's School there in lane 4. So some quick racing there from the boys 8s, followed up by some even quicker, I'd say, here from the girls quads. Or just as quick, I should say. But the girls 17 quad here. James Hargis from Invercargill, Barradine from Auckland, Dyson's School from Auckland, St. Peter's from Cambridge, Cashmere from Christchurch, Burnside from Christchurch, Southland Girls High School from Invercargill, obviously, and Cromwell from Cromwell. Heat 1, girls 17 quad. Top 2 to semi-final. 3 to 5 to Ripperchard. So you've got a semi-final here for this under 17 girls quad, so a ton of entries because we've got 5 heats, which is just, I know it's Māori and I know we have this a lot, but it's still so impressive to see the amount of people, the amount of entries that some of these events have. Dun, 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 dun. So South Island champs at Twizel, we won't see them until heat 3, but Kashmir, these same 4 girls, Wynnum, Higgins, Clare and Murdy, they won the under 18 quad at South Islands. So they'll have a lot of speed on board here, but they're being met with some resistance from the girls from St. Peter's. Davison, McClintock, Barnard, Henry and Gronwall. Norman Charlton, a legend in the Cambridge rowing and New Zealand rowing community, heading that St. Peter's program. And the boys, Joe Young, Matt Allen, heading up the Kashmir program in charge of this Kashmir girls quad here. A couple of under 16s, I believe, in that Kashmir quad, so doing really well to step up a grade and race these top girls from Cambridge. A lot of length from that St. Peter's crew. Lot of length. That's really nice. Big swing, big finish. You see they're getting their shoulders right back. They've got a nice rhythm off the back as well. Hit drive, big swing, a lot of length from those Cambridge girls, but they're also not, like, with all that length, they're not rating particularly low, which is really good to see. So they're keeping on top while holding a lot of length, and that generally means fast boats. So St. Peter's doing a really good ground wall in the stroke seat, sorry, not the stroke seat, the coxswain seat, just in the cockpit at the far left of your screen, and the boats, they just sit like sleeved into the boat almost, and they'll just steer it from there with like ropes on either side of the boat. Sometimes you have like a joystick in the middle that can steer the boat, the rudder, that's connected down just in front of the stroke seat. But a really good work here, because that's the South Island and North Island champs going up against each other, and so it'd be a nice feather in the cap going through to the semi-final for those St. Peter's girls, knowing that they're not that they wouldn't know that their speed is justified from the North Island, but just to come into Māori and just to quell some nerves a little bit, to know that they are fast and they are on track against the Cashmere crew here. But Cashmere's still sitting pretty comfortably in there in second place. Doesn't look like they're pushing it at all. So they've taken it down before the 500 to go mark. So it's quite a statement from that Cashmere crew. They'll be having a few races this week with some competitive, like we had the girls under 18 double has a quarter final and a semi-final. So Joe will just be looking down the week a little bit and looking to conserve his girls' energy a little bit. So when they get to the finals, they have plenty of juice in the legs. But a stellar performance coming from the girls from Cambridge, the light blue and the red quarters of St. Peter's School. Bit of an institution in the sporting stakes these days, with quite the setup and facilities at their school. But they've always been pretty onto it with this rowing stuff. So it's been Norm Charlton for a long time, along with his daughter Janie, who's now involved with the Row New Zealand setup, making that machine work and trying to get us to the pinnacle of world rowing. But she was a long time head coach at the St. Peter's School, guided them to some tremendous victories through the years. So here comes another group coming through in the under 17 girls quad, with Davison, McClintock, Barnard and Henry and Grunwald leading the way here in Heat 1 of the girls under 17 quad. Cashmere from Christchurch doing well in the maroon and gold stripes, just kind of cruised in the last maybe 600 to 700. Had that second spot sewn up quite comfortably, so they've just been cruising, just saving their legs a little bit for the rest of the week. Still only like maybe 2.5 lengths down, so that's something to watch going forward, because a final can produce quite a lot. And great racing down on the inside there. Looks like to potentially be Barradine just up on Diocesan School for girls. And then second from the far, well, it looks like to be maybe Southland girls potentially. Maybe Burnside actually. You see the wind picking up a little bit here. Looks to be a slight tail potentially. So there should be no complaints from the rowers here, with a little bit of faster times at the end of the season to see how fast they truly are. Just quickly, that sorry, that boys under 17.8. Christ's won the first one in 6:04. St. Bede's won the second one in 6:01, with an 8-second advantage over Christchurch boys. So hell of a statement from Dale's boys there in the under 17 quad. It was a move to Heat 2 of the girls under 17 quad. So the under 17.8 for those boys. Under 17 quad there for the girls. More college and school. Lane 7, Takapuna Grammar. And lane 8 is Southland Girls High School. Iona 3rd in the north, Marion 4th in the south. So a little bit of speed coming here. You see there's a crew very much head and shoulders above at the moment here in Heat 2. First through to the semi-final, so they've still got another race before they can make the final here in the girls 17 quad. Actually, if you're quite far away, but it looks to be potentially I have to count back a little bit here. Potentially That's Marion College from Christchurch. Brignall, Peterson, Penrose, Stewart and Icon. Doing a fantastic job. So there we go. The navy blue and the red halves. Marion actually just moved their campus in Christchurch, right alongside, just across the road from St Bede's actually. They were more in the inner city and they've just moved out to a bigger campus. So the school's expanding and the Marion College program has been doing really well in the last couple of years, picking up a couple of Māori medals last year and a few South Islands this year. So great work from the Marion College coaching staff. Izzy Crowther in charge of this crew here. So they're out in front, top two going through, but great job from the girls from Christchurch and Marion College. To their right will be the second place crew, will be Iona College out of the Hawke's Bay. Richie, Winhager and Carney. And Tizard is the coxswain, sorry. Some familiar names there, Matt Lawson and Mike Tralvetta for the coaching staff. Tralvetta's daughter Julia, a hell of a single sculler back in her day, a lightweight single sculler. So unsurprising that he keeps the tradition going here with Iona College and the Hawke's Bay girls from the Magpie country. To the right of Iona College though, not having it all their own way, would be Hillcrest High School from Hamilton, but potentially, no, that's actually, I've got my ones running the wrong way, sorry. That's Hillcrest holding off Cambridge High School for third and fourth, my apologies. That crew Iona's quite clearly in second, but that's the battle for third and fourth. They'll both of those crews potentially right now going through to the repechage. Yeah, really good effort there, sorry, for those girls from Marion, winning by, that is gapped out to almost 4 lengths, 4.5, maybe 5, but an ocean of clear water there. But great racing here from those girls from Cambridge. They've actually walked back through, the girls from Hillcrest. Second place is going to go to Iona College out of Hawke's Bay Rowing Club in East Coast, and then third is going to be the Cambridge girls. So Cambridge High School, Pickford, Jenna, Muir, Frethi and Peacock. Just edging out Hillcrest, David, Radford, Cloak, Tulanga and Duncan. So those two schools be going through to the repechage for their shot at the A final. Right now though, we're going to be scanning back down to 3. And heat 3 is going to consist of St Hilda's out of Dunedin, Waitaki Girls, Tauranga Girls College, Twizel Area School, Hamilton Girls, Barradine from Auckland, Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton, and St Cuthbert's. So St Cuthbert's with their second full year. Oh, sorry. I think I'm looking here. I might have a scratching, unfortunately. We'll see what happens when we come down and see the race for itself. But Twiles are the South Island champions. I was looking through here. Yeah, South Island. We've got Waitaki Girls showing a bit of speed. St Hilda's as well, with the potential there, but just top 2 going through. We've got quite clearly a couple out there. It looks like maybe the green and the black band there of Twizel Area School could be leading the way. It's Thine, Mason, Henderson and Bakey, the coxswain. Up on their right, Hamilton Girls High School, Buchanan, Morley, Middlemiss, Todd, coxed by Sam Gardner. Coached by your boy, Ben Kersop. But great work here from the South Island champions and the locals. There's many locals here. They spend a lot of time down here from Christchurch, from Dunedin, from Timaru and all sorts, but these are the locals. Twizel Area School. Picked up a gold in the girls' club double up north, so unsurprising that they're bringing that sort of talent and speed here. Kelvin Maker, Sarah Henderson doing a great job again this year with this young Twizel group that's coming through. And they're leading the way here, top 2 to semi. So Hamilton Girls and Twizel doing the job so far. Hamilton Girls having quite a resurgence, quite a few people coming through this year. Big group, brought a big group down. So great to see another school developing along under the guise of former New Zealand athletes. But that'll be your top 2 to qualify for the straight through to the next round of the semi-finals here for the girls under 17 quad. on a day that looks like the wind's just starting to make its presence known here on Lake Ruataniwha. Nothing too crazy right now, which is good, but let's all knock on all the wood to make sure it stays that way. Twizel Area School. Thine, Mason, Henderson, Bakey. I have unfortunately caught a little bit of water. Some dirty strokes leading down to the line. They'll still make it through quite clearly in first place, but maybe a little bit of a fright for Kelvin, a fright for the girls, but the girls still make it through, so no harm, no foul. They'll go through to the semi-final just up on Hamilton Girls High School. Third place there looks to be Tauranga Girls College, and they'll be joined by Barradine, I believe, out here. And then going sweeping back into the inside, Waitaki Girls. Looks like they'll be joining them to go through for repecharge time to try and make that semi-final for Girls 17 quad. Beauty. Another drone switch here for the boys at Altitude HD, getting the job done. So he goes to the start line camera. As Heat 4 is almost, they're just at the K now, Heat 4. So that's Lane 1, Marion College number 2. Lane 2 is Villa Maria College from Christchurch. Lane 3, St Hilda's from Dunedin. Lane 4, Dunstan High School from Alexandra. Lane 5, another crew from Hamilton Girls High School. Lane 6 is St Peter's School number 2 from Cambridge. And Lane 7 is Gisborne Girls High School. So Dunstan bringing a bit of that sculling pedigree here, taking out the 2 senior quads at the national championships, along with a gargantuan amount of other sculling medals as well. But so here they are here in the under 17 edition of a quad for the girls. They were 3rd in the South Island. We've got St Peter's as well. Another group from St Peter's coming through. So we've got 2 quads for Hamilton Girls and St Peter's and Marion. So great work there from those schools, putting out 2 under 17 quads, giving plenty of racing to a lot of girls. I got I'd say about 750 to run, judging by the start line photo. They're the race just up ahead of this one, immediately in your vision on the foreground. So we'd be looking at maybe St Hilda's, Dunstan, to come through and make their claims for their top 2 as we readjust our view. Coming from that Dunstan squad, I'm just going to jump the gun maybe a little bit here. Nelson, O'Doherty, King and Bryant, pretty familiar names to the South Island girls and coaches down here. Obviously Simon Smith and Kane, the coxswain. We've got Natalie Wilson and Simon Smith in tandem working with these girls in the 17 quad. Looks to their left could be the girls from Dunedin, St Hilda's, who were 5th in the South Island, so they'll be familiar with each other. Castles, Cockburn, Garden, Whiteside and McGregor the coxswain, coached by Jazz McIntosh again. But out in front, actually, if we're counting right, it could be lane 3, so St Hilda's leading the way. As you can see, it's the amount of people in general that have just descended upon the Mackenzie Basin. This is a very light sprinkling that you see on the bank right now. By the time we roll on the finals, that's going to be a whole lot of, you're not going to see much grass on that bank. No, but out in front is the girls from Dunstan. That's the red with the 2 under 17 quad. Just astounding the amount of numbers that comes through from someone that's coming from more club rowing myself. It's just insane that almost every event that's not an 8 or an octi has, 4 to 5 to 6 heats. But here we go, heat 5 on your screen now. Girls 17 quad, Otago Girls High School, Wanganui Collegiate, Wakatipu High School, St Paul's Collegiate of Hamilton, Diocesan School for Girls number 2 from Auckland, Wanganui High School, The Swamp in 6, and Queen Margaret College from Wellington. Looking through, you can see there, fourth from your left, smack bang in the middle, lane 4, St. Paul's Collegiate. They were second in the North Islands. And Brangwyn, Dunn, Church, Saville and Isaac, some familiar names coming through there. Morgan Blind, I apologise. Roy Pickard as well. Morgan just coming back from her stint at rowing at Harvard. Radcliffe, women's Harvard program. So it's good to have her back delving into the coaching trade with all her experience in one of the top universities for rowing, like one of the iconic rowing venues of the Ivy League there in Harvard and Boston, on the Charles. On the right of the St. Paul's crew, those Dyston School for Girls. Dunlop, Maxwell, Thompson, Tooman and Self. And Self is definitely not talking to herself as the coxswain there. She's talking to her crew along with Franklin Hamilton, and Casper Hammond. So good group coming through from Dyston School for Girls. Navy with the red, usually with the red caps, all identical. They're sitting in second place. But St. Paul's with the iconic bumblebee look, doing the business right now. Ooh, with more dirty strokes. We've got a bit of a lost handle there from the St. Paul's girl bow seat. She's regained it so well. That was actually really impressive. For an under 17 to lose her all completely, have the blade at the wrong end of the, the blade on one end and the handle away from her, when it's usually the opposite, to regain that quickly and get back into the rhythm. That's extremely commendable. So great job there from the St. Paul's. I'd have to just guess that it's Frederica Saville. So, you make the mistake, but she just completely got it back quickly with her blade in the opposite direction of where it normally is. So, to catch the dirty water like that, switch around, Frederica, that's credit to you and credit to the coaches from keeping you calm, I guess. Or, I don't know, you definitely don't train that sort of stuff, but that's some great work from the St. Paul's lot. They're up by 3 lengths or so over the Dyston School for Girls, who are fending off a charge coming from Wakatabu High School, Arlett, Clark, Andrew, Makatamni, and Dees, the coxswain. So quick finish here coming from the girls from Queenstown and Lake Hayes. But down to the line, St. Paul's take the victory here. They'll go straight through to the semi-final. Sigh of relief from Frederica in the bow seat. Dyston School hold on for a quarter of a length win, or quarter of a length up on Wakatapu High School. They'll go through to the repechage with, it looks like, if they're that close, a pretty good shot of making the A final. So hopefully those Wakatapu girls, apologies, keep their confidence through that rep series that's about to come up. Yeah. Coming up next is the boys under 15 Octi. As per New Zealand school regulation or school sport regulations, we cannot show the visuals of this race. I'll do my best radio commentary to expand on what is happening in the heat here of the boys under 15 Octi and the girls under 15-4 that is to follow that. But in Heat 1 of the boys under 15 Octi is Otago Boys High School. We've got St. Peter's College out of Auckland, Hamilton Boys High School, St. Kentigern's out of Auckland, St. Paul's out of Hamilton, and Christ College of Christchurch, number 2 that is in Christ College. We've got Hamilton Boys of the North Island champs going up against Christ number 2, actually got 4th at the South Island, so this shouldn't be too dissimilar. We've got St. Kent's also lurking by the looks of it, but it's the big red boat and the black and red quarters of Hamilton Boys leading the way by half a length over the blue and white of St. Kentigern. So down to the line we've got about almost 250 to run now, but it's Hamilton Boys up by half a length. Oh, it's shortening up though. The St. Kentigern's boys are fighting hard and coming back well. 250 to run there actually from the Hamilton Boys. They're up by half a length. You got the bow ball sitting on the 4-man of the Hamilton Boys crew. The Hamilton Boys, McLean, Calland, Rillstone, Bourne, Gamble, Lanham, Dryden, Mairoa, and Arnold the coxswain up against St. Kitts, Dowling, Newbert, Rickard, Wallace, Peebles, Simons, Sargent, Jancies, and McRoby is the coxswain. So great fight here from the boys from St. Kitts, but it's Hamilton Boys, the North Island champions, are just sitting a little bit pretty out in front. Nice aggressive rowing from those Hamilton boys, sitting quite tall, long in the arms. You can see the aggression going in off the front in standard Hamilton boys fashion, really getting a hold of it, making no doubt about it when they get their blades in that they're going to get working. Robin Clark, bit of a legend. She's handling these boys under 15s. She has been doing it for a long time now, so unsurprising to see Hamilton boys dominate again in this Octi field. St Kitts will join them, going straight through to the final, so good work from the boys from Auckland. And the rest will go through the repechage with St Paul's just hitting St Peter's College of Auckland to go through to the repechage. That's Heat 1. Heat 2 of the under 15 Octi will consist of Auckland Grammar, Tauranga Boys College, Christ College No. 1, Marlborough Boys College, Glendowie College and Christchurch Boys High School. South Island champions Christ College. Marlborough Boys are also up there around sniffing that gold at the South Islands too, with the just ahead of Stack and Christ. So I don't see any Stack crews as of yet. It looks like it's the Marlborough Boys. Boys will be going up against. Oh, and as I say that, right on the inside, it's the big gold line of Auckland Grammar. Hunter, Annan, Riley, maybe. Deercourt, Huxford, McCain, Cameron, Zhang, and Taylor from Hamilton. Oh, sorry, from Hamilton. What an insult in terms of these boys from Auckland Grammar. It's in their name. Are way up in the gold boat. So credit to them. They're way up on the South Island champions. Christ's College sitting in the middle. Gardner, Lashalls, Gubb, Payne, Parfitt, Ferguson, Blakely, Haddon, Simpson. But it's the navy and the gold, the iconic line on the front. Auckland Grammar, home of Matt McDonald and Jack Reddy, two elite rowers in our system. Matt McDonald, of course, an Olympic champion in the men's 8 with stroke seat. And he'll be stoked to see his young chargers with a clean pair of heels with 500 to go, about 3 lengths up on the next challenges, which would be right on the immediate right would be Tauranga Boys College. Soper, Adam, Brown, Fairweather, Muller, Kale, Locke, Bartlett and Coatsworth with the ropes. A great job here from the boys from Auckland. Stroke seat looking super composed. Looks like he's got a pretty good handle on what he's doing there, so no wonder he's in stroke seat. You've got some long limbs in the middle there, working hard with the power in the middle. But that stern 4 in particular from that Auckland Grammar boat looked really polished. That looks like they've got a really good handle on what they're doing, so credit to the coaches up there in Auckland Grammar, in particular Ashley Richards and Harry Ashby, looking after these young guns coming through. So looking super clean and not like really jobbly water, but enough to, you know, we've seen a couple of crabs and a couple of lost oars in the last couple of races, so these boys are handling it, you know, in stride, which is a really impressive feat. But yeah, nice rhythm from that Auckland Grammar crew. Long arms, speed into the water's good. They look composed. Doesn't look like the water's getting to them at all. Doesn't look like there's many mistakes. Fingers crossed. Don't commentator curse that. In the second place, though, it is top 2 going through. I keep on mumbling along, but it's Tauranga Boys College holding off the white and the black from Christ's College. So Tauranga Boys doing a great job. So Coatsworth, he's under 100 to go here right now. They're about canvas up on Christ's College. So Tauranga Boys leading Christ's College to the South Island champs by a canvas. Auckland Grammar, you can say goodbye to them. They'll sew up one spot. Here comes Christ's College, though. It's half a canvas now. Coming down to the line. Have Christ's College got enough turn of pace to run down Tauranga Boys College? But here it comes. Down to the line, Tauranga Boys College are going to hold on by a canvas over Christ's College. So Tauranga move immediately through to the final to join Auckland Grammar, Hamilton Boys and St Kennegans. So great racing there for the under 15 Octies. And we're just going to move into some people that have helped us run the regatta.
Good luck to NBC down at Marty Cup. Make sure you don't lose to those Hamilton boys.
Good luck, Wellington girls. Crush it, girls.
Shout out to King's College. All the best at Marty.
Go Christchurch Girls High School.
Go around your college. Dubsy hoorah. Yeah, shout out to St. Ken's. Dad and Uncle Road there. Go hard, Marty.
Let's go, Napier Girls High School.
Go Villa. Good luck. Go Epsom. Backing you.
Good luck at King's College this weekend.
Hamilton Boys 2024 Marty Cup champions.
Good luck to Christchurch Girls High. Yeah.
Good luck, Marlborough Boys and St Andrews College.
Hi, George Perry. Good luck, Tauranga Boys College.
Good luck, Hamilton Boys High School. Bring it home.
Let's go, Otago boys. Up the hoops.
Let's go, Auckland Grammar.
Stack. Let's go, boys. South Island champs. Up the thistle.
They want to grab that automatic qualification. Waitaki Girls High School got some work to do out there in lane 5 if they want to chase that down. Then we go outside of them to Christchurch Girls High School. So Waitaki is Jenna, Emily, Bridget, Tessa and Brianna Kingan as the Cox. Christchurch Girls High School 2, Yvain, Rosie, Evie, Greta and Greta. Greta Brokenshire the Cox. Avonside Girls just out there in lane 7, Kate, Alyssa, Olivia, Brooke and Ruby Keane. But Cambridge leading it down in their mix of blues and gold strip as they head down in lane 4. Probably out to 3 lengths now, that would be the advantage, and nice push it was as we picked it there for Dysson. They've now got a boat, or they're just about clear of Barradine. Whakatipu in lane 1 just pulling up right alongside Barradine, but they're both going to have to work hard to get up towards Dysson, otherwise it's going to be Repechage City. It's the other side of Cambridge High School we go, and it's just between Waitaki, who are just ahead of Christchurch Girls High School, but it's the Northern Cruise, Dysson and Barradine. Just starting to move a wee bit away from Whakatipu. Just on the outside though, Waitaki haven't given up. You can see them nosing into contention. They've got 500 metres left to run to make a difference. Cambridge have got this well under control. Out into 3 lengths now, being well guided down the course by Jack Charlton, the Cox. The coaches there, Carl and Liss, will be pretty happy with what they're seeing so far here on day 1 of Aon Mardi Cup Regatta here at Lake Ruataniwha. And this is the first heat of the girls under 15 Cox 4, race 52, brought to you by Mobile Twizel. And we just see Dysson still continuing to work hard there in lane 2. Inside of them is Barradine. 1 and 2 to go through. Dysson have got under control at the moment. They've just got to watch that Waitaki crew out there in lane 5. Could sneak through on them. They've got a lot of experience on this lake. But the North Island champions are leading the rest of the crews down, bringing Dysson with them. Second heat is underway, just going through 500 metres now, heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. This is impressive from Cambridge High School, laying down a marker. What a great shot there of them in their sweeping, isn't it fantastic? So 3 boat lengths now. They've extended on Dawson and are still working hard. Dawson are just starting to clear well away from the remaining crews. They'd have a length and a half back to Whakatipu, but Barradine would be ahead of Whakatipu. So it looks like we'll get through to the heat, straight through to the A final. Will be Cambridge High School. This stage taking Barradine with them. It's going to be the rest of them through to a repechage. Just a little bit of splash coming off some of the blades. Wee bit of a breeze out there, just putting a little bit of ripple on the water. But still fantastic conditions here for the first day of this regatta. In and out together nicely. Swinging nicely as a crew is this Cambridge unit. And they've got about half a dozen strokes to get them down to take the buzzer. Just closing up towards the end of here, Dawson pulling well away from Barradine, and then Whakatipu. Whakatipu will finish 4th. Then we'll go across on the outside to Waitaki Girls High School. It will be Avonside Girls finishing out there in 7th will be next, and then we come back inside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. First heat through, girls under 15, Cox 4. Second heat makes its way through to the 1,000 metre mark, being led down here by Hamilton Girls High School in lane number 5. Just outside of Hamilton Girls is St Margaret's College. So in lane 1, this is the second heat of the girls under 15 Cox 4, race 53, Craighead Dawson School number 1. That's sitting down there in lane 1. Lane 2, Nelson College for Girls 1. Lane 3, it's Westlake Girls High School 1. Lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. In lane 5, Hamilton Girls High School number 1, and they're leading. St Margaret's College 1 is there in lane 6. And then we look at lane 7, which would be Tauranga Girls High School, Girls College number 1.
Beauty, back to it. Girls under 15-4, heat 2. Lane 1, Craigie Dawson from Timaru. Lane 2, Nelson College for Girls. Lane 3, Westlake Girls High School. Lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School. Lane 5 is Hamilton Girls High School. Lane 6, St Margaret's. And lane 7 is Tauranga Girls College. So as previously mentioned, I'll mention again, New Zealand school sports regulations. We don't show the visuals for under 15 races here. So I will do my best to paint a picture with my voice, essentially. But we've got first 2 going straight through to the A final. We've already got a crew out and about by themselves, and that looks to be potentially Hamilton Girls High School. Yeah, Hamilton Girls, Ross, Opie, Nichols, Portima, and Hill. They're out front there, right over in the midst of the inside though. Craighead, Dyson, Callahan, Moffat, Pearson, Seymour, and Westgarth is the Cox. But right now it's the girls from Hamilton, from the Tron, led by a wee group of former New Zealand rowers and young people in general. Georgia King, Ben Kersoff, Kelsey Walters, and Charlie Rogerson doing predominantly the work out there, helping the Hamilton Girls squad come down here. But they've got 250 to run now, and Hamilton Girls are up. So Caitlin Ross, Georgia, Opie, Sarah Kate Nicholas, Mia Portimer, and Tiana Hill Brown as the coxswain. Looking fairly rapid out there, not really settling anytime soon, that's for sure. They're up, they're on top, they've got their towels up and they're going for it. So really attacking each stroke, which is good to see. Nice long arms, leg speed looks good. It's not too bad there from Georgia King's crew. Former Māori Cup winner herself, and some single sculls. Under 100 now for the Hamilton girls, and they'll get a win here in the girls novice double. What am I looking at? Girls 15-4. Sorry, not novice, but probably. High likelihood that these girls are all novices anyway, but they're up by a few lengths. Craigie Dyer down there from Timaru, fighting off pushes from, will look to be St Margaret's down here closest to us. Christchurch girls in the middle. Christchurch girls just going to come up short, unfortunately. But so Callahan, Moffat, Pearson, Seymour, and Westgarth from Craighead, Dyer, and Timaru. Dean and Vicky in charge of them. So there's top 2 going through to the A final here in the 15 girls 4. And in heat 3, as we'll soon turn our attention to, it's the last heat of the girls 4s. And we've got St Margaret's number 2, Gisborne Girls High School, Samuel Marsden from Wellington, Wellington Girls College from Wellington, Columba College from Dunedin, and Ashburton College from Ash Vegas. So that Christchurch Girls crew were the South Island champions. That's a good work from Hamilton Girls High School, who were 4th at North Island, so good turnaround. Like I said, there's plenty that can happen in this sphere of secondary school rowing from one regatta to the next, even from a whole week of racing. If you're racing multiple times a day, there's a lot you can discover about your rowing through that time, being constantly exposed to these things. So these girls, being very young, can find out a lot about how to move a boat or how to row the boat better with each other from just a week of rowing. And so the scale of how they, increase their skills and stuff goes a lot faster when you're young. So you make gains very quickly when you're young, and then they kind of peter out as you go, and you have to work harder for them. So a lot to be gained from just even 1 week, especially a race week at the end of your season. But out in front here, as I waffle on, is Samuel Marsden leading the way, with Hill, Fitzgerald, Stinson, Bonifant, and Sharp as the coxswain. They're up in the first place. Second place looks to be closest to us. It looks like to be the Columba College with that former Otago uni boat potentially. The blue fading into white with Sayer, Brennan, Smith, Petty and Paul is the coxswain. They're in second, battling closest, best of the rest. Might be far on the inside. Potentially that St Margaret's squad of Kennedy, Letton, Kamuhangeri. I'm definitely butchered that, and I apologise to Leona. Annabelle Glengarry and Sarah Farrell is the coxswain. Sophie McCartney in charge of that one again, so she's had a good stage. She had a win with the Novice Girls 8 earlier on. Now she's back here trying to get this under 15 girls 4 into the top 2 to go through to the final. But right now it looks pretty sewn up with Samuel Marsden from Wellington and Columba College from Dunedin. So good win there from Samuel Marsden. Hill, Fitzgerald, Stinson and Bonifant, Sharp with the ropes there in the coxswain seat. They'll go through to the final, and they're going to be joined by the girls from Dunedin and Columba. Sayer, Brendan, Smith, Petty and Paul. So great job from those two squads as we now move on to some of the premier events here, the boys under 18 quad.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Straight back to it. Like I said, 4 minute intervals for these racing today because we've got a ton of races to get through. But next up, we've got the boys under 18 quad. First 2 to semi. So that speaks, we've got 5 heats. That's unreal. But under 18 quad straight away. So we've got Bayfield, Mount Aspiring, Christchurch Boys, Wanganui High School, I believe. No, Wanganui Collegiate, sorry. John McGlashan, St Peter's College 2 and Takapuna. Leading this race in here, looks to the boys from Dunners, John McGlashan, O'Meara, Hamilton, Lowe, Karen and Seib, potentially. They're going to take the first win. just up on Wanganui Collegiate. Hannacombe, Poulton, Weyburn, Corcoran and Walker. So those boys from John McGlashan have been doing really well. They went up to North Islands in their double, I believe, with Lowe and Amira. I'm not sure if the whole quad went up. I suppose they would have. And they've been going really well. So it's unsurprising that they take the first win here to go straight through to the semi-final for the boys under 18 quad. And we'll be looking for... There's a few candidates rolling around here for this boys 18 quad that have some great skill. No less than their group coming through now. Heat 2, Twizel Area School. Lane 2 is Gisborne Boys High School. Lane 3 is Otago Boys High School number 3. So that's impressive. They've got 3 boats. 4 is Tauranga Boys College. 5 is St Paul's Collegiate. 6 St Andrews College from Christchurch. And lane 7 is Nelson College for boys. St Paul's getting a 4th at the North Island. Otago Boys with a 5th. Tauranga Boys with the 5th. Some crews here should be around the same speed, more or less. But as I say that, way out on the outside here, Gardner, Bolton, Hefferman, Good and Tavendale. Mr. William Tavendale on the coxswain seat there is the Scottish boys from Christchurch. St Andrews leading the way here. Heat 2 of the under 18 quad, well up on what looks to be potentially Tauranga Boys College, I believe. Smith, McConaughey, Bircham, Lunenburg and Burrell. So McConaughey was the under 17 single champ last year. Under 18, he's had a pretty good season with his single. So here he is with his mates in the quad. They're fending off a charge now as St Paul's are moving up alongside them. St Paul's are now even with Tauranga Boys College. St Paul's consisting of Plymouth, King, Fairweather, Allison and Cropper, the coxswain. As well as, not to be denied, on the inside there would be Gisborne Boys High School. So Gizzy Boys also travelling quite well right on the inside. Mackay, Mason, Clark, Wiley and Sparrow. But there's a battle here. Top 2 going through. St Andrews has one spot way out in front, but it's here right now. St Paul's and Tauranga Boys. Bay of Plenty and Waikato going toe-to-toe. They're exchanging blows as they go through. Bow ball switching sides to second and first as the momentum switches. But St Paul's now. St Paul's moving. Pushing away, they're at half a canvas now. Great move in the last 250 from St Paul's. Does Tauranga have a response? It's not looking likely as of right now. St Paul's, the Bumblebees pulling away. Martin Simmons-Sally, the head coach there. He knows quads. St Andrews crosses, they go through, and St Paul's to join. So the Saints get the 1-2. Andrews and Paul to go through to the semi-final of the under 18 quad. Great finish from St Paul's to nick that second spot out from under Tauranga Boys. Unfortunately, they'll have to go through the repechage to get through to the A final of this under 18 quad. Coming up next, like I said, fast and furious here with under 3 of the under 18 quad up on McLean's College, quite clearly in second. So those are the 2 top spots wrapped up to go through to the semi-final. We have, who's that right in the shoulder there, McLean's College, Shirley Boys High School, just narrowly up on, which potentially could be Scott's College, because I know that they have a abundance of black boats at Scott's College, so that could be them on the inside through the silhouette of the sunshine here on Ruataniwha. But out in front, a familiar sight of Wakatipu High School. John Morrison, the coach of this lot. Extremely prominent down here in the south, obviously being one of the top schools at the South Island Championships, winning the overall points trophy, and then being really high up last year with a massive shift from a lot of girls and boys from that school at the Mighty Cup. The likes of Key and King Smith, these guys here, White, Small, Trigidger and Watson, all prominent names that have been performing the last couple of years, so look forward to seeing what they can produce in the semi-final and hopefully the A-final for them. McLean's College just kind of jauntily coming down here to claim their second spot to also go through to the semi-final. That's a little bit of nerves off their back, so they'll be able to chill out a little bit now and rest up for a little bit of extra juice in the leagues by the time the semi-finals come around. So great racing there from the Lake Hayes bound Wakatipu group and Maclean's College, who largely row out of St George and Auckland rowing clubs, I think, dominantly of where they've come from. Might be a bit rusty on my Auckland allegiances. Here's Heat 4, the under-18 boys quad. We've got James Hargis out of Invercargill in 2. Lane 3 is Wanganui Collegiate 2. Lane 4, St Peter's College out of Auckland. Lane 5, Westlake Boys High School. Lane 6, Auckland Grammar High School. And Lane 7, Otago Boys. Casting my eye through St Peter's North Island champs. 3 in from the far side, so that looks like them. Pretty on brand with the St Peter's quads. With Barron, Shanahan, Bentley, Hyde and Wag. That's some lead they've got there with 500 to run. They're up by about 3.5 lengths, 3 lengths or so. Clearwater up on their right would be Westlake Boys, Howden War, Stewart, Tierney, Butler and Wigglesworth in the coxswain seat. But there's been quite a group come through from that St Peter's. They had a good 8 at the national champs in the under-18 8 who raced at seniors, and now here's a group that will probably be involved in that. So one of the bigger schools, I'd say, that actually scull and sweep, which is kind of cool to see. Some of the bigger schools do it in the low grades, but to see it in an under-18 doing, the Māori 8 and an under-18 quad is quite cool. So credit to the coaching staff there, Sam Jackson, Harry Williams, doing the work at St Peter's. They've put out a bunch of young fellas that have gone over. They've got Harry Fitzpatrick, who's over at the University of Washington doing his thing, representing New Zealand under-23s last year. They've got the Arnerich boys, Dominico and Marine, that are at Oxford Brooks now. So they've got this laundry list of performers that have come out of St Peter's of Auckland in the last few years. So here comes another echelon, should we say, of performers to come out of the Auckland area, that St Peter's brand. So we'll look forward to seeing what they can produce in the semi-final, along with Westlake from the shore. The Red Swans are always pretty prominent at the Māori Cup, coached by Andy Hay and Ellie Marriott. And third looks to be Wanganui Collegiate there, just sitting up on, looks to be the boys from Dunedin, Adams, Lucas, Brown, Thorne and Skur from Otago Boys. But down to the line, Barron, Shanahan, Bentley, Hyde and Wag in defining fashion here for the St Peter's of Auckland. They'll go through to the semi-final for the boys under-18 quad, taking first place here in Heat 4. So very competent win from the St Peter's boys. Westlake gaining a position through to the semis as well as we scoot back up the lake for Heat 5 of boys under 18 quad, which is quite a who's who, to be honest. We've got Otago Boys, Wanganui High School, Timaru Boys, St Peter's School of Cambridge, Dunstan and Cromwell. Timaru Boys, the South Island champions, won the 16 quad last year. I think 3 of these boys are under 17. So you got Peo O'Sullivan, Ben Allen, Josh Bartlett and Blake Parker, I believe. Yeah, and Ned Brown. So coached by the man with all the style, Brian Smith, and Liam Parker involved as well. It's potentially a relative of Blake Parker, but you can see the South Island gold medalist up. And on the left, the boys from the Swamp, Wanganui High School, Coon, Hurd, Becker, Morgan Davies. I say Becker with a question mark because I'm unsure. And I'd probably cooked another one of Axel's boys' names, Eli's name as well. Apologies, but boys from the Swamp are clearly in that second spot that could go through to the semi-final, but you've seen them in the pair a little bit already. But these boys from Timaru in the 17 and 18 mid to small boats, you'll get awfully familiar with them as they come down the course here with the big blue cross on their back. But they were quite a story last year, taking, what was it, the 16 single, the 16 quad, the 16 4, I think the 16 double as well, and then they also medalled in the 17 double. Like, these guys have pedigree, they've won a lot, they've raced a lot, they are tough, and they've come here with a gold medal from the South Islands, looking to pair it with the national gold and that massive shield that they've got for the under-18 quad. So we'll keep an eye out here from the boys from South Canterbury, O'Sullivan, Allen, Bartlett, Parker, and Mr. Ned Brown in the coxswain seat. But don't be surprised if they're battling it out for that middle stage of the podium come the end of the week. The boys from Timaru, Wanganui High School, the Swamp, the overall points winners from North Island Champs of Schools. Dave Dudley, Axel Dickinson in charge of that program. Seen just a unreal step up in the last few years with Axel's arrival at Wanganui and Aramoho Wanganui. The results that they've been able to haul in is representative of their overall points win shared with Hamilton boys at the North Island Champs. So we look forward to seeing what Wanganui can produce this week with the army that they've brought down. But that's the under-18 men's quad all done and dusted for the heat stays. Up next we have the girls under-18 pair, so one of the premier women's sweep events here, where we've seen plenty of New Zealand representatives stamp their claim and really, make their presence known to New Zealand selectors through the under-18 pair. This pair's a tricky boat. You've got 1 all going out to either side. We've got quite the history in this event, winning medals at the 08, 12, 16 Olympics, as well as finalists in 2004. Very much steeped in her own New Zealand history as the pair, as well as the women's pair with Kerry Williams, Grace Prendergast, Nikki Cole, Juliet Hagues, Rebecca Scown. We've got just Jen Berendt as well with the medal at the 2016 Olympics. Couldn't forget that one. So, women's and men's rowing, pairs rowing in New Zealand has such a huge, presence, I'd say. And I think it's pretty well known amongst these young ones as well coming through, even if those pair wins and medals were before their time. Pair rowing in New Zealand is pretty important, I'd say. We pride ourselves in the small boats, and the pair is a very tricky boat, and we seem to do quite well on the tricky boats. Enough about that. Here comes the next generation of Lane 1 is Christchurch Girls, Lane 2 St Margaret's, Lane 3 is Barradine, Lane 4 is the North Island Champs Mount Albert Grammar, Lane 5 is the Rangiora Girls School, Lane 6 is Sacred Heart of Hamilton, and Lane 7 is Ashburton College. So it'll say that St Margaret's won the South Island Champs, which they did, and they're a very quick crew and they deserve their flowers, but the couple of the ring crews actually scratched out of the final at the South Island, so we didn't actually see Ferguson and Vance here in the final at the South Islands, even though they were extremely competitive and led the fields in the heats. So Vance's older sister, Nicole, won this event last year, and is now it's Lucy's turn with Alice Ferguson to kind of make their own presence known and pave their own path as part of this juggernaut that is the Rangiora Girls School rowing program, coached by Adam Ling and Leon Barracliff, along with a bunch of other really talented coaches. But the North Island Champs there in the light blue and gold of Lily Kernow and Olivia Tattersfield, coached by Hassan Pathan. Hanging on with just giving away a touch of clear water now to the girls from Rangiora. It's first two to the A final, so they're quite clearly in front. The Mount Albert girls have had a really good fight all season with the girls from Waikato Dio, which we'll see later on, and the senior fields at Nationals and just during the season at North Islands and so on and so forth. And then the Rangigaruru girls will be going against their teammates all through the training sessions, then against St Margaret's down here predominantly, along with Ashburton and Christchurch girls. So plenty of competition and talent coming through from both islands will really show a great set of finals that'll become later in the week. But Vance and Ferguson, just without being too over the top, crushed that last 500. They were obviously, Tattersfield and Kurnow have taken it down a little bit, but that's still an impressive marker to be up on the North Island champs like they were. So Rangigaruru are going to lead through here in Heat 1 and go straight to the final for the girls under 18 pair to see if they can defend their title. And Mount Albert just cruising through, knowing that they've got it covered. They'll save some juice in the legs for later on in the week to try and take that gold medal to match their North Island gold. As we all run through to the second heat of the girls under 18 pair. Oh, what a sponsor to have for under 18 pair, Heartland potato chips. How good. Be sure to get you a bag and then you'll be directly supporting the Māori Cup. Or a bag or 12, either or. Heat 2, girls under 18 pair. Lane 1, Ashburton College 2. Lane 2, Rangigaruru Girls School 2. Lane 3, St Margaret's College. Lane 4, Waikato Diocesan. Lane 5, King's College. Lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School. And Lane 7 is another Mount Albert crew. Another Kurnow. So, sisters, I'm guessing, doubling up in the under 18 pairs, which would be a cool moment for the parents and the family. Coming down the stretch, though, we've got Lane 4 up. That's that Waikato Dio crew that were up against that Mount Albert crew from the last heat all through the North Island. Melville and Tomlin. Isabel Melville. She might be quite quick on the erg, so it is unsurprising to see them up the front of the field here ahead of Rangigaruru Kushal, potentially. I could be mispronouncing that. And Payne from Rangigaruru, and St Margaret's just a little bit caught in between. Stallard and Wilson. So Lila, Mark's little daughter there, giving it a all for the red and white in St Margaret's. Mark Stallard, a stalwart of coaching in New Zealand, and New Zealand coaching pathway head at the moment. So he'll be down here watching his daughter, hoping that she could probably nudge through. Looks like she's just climbing up the bow there of the Rangigaruru Girls School. So Stallard and Wilson working their way back. Top two go to the final. You don't really want to be doing an extra race if you don't have to, especially in these under-18 events. You need to be saving your legs. So St Margaret's having a good go at Rangigaruru and Waikato Dio, Melville and Tomlin. Melville and Tomlin led by Alice Denier and Kate Lorick, Major. So Alice is under 21's coach last year. She's now at Waikato Dio. And now she's got these girls wound up. But here came St Margaret, Stallard and Wilson taking on Kushal and Payne from Rangigaruru. So it's Christchurch on Christchurch crime going on right now. Leading the way though, Waikato Dio up. Some dirty strokes just on the borderline there, Waikato Dio. They've got to be careful in the red and white quarters there because they've got pressure coming from the left side there. Rangi and St Margaret's coming up. Stallard and Wilson have got ahead of Kushal and Payne, but can they hold on as they turn their sights for the last 100 metres, boys? There it is. There's Waikato. There's St Margaret's and Rangigaruru, maybe a foot behind the St Margaret's girls, but it's still Waikato Dio out in front. The long limbs of Melville and Tomlin leading the way, 3/4 length up on the red, white and green of St Margaret's. Coming down to the line though, St Margaret's still half a canvas. Rangi still with a chance. If they can churn up a couple of decent strokes towards the end here. Coming up to the line, it's Waikato Diocesan and the under-18 girls pair. They'll go through to the final. It's going to be second place. It's going to be Stallard and Wilson from St Margaret's getting through. Gutsy effort to claw through that Rangigaruru Girls School, and then Rangigaruru did not let go coming into the last 100 metres. But it's going to be Margaret's and Waikato Dio coming through. And that's the Heat 2 going through, and we'll just hear from the people that help us out around this Māori Cup campaign.
Today, we are reinventing insurance. Designed to help you get the cover you really need without being left in the dark. It's a game changer. Real-time intuition, light-speed empathy, and handshake ID. A real heart, brain, and voice. It doesn't just understand what you're saying, it can feel it. Say hello to an actual human being.
Hi there.
Great. Fantastic words there from our principal sponsor, Aon. And we'll look here for the third heat, the girls under 18 pair. Right in the middle there, we've got familiar look there from Stirling and Bar from Wellington Girls College, but we'll run here Marion Girls College Lane 1, Mount Maunganui College, which with the Auckland Grammar logo on next to it, but Mount Maunganui nonetheless. Lane 3 is Epsom Girls Grammar, Lane 4 Wellington Girls, Lane 5 Wanganui Collegiate, Lane 6 Waikato Dio number 2, and Lane 7 is John Paul College from Rotorua. And that's that's Wellington Girls College, Stirling and Bar. We saw Bar earlier on with Baggery in the women's double, and now she's doubling up here with one all. Catherine Duffin doing the work as the coach with Wellington College. Michelle Munro also involved down there, New Zealand under-21 head for the campaign, doing good work down there on the capital with the girls here. So Wellington Girls College got third in the North Island, so good job seeing them out here. They were enjoying a little bit of job on the water, feel quite familiar for the Wellington rowers. Just on their hand side, it's the black and blue of Wanganui Collegiate. Quite the history of in not just men's but women's rowing. Wanganui Collegiate multiple Live-In Jubilee wins, the top under 18-8. So Frank Amora and Millicent Murphy looking to add to that history of Wanganui Collegiate sweep-all rowing. But right now it's a really good effort there from those Wellington girls. Looks super slick around the front actually. Doesn't look like they're upsetting the boat a whole lot. Doesn't look like they're banging the blade in. Looks very loose. They've got a nice hang there from the stroke seat. If it's right here to be Annabelle Sterling in the stroke there. And then we'll be turning our attention to the boys under 16-4. Coming up next, followed by the 16-8. Just working through here to heat one of the boys 16-4 progression, looking at first to final. So we're back to the cutthroat racing here. Fortunately and unfortunately for some people, but right in the middle we've got Mount Albert, Auckland Grammar, Marlborough Boys, St Andrews, King's College, Sacred Heart of Auckland, and Timaru Boys. Leading the race smack bang in the middle, there's the blue and white of the Scotsmen from Christchurch, St Andrews, Hughes, Curry, Graham, Barker and Carmo. They're leading on their right, King's College, the maroon there, Field, Haskell, Nakel, probably buggering that up, apologies, and Reed and Miller the coxswain. First going through, we've got 4 heats, the boys under 16, 4, and St Andrews boys in the tandem there. So the tandem refer to is 2 rowers sitting on the same side, down the boat. Goodness gracious, in order. So right there you've got a stroke, 2 bows, and then another stroke. So that's what we call a tandem in the business. You'll see plenty in the 8s where 2 people sit consistently on the same side going down the boat. So if we ever hear us talking about a tandem, then that's what we're talking about right there. Boys 16-4, 8-1 down the... That's done. Easy. First going through, 2 to 5 to repechage. So if you've got 7 boats, which we mostly have here, you'll have 2 boats in each race. Unfortunately, that'll be their week ended in this boat class. Heat 2 coming down. We've got the St Paul's out of Hamilton, Westlake boys, Shirley boys out of Christchurch, St Thomas's of Canterbury to Christchurch, Christ's College, Christchurch Boys High School, and St John's of Hamilton in Heat 2. So you can hear me through there. Heat 2. About 1750 gone to go, sorry. Goodness gracious, I'm all over the show. First day and I'm already falling to pieces. Right, 500 to go here and the boys 16-4. A bit more of a tussle going on between Christchurch boys out there in lane 6. And right, 2 lanes over to the left is a fellow Christchurch school in St Thomas's. So Grace, Lotta, Morrison, Lequelic and Sidebottom from St Thomas's. They were out in the under 16 quad, I believe, not long ago. And you got Hong, Rhodes, O'Regan and Buckingham. And you had Rhodes and Buckingham out in a double recently as well. So we've had a couple of boys here already had with a race under their belt, so they'll be ripping and rearing to go because they know how the course feels. They know how their lungs are nice and conditioned, but we're going toe-to-toe here between Thomas's and Boys High from Christchurch. First to go through, cutthroat as it can be. It is St Thomas's that are up though by about canvas now. As we head to under 500 to run, we're just about to approach. We've got about 400 to run now, 350. But it is the boys of St Thomas's. So Grace, Lotta, Morrison, Lekulik, and Sidebottom leading the way. Paddy Dowling's the coach there. Paddy's been around for a while. I'm pretty sure he might have rowed at St Thomas's, if I'm not mistaken. So it's good to see an old boy doing the business with these fellas. Here comes the 250 to run. They're up by half a length now, so they've actually extended by a couple of seats in the last 200 metres or so. So St Thomas's, with all the momentum rolling into the last 250, is first, is the only one that goes through to the A final here for the 16 boys 4. And they are walking away. The red, the blue and the yellow of St Thomas's are crushing it here as we run into the final stages of the heat of the under 16 4 up on Christchurch boys. So it's great work, keeping the boys calm there from the Coxon Sidebottom from St Thomas's. I think a lot of those boys have raced today. I recognise some of those names. So here comes the double up because they had the 16 quad earlier. The Christchurch boys, a couple of boys that had some races in the legs as well. But they'll go through the repechage bar in catastrophe from the St Thomas's boys. But St Thomas's of Canterbury here leading the way by Clearwater. It was just a canvas with about 500 to run. They've got it to Clearwater in this last 500. So great work in the last quarter of the race from the St Thomas boys, proving their fitness and technical nous as they roll down to the line. Congrats to Grace, Lotta, Morrison, Lequelic and Sidebottom. So they'll go through to the final for the boys 16-4. Christchurch unfortunately having to have an extra race as they go through the repechage. Like I said, placings 2 to 5 will be going through to the repechage. If you have a bit of time on your hands and you need a little bit of workout gear, feel free to hit up 776BC, the official sponsor. official apparel partner of Row New Zealand. Be sure to stop by their pop-up, purchase the Aon Mighty Cup collection before it's gone. You can commemorate your week of racing and whatnot, and you can use it for later on in life as well. It's quality work from their hoodies. You can put all the participants' name on there. You got great unis, base layers, socks they've just bought out, so accessories. So they've got a huge range of technical apparel. 776 BC. It's founded by an Australian Olympian medalist, Cam Mackenzie McCarg, along with a sister, I believe. So it's 776 BC is built for performance. So go see them if you want to snag some quality workout gear alongside potentially even winning some gear, I'd say, if you get into the middle of the podium. But here we go, Heat 3 of the boys under 16, 4 coming up. Lane 1, Onslow College. Lane 2, Mount Albert Grammar. Lane 3, Wakatipu. Lane 4, Hamilton Boys High School. Lane 5 is Westlake Boys High School. Lane 6, Auckland Grammar. And Lane 7 is St. John's. Ooh, and a lineup here. Like I said, one going through, and it's Westlake versus Hamilton Boys. This is a bit of a older rivalry. When I was in school, that just used to be the under-18 events. Used to be these two boys going head-to-head, so it's back on. The Red Swans from the North Shore. Kerr, Bird, Pivac, Cleghorn, and Heron is the Cox. They've got about a third of a length. The Bow Boys, the Bow man from Westlake is sitting on the Bow ball of Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys consisting of KB, Filippo, Bowker, Brownlee and Scott. So another Brownlee coming through in the 16 grade here. Potentially his older brother, just won an under 18 pair heat earlier in the day. And then Auckland Grammar just slipping back a little bit, unfortunately, but they still have overlap with Hamilton Boys. Akel, Chu, Yu, Worth and Smith. They're in lane 6 in the gold boat. On the far side, travelling okay, is the sky blue and the gold of Mount Albert Grammar, Collis, Rattray, Murphy, Nielsen and Jones. But still walking away now. See that that tandem's just come up again. So the two boys in the middle of that Westlake boat sitting on the same side. That's a tandem. When you have it consistently down the boat like that, or one after each other. And you got a conventional rig, is what we call it, is from Hamilton Boys in the red boat there, where it just goes stroke bow. But they're moving away now. It was about even with about 500 to go, but now it's not even at all. Westlake are walking. They're almost going to be on clear water as we come up to the last 250. Here it comes, the yellow buoy change at the 250, coming through. Westlake Boys from the North Shore, Kerr, Bird, Pivac, Cleghorn and Heron walking on Hamilton Boys here. And they come coached by Hannah Kennedy and Lucy Anderson. But those Westlake boys look pretty in control. Like, not only are they moving away, but it doesn't look like they're extremely hectic about it. The rate's not incredibly high. It does not look like they're too in awe of the situation. They just seem like they've backed their rhythm and they've backed their power, and they've just kind of walked away, which is really good to see from young guys. These guys will be 15 years old. Maximum, they'd be 16. So impressive stuff coming from the Westlake boys, the Red Swans on the back. Hamilton Boys will be in second place, but it's all Westlake in this last 500 as they'll solve a number one spot to go through to the A final for the boys under 16-4. There goes Westlake now through the finish line. Great last 500 put together by those young fellas, and Hamilton Boys will claim second, and they'll have to go through the rapid charge to see if they can nudge into the A final, along with the rest of the field there. Auckland Grammar, Mount Albert, Wakatipu out on the outside here, St. John's and Onslow from Wellington. And we're approaching our last heat there. You see from the finish line camera looking down the course and onto the Southern Alps. And you can see the willows and the pines and all the beauty that is the Mackenzie Basin at Lake Ruataniwha here. But we have Heat 4 rolling down. Tauranga Boys College, Hamilton Boys number 2, St Andrews College number 2, Christchurch Boys High School, Christ College number 1, Otago Boys College, High School, and Cambridge High School. St Andrews are the South Island champions. St Thomas, as you saw earlier, was silver. And Christ's and Christchurch boys were third. So we're seeing what we can come of this Christ's and Christchurch boys lot. Looks like, if I can just sneakily look, Christchurch boys look like they're doing a really good job up there with St Andrews. If I can just see from what you guys are seeing from this front on view. Christ's are up there as well. Yeah, I think Christchurch. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll just put myself out there. I think Christchurch boys might be up here. Christ College are at least right alongside them. I think they're both up on St Andrews. If my coach's eye and commentator's eye are something to go off, there you go. Christchurch boys. There we go. Haven't lost it yet. So Parnham, Fifield, Carmo, Moyle, and Brook are up for the boys 16-4. So these Christchurch boys from Otatahi, they were 4th at the South Islands. So they're up on Christ and Stack. So good turnaround from these Christchurch boys. I'm not sure if they have had a crew change or not, but if they have, seems like it's working from the coach's point of view, and if they haven't, then the boys have turned it around really well. Either way, the coaches get good credit, so that's good. And the boys get credit too, obviously. But it's those Christchurch boys have, they were up at the K, so it's been really good. They've done, going up against the South Island champs here from Stack, Todd Hunter, Maloney, Gilray, Pitts and Barclay. And then from Christ's, you've got Osmers, James, Moylan, Fogarty and Bevan. But great work there from the Christchurch boys under 16s. Maisie and Matt in charge again, Scott and White. So good to see them young senior oarsmen from past years and oarswomen from past years plying their trade in the coaching sphere, doing a really good job by the looks of it. 500 to go, and these Christchurch boys are up by at least a length of clear water over what seems to be St Andrews. The rest of the boys from Otatahi, Stack and Christchurch and Christ College. Christs are up by about half a canvas now on St Andrews, heading into the last 250, but these two crews will probably have to go through the repechage system to find their way to the A final, because Christchurch boys, well, yeah, half a length of clear water, but that is closing very quickly because Stack have suddenly woken up a little bit, to be honest, and their rating's gone through the roof in this last 250, and they're almost going to have potentially overlap by the time it gets to the finish line after this Christchurch boys crew had almost a length of clear water on them. So massive turn of speed here coming from Christ College, Osmers, James, Moylan, Fogarty and Bevan. It'll be a little bit too little too late, but at least they know that they have that turn of speed, so maybe going with a little bit more confidence in their progression going forward. But they're going to cross the line with overlap on that Christchurch boys crew. So stellar last 250 really from the boys from Christ's, but maybe something to carry on to their next round of competition in the 16 boys 4 as Christchurch boys sew up another spot for the A final. Sweeping back down Lake Ruataniwha here. Goes straight into the girls 16-8. First two to the A final. In the first heat here, we've got Columba College, Diocesan School for Girls from Auckland. Lane 4 is Waikato Diocesan. 5 is Epsom, 6 St Margaret's, 7 Rangiuru Girls School. Columba College out of Dunedin. You can see here, girls in the 16-8. Waikato Dia with the North Island champs. Columba were 3rd in the south. Rangi were 4th in the south, but I would never count out a Rangi crew, to be honest. And that's why. Rangiuru leading the way. Up on what seems to be next to Epsom, Waikato Diocesan. So we've got, in the Rangi crew, you've got Duffy, Stalker, Harper, Nelson, Gilbert, Harris, Houghton, Skinner and O'Connor. So they're about half a length up now on that Waikato Diocesan North Island champ crew. Melville, Lawton potentially, Daniel, Hull, Nellis, Bryant, Sinclair, Worth and Ormsby as the coxswain. As we've seen today, it doesn't really matter what number the Rangi crews have next to the name or what their results were at the South Islands. If a Rangi crew is in your race, you should be paying attention to them. Columba are right on the inside there. You can recognise the green fading into white on the Columba College boat from Dunedin. Thode, Lacer, Whiston, Skevington, Nicholson, Drummond, Sutton, Porter and Davey. Just actually clawing up towards that Waikato Dio bow. So it's a great turn of speed in the third 500, showing their fitness here, the girls from Dunedin. But still up on the outside in lane 8, smoking lane 8 are the girls from Rangiuru. So this under 16 girls 8. looked after by Amber Williams. Doing a fantastic job, actually inching away, I think, now in that third 500. So stellar rhythm coming from the stroke seat from Rangirudu, which according to what I've got here is Alice Duffy. So Alice Duffy there being granted the keys to the engine. That is the Rangirudu Girls 16-8. 7 seat. Doing a great job backing her up. We pan over Waikato Dice. And you see there in 7 and 6, so you count from right to left, 8 down to 1. So the second person from the right and the third person from the right and that Waikato Dia crew are sitting in a tandem when you keep talking about it. But we'll talk about the technical stuff as well and how you set up a boat. But most of the time when you have those tandems in the boat, it's just purely the boat just feels better. People are more comfortable in that position. Maybe it's more advantageous for someone to follow someone directly on that side. But generally it's just for the betterment of the boat. Maybe you want that girl in stroke suit for the Waikato Dio crew, Victoria Melville, to be in stroke seat on the bow side, which is a little less traditional, but it doesn't really matter which side, who strokes it. But that's just a preference thing. Maybe the coach saw something in Melville that resonated in her. Oh, and Pat Peoples, unfortunately. I should be knowing that. Pat Peoples is a bit of a Waikato coaching and rowing legend. Names on plenty of boats at the Waikato Rowing Club shed and around the joint. Just barking some orders now is Miss Grace O'Connor for the Rangirudu girls, getting the hands up, getting the girls fired up to make sure that they bring it home. First two to the A final. And supposedly the Rangi crew only got fourth, not only, but they got fourth at the South Island. So depending if it's the same crew or if some girls were rowing in different boats, this is a really good turn up for that Rangirudu girls school. But they'll go through there, so it's going to be Duffy, Stalker, Harper, Nelson, Gilbert, Harris, Houghton, Skinner and O'Connor. They'll get the job done as O'Connor points the finger across the line, and they'll get done. Good celebrations, few people hanging over oars, so a nice mixture of effort and elation from those girls. And then Waikato Dia will join them in the final, this North Island champions, so looking forward to that final for the girls 16-8. Come down the course already though. Heat 2. Heat 2 will consist of Villa Maria in lane 1 from Christchurch Girls, St Kentigern College out of Auckland, St Andrews College out of Christchurch, Christchurch Girls High School out of Christchurch, and Nelson College for Girls and Westlake from the North Shore. Looking through here, St Andrews were actually the South Island champions, so we'll expect a bit of speed there. Christchurch Girls also been doing really well this regatta already with some good taper, good peaking coming from the Christchurch Girls squad already. And that's the partners in crime, Zoe McBride and Ian Seymour, two ex-New Zealand rowers. Zoe McBride, obviously multiple world champion, including lightweight women's single and double with Jackie Kittle. Ian Seymour, under 23 world champ way back in the day, but also just an absolute horse on the erg. So Zoe and Ian got the reins for this young Christchurch Girls squad. And they're in second place right now, so they're in a qualifying spot. But leading the way are the Scotswomen of St Andrews of Christchurch, Thomas, Drury, Hitchcock, Taggart, Lowe, Brooke, Apps, and Hartstonge. I definitely would have butchered that, and I apologise to Abby. And Robbie Miller is the coxswain. So they are a co-ed school, so they can have co-ed coxswains if that's not obvious enough to people. And so Christchurch Girls there in second place, but St Andrews doing the South Island champion thing and leading the way here in the heat. Just up on St Kentigern's is that Christchurch Girls crew. St Kent's with not really showing up at the North Island Championships as I can see. I've only got the top 5 unfortunately here in front of me, but seem to be not far off though, maybe quarter of a length, just outside of a canvas down, 2 seats down potentially on this Christchurch Girls squad. 500 to run now as the Scots ladies from St Andrews crack the whip and look to see if they can get clear water up on the Christchurch Girls, Christchurch Associates there. That Christchurch Girls consisting of Abley, Cochrane, Leggett, Ryle, Smith, Lowe, Field and Hickey, and then Miss Hauler, Georgetta Hauler, with the ropes and the game plan. The mini coach there in the coxswain seat, getting the job done. They're still maybe edged out to 3 seats now, that Christchurch girls lot. So they've just gone up a seat on that St Kentigern's crew for the top 2 going through to the final of the 16 girls 8. I've got to say that St Andrews crew looking pretty polished. So if I think about it, yeah, Kendall and Marion are in charge of that St Andrews squad there for the girls 16. Marion Hardwick and Kendall Everest, I should expand. And they're looking pretty handy. Nice long at the front, long arms. Biomechanically pretty sound looking rowing really from that St Andrews crew, so no wonder they're the South Island champions. They've got their tails up. They seems like they're pretty confident in their rhythm, and they're a length up on Christchurch girls and half a length of Clearwater up on St Kentigern. So St Andrews squad looking really nice here in the 16 girls 8, backing up their South Island gold with a great performance in the heat here so far. The stroke seat there from St Andrews, just keep ticking it over. Molly Thomas doing a great job, backed up by Sophia Drury from what I see here in the name lists. But coming down to the line, Christchurch girls not letting them have it all their own way, actually edged back a seat or two, or maybe just 1 seat to be on St Andrews crew. So great finish from that Christchurch girls to separate themselves from St Kentigern's and put themselves up against that St Andrews crew. That'll give them plenty of confidence going into the final later on in the week. So that's really good effort from those Christchurch girls to step up and give a challenge to St Andrews, and we'll see what that confidence boost does near the end of the week. But it's a great second heat. Second? Yes, second. Not losing it that much. Second heat of the girls under 16-8. As we go down to the final heat here, heat 3 of the first day of the 2024 Māori Cup. National Secondary Schools Rowing Champs in New Zealand, Lake Ruataniwha, the lake of 2 spirits. And what we have here is Iona College. Great to see Iona College with an 8. That's a Hawke's Bay rowing club, basically, but Iona not really a prominent figure in school rowing for a while. We had a good row last year from Mangalakani, and she's returning with a bunch of her mates, but this is the under 16 8, so great to see, regardless of result, great to see Iona with an 8 out here. You got Iona, Cashmere from Christchurch, Barradine from Auckland, St Paul's from Hamilton, and then Sacred Heart from Waikato, and then you got Otago girls from Dunedin. Right in the middle though, I think you'll find that the Bear squad got a silver at the North Island Champs, and they seem to be doing pretty well here, but actually on their right, the Bumblebees from St Paul's coming up. So St Paul's were 4th at the North Islands, and so they're up now in the silver medalists, so that'll give them a little injection of adrenaline, being up on the crew that beat them at North Islands already with just under 750 to run. So Caruthers, Waddell, Mason, McLeod, Hadley, Moon, Wilson, Hunter and Miller for the black, the gold and the white for the St Paul's out of Hamilton, the Bumblebees. In second place though is Barradine from Auckland, Groudon, Meechin, Bauer, McGuinness, Ward, Boys, Saunders, McCulloch and Willoughby is the coxswain. Chris Everett, New Zealand University's coach alum last year, is the coach here for the Barradine girls. And then for the St Paul's one, we've got Morgan Blind and Roy Pickard again out of that St Paul's group. So they just had a really good under 18, I think. Was that the last quad? Under 18 quad for St Paul's? Potentially under 17. But they just had a really good girls quad that just came through from that St Paul's group. It would have been the under 17 girls quad there. And now Morgan and Roy are back with this next iteration of their group, and that's the under 16-8. So great job from the girls from Hamilton. Good to see the program progressing with some bigger boats, especially on the women's side. So St Paul's Collegiate doing a great job. I know they've won plenty in the past, but you know, they've got quite the coaching staff there, and then looks like the school's kind of really doubled down on their rowing a little bit in the last few years, and it's paying dividends here with some really tidy rowing from the Bumblebees. Nice clean blade work, not a lot of water being fluffed about, good time. Doesn't look like they're ripping through too much, so they're getting a good grip on the water to actually propel the boat. If you just tear at the water, the boat will stay still. So doing a really good job of just getting a hold of the water on the face of the blade, standing nice and long through the arms. Same setup as the Waikato Dive boat in the last race with a bow stroke and then a tandem in 6 and 7. So starting from the far right of the boat, you go count down 8 to 1 on your screen as it is. So 8 and then 7 and 6 are both on the same side. So it's what we call a tandem when you have two people on the same side consecutively down the boat. So really good work here. Just a little bit of clear water from St. Paul's, but we've got under 100 now, so they'll be just trying to hold a rhythm. Miss Miller, oh, is it Miss Miller? Yes, Miss Matilda Miller there, doing a really good job in the coxswain seat, just probably keeping her girls calm and composed as they're out in front. There's no need to risk anything and panic, so just keeping them calm, keeping them in rhythm as they cross the line there. So Caruthers, Waddell, Mason, McLeod, Hadley, Moon, Wilson, Hunter and Miller get the win here in Heat 3, and they'll go through to the final to girls 16-8, and they'll be joined by the girls from Auckland and Barradine College. As we guide our mini helicopters back down the lake, we can see up next we've got Heat 1 of a new event for us. Well, not a new event to Marty, but a new event from the girls 16-8. We go down for the boys novice 8. So we've got Auckland Grammar, Christ College, St. Bede's, Hamilton boys, Otago boys, Sacred Heart from Auckland, St. Bede's number 2, and John Willash. This is a straight final, so it's just an exhibition race. All these boys will go to the final. There is only 8 entries for this one, which is understandable. It's pretty hard to get towards under 18. It's pretty hard to get a whole new boat of young fellas in there. Leading the way though, right in the middle, just to the left of the big red Hamilton boys boat is another red and black crew without the red boat though. It's the boys from the Waimak, St. Bede's College, Clements, Titterton Lecky, Lynch, Walters, O, Corcoran, Gera, another Gera, Connolly and Dredge. Aaron Maxwell, one of the coaches there, pretty handy sculler in his day as well with Thomas Polo, so unsurprising to see some technical now being handed on from Aaron and Polo. Quite rangy rowing really. Arms like ropes is usually an expression that coaches will tell their boys and girls is just to have nice loose arms rolling forward, and as you put the blade in, you let them extend by pushing the leg. So it's just, they're doing a fantastic job. Super loose and flat from the St. Bede's crew. So flat, you don't want to be lifting up when you drive. It's kind of like using your body in a deadlift or trying to like pick something off the ground. You don't want to yank your body up. You want to stand your feet through the ground. It's the same thing here with rowing. You want to stand your feet through the foot plate where you're standing on your, you tie your feet in and your shoes in the boat. So they're doing a really good job there. Up by almost a length of clear water up onto that Hamilton boys crew of Ward, Rai, Ratu, Wollaston, Ryan, Hugh, King, O'Connor and Paraha Senior. Half length down on them though, right on the outside doing a good job is the boys, it looks like from, I think that's Sacred Heart out of Auckland, Fillmore, Smith, Barrington, Lashout, probably not pronouncing that right, and I apologise. McGowan, Sykes, Roshan, Andrews and Baker. But the boys from Auckland, that looks like Sacred Heart. About half length, or maybe moving it to about 3/4 length down on Hamilton boys now. But that Bede's crew have just, while I've been talking, which I know it's been a lot, and I apologise if you're getting sick of it, they've just crushed it. Holy moly. Just flying, really, in the second half, this Bede's crew. So credit to the Bede's coaching staff and the boys here who have taken on the information, because they look really good. Super loose. Doesn't look like they're grabbing at anything. It just looks like they drive the hips and the arms get pulled straight, and it's sweet as. Luca Dredge having the ride of his life out there in the novice 8, up on the rest of the country essentially. So he'll be loving it. So credit to Polo, Maxwell and Dale Ma out there, one of the under 23. Take the victory here. Just a straight final, so it'll be interesting to see what if how that changes, who's approaching what. But generally with novices at your national peak event, you're not going to try and fox or do anything sneaky just because these guys don't know how, and it pays for them to be doing some races hard early in the week, so they know what it feels like during the end of the week. Not that these guys haven't trained hard, but it's just, you know, you've got to keep the carrot in front of them a little bit. They are novices. You see Hamilton boys just riding it off there, so they might have taken it down a little bit earlier just to send a little bit of a signal that we're not that tired. But if you've ever raced at least most of a 2K, you know you're pretty tired after a 2K. But good on those boys with their discipline as they come over. Aon has just been just an unbelievable partner for rowing in general in this country. And they exist to help, you know, shape, make decisions for the better, providing their clients with advice and solutions, you know, clarity and confidence in their insurance and what they do. So 20 years of partnership actually now for the Aon and Row New Zealand, and it's, you know, you'll see some of their higher ups will produce and award the Māori Cup and at the end of the week. And for us, that's just been amazing, the support that they've given us. I mean, you see how many people come out of the Māori Cup, so Aon is just huge. It's just synonymous now with school rowing in New Zealand. They've got 70 communities across NZ for personal, business or agri-insurance stuff. So if you need any help with that, be sure to stop by and help them and chat with the Aon and Row New Zealand marquee. And they'll be more than happy to hear what you need to talk about. And make sure you snap your Aon. You got a little photo booth there actually as well. So the photo booth with the Aon Māori moment. Get in there and have a bit of fun as well to support the people that support us, essentially. And now we're going to hear from our other live stream sponsor, Milford Assets. So thanks to them as well.
To celebrate Aon Māori Regatta Week, we're giving Māori supporters the chance to win a $500 top-up to a new Milford KiwiSaver Plan account or Milford Investment Fund account. To enter, open or switch to the Milford KiwiSaver Plan or open a Milford Investment Fund account before midnight on Sunday the 24th of March 2024 for your chance to win one of 10 top-ups. To find out more about this exclusive Māori offer, for T's and C's and to get started, visit milfordasset.com/Māori 2024. Milford, invested in you.
Welcome back to the sunny Mackenzie Basin. Next on the program here, as you can see on your screen, is the girls under 18 novice double sculls. Quite a big event here. We've got 4 heats coming at you. First to final only though, so cutthroat as ever for the Māori Cup. But for this first heat, you've got Lane 1, Otago Girls. Lane 2, Cambridge High School. Number 2. Lane 3 is Dunstan. Lane 4 is Twizel Area School. Lane 5 is St Cuthbert's out of Auckland. Lane 6 is St Peter's, Cambridge. And Lane 7, St Hilda's from Dunedin. And rounding out the squad will be Wanganui Collegiate out here in Lane 8. I've got Twizel were 3rd in the South Island. Cuthbert's were 4th in the North. Dunstan up there in the top half. But actually out here, and then Wanganui Collegiate leading the way here in Lane 8 were the silver medalists from the North Island. So Douglas and Morton from Wanganui Collegiate doing a great job on the outside in the blue and black quarters. About 3/4 of a length up on I reckon that could be Twizel Area School potentially there. Mason and Marsh sitting in Lane 4 with St Cuthbert's potentially on their right hand side. Bradley and Mackenzie. That looks to be about right. Could even be St Peter's, Gunderson and Wilson. But Wanganui Collegiate doing a great job here, way out on the outside. Kit Croxford, Tyler Scott, heading up the coaching for these young ones. we've got a good fight for the three in the middle. Which I'd say be Twizel, Cuthberts, and potentially Dunstan, Sutherland, Harris and Crosby just out there in lane 3. Or it could be Twizel, Cuthberts and St. Peter's potentially. I think that's the one I want, is Twizel, Cuthberts and St. Peter's. So first through though will be Wanganui Collegiate. They'll claim their prize of straight to the final, Harriet Douglas and Ashley Morton. Second, I think would be Cuthberts, followed closely by Twizel and St. Peter's. So we've quite a bit to go through here. There's a great shot from the finish line on the podium camera. Actually, that could be up on the finish tower. Cameras everywhere here, folks, thanks to the boys at Altitude HD. Here we go, yeah. So St. Peter's getting up there for that top 4 finish, with Cuthberts right there with the green blades, and then Twizel with the green and black. So we'll look forward to seeing all those girls progress to the repechage, I'd say, and have a good shot at the A final. Look forward to that camera angle when it's close racing at the end of the week. That'll provide some really good scenes when those A finals come rolling down of how close it all is and the intensity of it all. Coming down for Heat 2 of the girls under 18 novice double, you've got Columba, Queen Margaret from Wellington, Columbus from Dunedin, Marion from Christchurch, Sacred Heart girls from Wanganui. So Sacred Heart girls of New Plymouth, sorry. Wanganui High School, Otamotai, Burnside and Southland girls. So Sacred Heart won the North Islands, and I'm fairly sure that they won the national title, national club champs for the novice double as well. So Bella Neal, younger sister of Maddie, 2 really rapid scullers out of the Clifton Rowing Club, joined with Olivia Perry, coached by old mate Jason Williams and Greg Cox doing the work there, and they are crushing it through no uncertain terms. In second though would be probably Wanganui High School there, Hoekstra and Franks, Adrian Van Bussel and Axel Dickinson, the coaching staff for them. Get used to hearing that name quite a lot through the week here, but yeah, Sacred Heart from New Plymouth. They had Sophia Holden, won the under-17 girls single a couple of years ago. That got them a boat, I believe. So here comes another couple of really slick scullers out of that Clifton group, pound for pound. I'll say it again. It's pound for pound the best club at the national championships, with the light blue with the white stripe in there from Clifton Rowing Club. So some girls from Taranaki leading the way here. Neil and Perry getting the job done by kind of running out of ways to describe it, but maybe the Pacific between them and second place. So haven't really let the foot off, sorry, from Perry and Neil. These girls from Taranaki doing the work from Sacred Heart. First through only to the A final. Super clean. For a novice double, that's super clean. They look like they've got a great handle on what they're doing. And that's just credit to Jason getting these girls on board along with Mr. Cox there, Greg from Clifton Rowing Club. Just a really lively rhythm. Nothing really wasted, no falling around. Blades are doing consistent things. It's all really you can ask for novices. It's just to go hard and try and be consistent. You see Bella Neal on the stroke seat there, whipping along really nicely. Olivia Perry doing a great job of backing her up. Going down to the line there. Sacred Heart girls of New Plymouth. The light blue blades of Clifton Rowing Club. They'll go down and hit the buzzer and take the only spot that's going straight to their final from these heats. And then we'll move on to Heat 3, but just placings 2 to 5 going through to the repechage from this. So you're going to have groups with 3, well, you've got 8 in each heat, so you're going to have 3 missing out, which is unreal in terms of like percentage of people getting through. That's very cutthroat, even for Māori Cup standards. But coming down the course, like I said, 4 minutes apart, so you'll be seeing them quite quickly. You've got heat 3 of the girls under 18 novice double. Marlborough girls in lane 1, lane 2 is Bayfield out of Dunedin, lane 3 is Ashburton College, lane 4 New Plymouth Girls High School, lane 5 Villa Maria from Christchurch, lane 6 Mount Aspiring from Wanaka, James Harkis from Invercargill, 7 lane 8 St Kentigern College from Auckland. Villa Maria we'll probably look at because they are the South Island champs, but I wouldn't put it past someone like maybe New Plymouth Girls to give them a run if they're probably also out of, Jason Williams, Greg Cox the coach, so they're both out of Clifton as well. And it looks like they're doing a pretty good job, because I think they see the light blue blades again, so that could be champions. Villa Maria, Taylor and Napora, India and Kahurangi, coached by Phoebe Collier. She was the New Zealand Universities team last year, the under-23s the year before, and she's got a New Zealand University World University team trial this year. So a bit of a weapon coaching, a bit of a weapon of a rower. Now she's coaching here with Villa Maria alongside Mr. Mates, George Johnson and the likes. And the Villa Maria girls won the novice quad last year, so here comes another iteration with India and Kahurangi. Up on their left is Honeyfield and Peace from New Plymouth Girls. And third place looks to be maybe Mount Aspiring there, Richie and Smith from Wanaka. But just like the race before with the New Plymouth Girls from Sacred Heart, India and Kahurangi doing a really good job there out in front. India Taylor in stroke seat there, really long-limbed, long arms at the front, gets the rocked over really nicely, so she's plenty of time in that ovid position, just driving through the legs and leaving that body late, so quite a biomechanically sound stroke. Nothing really wrong with that, so that's good coaching from Phoebe and the likes out of Villa Maria. Of course, home to Grace Prendergast, Olympic gold medalist in the pair and silver medalist in the 8 from Tokyo. She also raced in the boat race for Cambridge, so quite the alum to have from Villa Maria, one of the best bowside, one of the best rowers, sweep or scull in the last 10 years probably from international women's rowing. So well done to Kahurangi Napora and India Taylor from Villa. They'll go through, sign up a spot in the A final, which is great for them. They'll try and pair that South Island gold with the national gold. And placings 2 to 5 will be through to the repechage to try and apply their trade to get to the A final via a second chance. Scrolling down the lake now, we have the final heat of the girls under 18 novice double. So novice meaning the first year in the sport. No prior seasons of competitive rowing. Lane 1, Wakatipu High School. Lane 2, Cambridge High School. Lane 3, Whangarei Girls High, all the way from the Kauri North. Lane 4 is Burnside High from Christchurch. Haureki Plains College. Rotorua Girls High School. Nelson College for Girls and Tauranga Girls College. Scrolling through, looking there, looks like lane 5, potentially Haureki Plains College. Look to be travelling really well. Lane 4, not far off them, but definitely lane 5 up a little bit there. So Haureki Plains College, Hammond and Batchelor, coached by Faith Ball. So Lillian Taylor up at the moment. To their left, though, Burnside High School, travelling really nicely as well. The green and the white stripes, Irvine and May. Should be Christina Blackford and Max Wallace in charge of them. Only first going through, so it'll have to be a monumental work from the Burnside girls in the second half to claw their way back up on Hauriki Plains. Right now, Hauriki Plains, pretty, I think an underrated aspect of like low-key sculling in the country. They're always kind of there or thereabouts, Hauriki. They put out some really, really tough, tidy scullers quite consistently. So they have quite a, lineage of good sculling that comes out of Hauriki. So it's unsurprising here in this novice double that they have got their young chargers wound up right, Hammond and Batchelor, with the orange blades of the Hauriki Plains Rowing Club. Really getting after it. Not much of a lean back from those two. Really getting on to the next stroke quite heartily. So Hauriki Plains in the grey, the white sash with the black. But yeah, very vibrant off the back, the Hauriki Plains crew. Nice long arms off the front. But yeah, not much of a lean back, which isn't the worst thing in the world. It's not like you need a lean back when you're rating really high, but they have a very vibrant rhythm to what they're doing. I mean, they get their legs down, they have a little bit of a head, but they've got a good hang and good leg speed, so you time those two things up pretty well, you're going to go far in terms of rowing. So good job there by Hammond and Batchelor and the coaching staff there with Faith. Under 500 to run now for the Hauriki Plains College crew in the under-18 novice double. First going through only. As we progress through the day and the week, it just gets a little bit harder every day. So we'll see how they progress against the other girls in the final, but good to tick that off and kind of focus on other things if they have other races potentially, and we'll see how they stack up against the likes of Villa and the rest of them. But really good job from the girls from Thames Valley, Lily Hammond and Taylor Batchelor. Good few links up on Irvine and May from Burnside. Good to see Whangarei down here. Long trip from the squad from Titai Takaro. But great aggression from that Hauriki Plains crew. Not really letting it die, just kind of staying on top of the rhythm, keeping the boat moving. Coming through to 250 to run. Not too much to add. Quite clear results there. 2 to 5 will go through to the repechage to try and get into that A final. We've had 4 heats. Number 1's going through only, so you've got 4. So you've got 4 to go. 4 spots open left to be found through those repechages later in the week. Wednesday most likely is the repechage day. Girls just stopping before the line, probably not the most advisable move, but they're lucky that they've got not lucky, they have a large lead, so just testing the heart of Old Faith Ball there, and probably themselves, but we high five and they'll get on with it, so it's no worries from them. A good job from the Hauriki Plains girls. And then 2 to 5 here from these races, we'll move on to the repechage to try and find one of those 4 spots in the final. And that will be the end of the girls' novice double. Next up we'll have the boys under 17 single, so we'll be seeing who could potentially nab a single from Laszlo, who are so gracious with what they've done with their Māori Cup sponsorship and partnership so far. So under 17 boys singles, with the top 2 going to the semi-final, cutthroat as ever. We'll leave it with that.
7, St Kevin's number 2, crew out of 8.
Mixed up there. Boys under 17 doubles. John McGlash in lane 1, lane 2, Cambridge Boys High School, lane 3, Hauraki Plains College, lane 4, Whakatane High School, the North Island Champs, lane 5, St Paul's Collegiate and Hamilton, lane 6, St Peter's School, lane 7, Twizel Area School, and lane 8, St Kevin's College from Oamaru. Whakatane, like I said, North Island champions. Earmonger and Talpos. Without even looking at the coaching staff, it's probably going to be Graham Watt, and that's right, Leighton Hale. I'd say Leighton he might be a Hawke's Bay boy. Hale is his last name, but Graham Watt, one of the men, he is an absolute weapon. Graham Watt, lightweight world champion on the erg, record setter for lightweight erging many times over, and he always puts out great rapid scullers from the Whakatane region. So here comes another iteration of that with Talpos and Earmonger, Travis and Alex getting the job done there for the yellow with the black hoop, the black band there from Whakatane and the Bay of Plenty. They're up on what seems to be they've got a lap gap between them. On their right, it looks like St Paul's. Robinson and Rayner. So the Pauls under 17 doubles got 3rd and 4th at this North Island Champs. So there's some speed in that 17 boys squad from St Paul's. And then on the left of Whakatane, you've got Hauraki Plains College, McLaren and Churchill. So we'll see how that shakes out. But that, it's going to be a tough road for anyone to get up over that Talpos and Earmonger. But there might be a double from Timaru boys that could give them a fair run. And also Wakatipu from the south is what I can remember. So we'll see what the boys from Lake Hayes and from down there in South Canterbury can do against the likes of Whakatane as we progress through here. The boys under 17 double. That's just heat 1. There are 5 heats of this under 17 boys double. Heat 2 consisting of Mount Albert Grammar from Auckland, Glendowie College from Auckland, Marlborough Boys College, Wanganui High School, St Kevin's College, Dunstan High School and Auckland Grammar. St Kevin's from Oamaru, Dunstan from Alexandra and the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. We'll look to the centre lanes again. Lane 5. If I'm looking at this correctly. 4 and 5. So you've got Jones, Hogan and Spillane from St Kevin's, but leading the way are the boys from the Swamp, Wanganui High School, Jake Newton and William Hurd. It's first 2 through. I could see St Kevin's and Wanganui had quite a clear advantage there. But Ivan Doherty, the head coach there at Oamaru, out of Oamaru, with Jones, Hogan and Spillane, they were silver medalists, bronze medalists in the intermediate double last year at the National Club Champs down here, and they were, they just did not slow down with that rating. So it'll be interesting to see what they can conjure up here. But it looks like that might be Heat 3 coming through, because that's Pukekohe, headed by Wakatipu. That's alright, we'll run with it. In that Heat 3 though, we've got Tauranga Boys, Maclean's College, Gisborne Boys, Wakatipu, Pukekohe, Shirley Boys from Christchurch and Wellington College. So you've got the South Island champs up on the North Island silver medalist from Pukekohe and probably Mercer Rowing Club. Steenson and Robinson, yep, that's Mercer, with Brett Henry, Jack's dad, working his magic up there in Mercer in the south. Well, I wouldn't say south of Auckland, but they are South Auckland, but that's basically their own spot there out at Mercer. But Wakatipu travelling really well here. Lightfoot and Watson, we saw Sebastian Watson earlier in the day with the under 18 quad with that lot, with Trigger. I'm definitely not probably getting that name right, so I'll need to get corrected by Morrison, and but also joined by Small and White. So here's Seb Watson backing up with Harry Lightfoot. About half a length Clearwater up on Pukekohe, the North Island silver medalist. So great work there from Wakatipu. That would be an early challenge for them. So getting through that relatively unscarred would be a good bonus for them. A little bit of unknown with all the North Island crews coming down for them. Obviously, just like this North Island unknown with the South. But good work coming in there from Wakatipu, the South Island champs. And it looks like the wind's calmed down again, so that heat's kind of burned off the wind, if that makes sense for anyone out there in Twizel. And we've got nice mirror-like conditions again for these young pursuers of pain via rowing. But good work coming in here from the boys from Lake Hayes and Wakatipu. First two going through to the final. Oh, through to the semi, my apologies. Yeah, because there's 5 heats, so no way you just skipping straight to the final from 5 heats. But good job so far from Watson and Lightfoot, especially over that silver medalist from North Island. They'll be stoked. After the first two go to the semi, it's 3 to 5 placings. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, they'll go through to the repechage to try and gain a position in one of those semi-finals. Wakatipu doing a great job out in front though, just got ahead of Pukekohe at the start and just kind of walked away a little bit. Pukekohe have looked pretty comfortable, to be fair, even prior to the K, so I'm not really sure how much they're pushing it. Their rating's not completely down, but we've got a really good Wakatipu crew. What Wakatipu have done really well last year and this year, it looks like they're doing again. They've got really great leg speed. You can just see how fast their legs go down without just tearing through the water. They get a good handle and good connection on the water, but you can see Seb Watson in stroke seat there. He's doing a really great... Oh no, it might be Harry Lightfoot, apologise, but the stroke seat there, Harry, potentially. Super quick leg drive. It was quite impressive with their quads last year with how rapid they were with that leg speed to get that boat up and running, and they stay super flat. They'd really drive the hips and stay long out in the hands. So really impressive stuff from the Wakatipu guys. They're super loose with their leg speed and nice and flat, so there's no ripping and tearing and lifting. So Wakatipu going through there for the semi-final. Rather Cruiser League, Pukekohe comes through as well, the boys from Mercer, Steenson and Robinson. So look forward to some more battles in that 17. That 17 double, for whatever reason, obviously it's Māori, so all the events are pretty competitive, but that 17 double in particular is can produce some extremely rapid races towards the end of end of the week. So it's quite I find it quite an interesting event, despite it just kind of, not that any other event isn't interesting, but the 17 double for some reason just always puts out some very rapid performances. Heat 4, the boys under 17 double coming down. Timaru Boys High School number 2, St Andrews College number 1, Waitaki Boys High School only 3, 4 Otago Boys number 1, Ashburton College, St Thomas's Canterbury Christchurch, and New Plymouth Boys High School will probably be under that same They'll definitely be under that Clifton Rowing Club banner. Looks like there's a crew nicely out in front though, and if looking at the names, it'd probably be Otago Boys. Thode, silver medalist in the 17 single in the south, and they were 3rd in the 17 double, so probably Roland Ozan and Harrison Thode, with Tom Ryan and Lauren Gibb in charge of the boys down there from Dunedin. The 2 Navy hoops on white leading the way here. Top 2, so it's not over yet with this crew on the left of them. Waitaki Boys from Oamaru and the Oamaru Rowing Club, Ivan Doherty in charge of them as well. Lachlan Wright and Jet Rogers. But then just on the right here, you've got Ashburton College there. That's in that gold boat. Gilbert and Howden. But then you've also got Damiani and Renata. So you got Luca, very Italian, Luca Damiani, and Darby Renata. Canterbury, holy moly. Gilbert and Howden absolutely ripped it through. Justin and Mary, they just crushed that. So that's top 2 finish for them. They'll go straight through to the semi-final. That is unreal, but a great way to just stagger your races a little bit. So good work on our Ash Vegas there getting through. Converting back down the course now. The picturesque, it's like a PGG Wrightson calendar almost. Looking down the course there with the farmland in the back. We've got the boys, Heat 5, the boys under 17 double. Francis Douglas Memorial. Christchurch Boys High School, Nelson College Boys, Timaru Boys, St Paul's Collegiate number 2, Cambridge number 1, James Hargis number 1. So Brown and Tompkins from Timaru, they are silver. The South Islands. And here they are now. So more of Brian Smith's men making their way down the course after some impressive starts already. So Liam and Brian in charge of these young fellas here, Brown and Tompkins. Mac and Luke out in front here. Really on the same page there, just looking at how they're moving. Parallels are pretty close to the same, catch is the same. They look like they accelerate at the same time. Really good connection from the Timaru boys. These are really good crop. I know I've gone on about them a little bit this morning, but there's a crop coming through, from South Canterbury, from those Timaru boys, and they've just got the almost telepathic connection on how to row, because they all just do the same thing and they all just crush it, and they're all dogs. So in the nicest way possible, that is a compliment to anyone in the sporting arena. But they just get it done, they get into it, and they just will not let you go if they get close. On the outside here, top 2 going through, it looks like lane 7, I can't see any other crews. Oh, maybe right on the outside, that could be James Hargis, but it looks like the bright gold, light blue and blue of Cambridge. So Stevenson and West out here, a little bit of a little and large, not to be insulting to the young fella there, but quite a difference in size in that double, but that's been known to work in the past. Between Cohen and Waddell that we had back in 2008 and a few others. Doesn't matter how big you are. A lot of the time. Rowing is power to weight sport, so being smaller sometimes can be an advantage if you just move your weight. They're in second place there. Coached by Josh Tor and Kerry Wilkins. Josh has been a coach at Cambridge for a few years now. He was a pretty accomplished senior rower in his time as well. Winning a few senior titles for the Waikato Rowing Club. So staying at the Cambridge High School, it's good to see Josh doing his work here with the young fellas Jesse and Quinn. As Luke and Mac take the win, they'll go through to the semi-final, joined by Quinn and Jesse from Cambridge High School. Not too far behind them would also be Schultz and Peoples from St Paul's Collegiate, coached by Martin Simmons-Sally. And that would be the last heat of the boys under 17 double. Great racing there as we looked. They'll only go through to the semi-final, so we've got another race before they even get to the final for those under 17 boys. And we'll look forward to that happening on the Thursday, that semi-final. Moving on to event 22. Oh, 21, I suppose, sorry. No, 22, we're up. Girls under 17 singles girl, brought to you by Laszlo Boats. Heat 1, Hamilton Girls High School, Gisborne Girls High School, Southland Girls High School, Iona College, Dunstan High School, Dyson School for Girls, Altea College, and Roncalli College. Ooh, pardon me. Right in front, lane 4, if I had to guess, it'd be Angalikani. Under 16 medalist last year. and intermediate single medalist from the Hawke's Bay Rowing Club. Matt Mannington and Matt Lawson heading the charge there for the girl at Iona. So Angela is out in front doing her thing. She's quite a low rating sculler, but it's just so much power. She gets a lot of length. She's tidied up her stroke a little bit, obviously, from year to year, so it's she's even more clean than she was last year, but she's got a lot of leverage. You see how far over she gets, and it's just all power. Quite reminiscent of how Zoe McBride used to approach rowing when she was at school. Not the biggest of scullers, but just uses everything at their disposal to get that boat moving through the water. In second place there would be, I think it's Nadia O'Doherty from Dunstan. Neve, sorry, my apologies, Neve. Simon and Natalie Wilson in charge with Neve. Neve O'Doherty there in the Hudson single up on, looks to be the Spig White Stripe of Southland Girls from Invercargill. Charlotte Klein, coached by Danny Young. So we've got Angela Carney from Hawke's Bay and Iona College leading the way here at the 1K mark of the girls 17 single, which there are a few heats of. There's 5. So 5 heats of the under 17 girls single. First 2 to semi-final. So same as the boys 17 double that we just had. And we focus in there. You can see Angela Carney from Iona College. She medalled in the 16 single last year. Second in the intermediate single in Twizel Nationals, the club nationals here, last year. So she's extremely familiar with the single scull. She's looking for that under 17 title. She won't have her all her own way because there are a lot of classy single scullers out there. She did win the North Islands. She'll be going against Twizel won the South Islands, and the Dunstan sculler there, Neve, actually won silver in the South. So she'll be happy that she is showing her speed in terms of she trusts her speed coming through here and that she's up on the South Island silver medalist, so she is confident in what she's doing. But you can just see the acceleration through the body. Because she gets so far over, it'll be quite an aggressive swing to get it back through. So the finish where the blades come out of the water, Angala gets quite far over being a smaller sculler. Not much smaller, but a little bit smaller. So she uses all of her body to try and get as much length as possible, but if you're over that far and getting through to the finish, you're going to have to accelerate quite a lot, so it's quite an aggressive opening, but it works really well. She's got a really good relationship with the boat while still being quite long and aggressive in her style. Doesn't rate particularly high, traditionally, but regardless, that's just what works best for her. Some people need to rate high. She prefers to rate low and get a lot of return on investment through her effort in the water. As Angala approaches the 500 to run here from Iona College. The long loping style of Angela Carney leading the way here by a good few lengths over Neva Doc. Just a really nice the hang and the patience that you need on the first half of the drive, and then that acceleration through, pushing through the foot plate and leg speed, body speed to finish. It's a nice long rowing there with Angela Carney from Iona. Really good stuff. So we'll be looking forward to see how she goes. She's a North Island champ, obviously, so she knows her way around the single, and then she'll be up against some Everett again from Mount Maunganui, and then the Twizel area school sculler, who we'll just see coming up in Heat 5. See how she goes against Sadie Mason from Twizel, who's the South Island champion, and I think won the club double at the recent National Club Champs. So plenty of talent coming through to see who could get a nice new boat. As part of the sponsorship of the race here from Laszlo Boats, they actually award a single to each the boy and the girl under 17 single scull winner. So it's just, that's huge for every club, obviously. But if there's a small club with just a single sculler or a couple of small boats here at the Māori Cup, the potential to come away with a boat is hard to compare as a prize, because they can just do so much for a young club, or a small club, sorry. As Dunstan goes through top 2, so Neve will go through for a semi-final spot. Oh, right down here on the outside, looked like Ron Carley potentially were going quite quickly just underneath our drone. Oh no, it was Altair from Wellington, even better. Small school representation. Lelia Mackay. So she'll be up there looking to see if she can just sneak into the A final via the repechage. As Heat 2 comes down. Got Lane 1 St Margaret's College. Lane 2 Otago Girls High School. Ashburton College. St Hilda's in 5. Sorry, Dunstan in 4. St Andrews in 6. Rotorua Lakes in 7. St Kevin's in 8 for Heat 2 here. So here's Heat 2. I think it was on a 17 single, as we just have a little bit of a gust of wind coming through again. Just tipping up the water slightly, but doesn't seem to be affecting Central Lane here. Looks to be potentially one of the older Laszlo boats that was won by a crew, so if that's the case, it could be a Dunstan sculler, or it could be a young lady from St Hilda's in Dunedin. We'll just see if we can get a closer look here. But top 2 going through. That's St Andrews down at the bottom of your screen there. A lot of silhouettes going on with this, with the way the sun is sitting in the sky right now. So I'm seeing what you're seeing, obviously. I'm just looking at that St Andrews, Christie. Then there's a lane, so that would probably be Dunstan. Talia Nelson. So Talia was, I think, when I talked to Simon last year, she was thrown in the single, not thrown in the single, but she was in the single quite late in the season, and still did a really good job of, I think, got to the final potentially of the girls 16 single, and she's probably had a little bit more time in it now with Simon and Natalie hitting the programs down there. So it looks like Talia from Dunstan doing a pretty easy job there, not rating particularly high, maybe 22 to 24 maybe. But she's just looked across here and just got a little bit of a shot, a little bit scared maybe, of St Andrews College's Jasmine Christie. But there goes Talia. She'll go through to the semi-final, followed closely by Miss Christie, Jasmine, with Marianne Hardwick and Kendall Everest coaching that group there from the under-16s, I suppose, and 17. So good job from the St Andrews College coaching staff. Places 3 to 5 will be going through to the repechage to try and make their way into the semi-final. A little bit of a scenic route to the semis, I suppose. Heat 3 is always already well underway into the second K there. So we'll have a look at what we've got going on there. And we've got definitely some major players coming through there in that Heat 3. Starting in lane 1 is Taupo Nuiatea College, Burnside High School, and lane 2 from Christchurch, Mount Aspiring from Wanaka, Mount Albert, Olivia Tattersfield there in lane 4, Columba College in lane 5, Wentworth in lane 6, Verdon College from Invercargill in lane 7, and Whangarei Girls High School in 8. Casting our eyes to the middle of the field there, looking rather lonely out the front. Seems to be potentially lane 3. Looks like they're in a slightly darker, so that could be the black and the gold of Mount Aspiring and Lola Ritchie. Can't quite see if it's maybe the sky blue and the gold of Mount Albert, but it could be just one of those middle lanes, but it looks like to be either lane 3 or 4. It's Mount Albert, because there's Columba in second in the lane right next to Olivia. So Columba coming in second, Ciara Patterson. So I'd say there'd be Olivia Tattersfield just went through to the semi-final straight through. Coach Hassan would be happy with that. Columba from Dunedin in second, making her way through. Third place there, just outside of Columba, looks to be Wentworth. Kayla Paladin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's Kayla or Kyla, probably Kayla, hopefully. Kayla Paladin. Stamping up a rep spot there for Wentworth College. Heat 4. Already through the 1K now. Lane 1, Takapuna Grammar. Lane 2, Avonside Girls from Christchurch. Lane 3, Burnside from Christchurch. Mount Maunganui, Amy Everett out there again. St Paul's. Lane 5. Lane 6 is James Hargis from Invercargill. Lane 7 is Otamoto College. And Lane 8 is Nelson College for girls. Amy Everett we saw out in the under 16 girls single this morning, as out there doubling up in the 17 girls single, and she's doing a mighty fine job because she's leading the field here just up on the St Paul's Collegiate Sculler, Sophie Dunn. So fantastic work out there by Mount Maunganui Amy Everett. She's up by almost a length over. This is the closest we've probably had for the top positions, to be honest, but it's still top 2 going through, so these 2 girls will be relatively safe. It'll just be a little bit of a bragging rights feel about it now. Between the Bay, Plenty Sculler, Mount Maunganui, Amy Everett, and Miss Dunn from St Paul's Collegiate. Great rhythm coming off the back actually from Amy Everett. Doesn't look like she's trying to rush her hands away. Just kind of let the boat breathe a little bit, let it run, as she's obviously a little bit lower on the intensity. So good work there from Amy. Good swing, strong opening of the shoulders, good posture. Good speed into the water, quite aggressive in the pickup, but she accelerates really nicely through, so she might be aggressive in her entry or pickup, but she backs it up by accelerating the boat to finish. So it's kind of like if anyone's done a clean for Olympic weightlifting, I might be getting out of a little bit rambly, but however fast you start, you need to finish faster. So you'll be starting squeezing off the front sort of thing, hanging off the front end of that oar when the blade enters the water, and then however fast you start, you need to go faster to keep that, match it up and get that boat speed running along. As you extend the legs and you open up the back, you need to be accelerating to finish, and that's what Amy Everett's doing a really good job of there. She's quite speedy into the water, but then she gets a good hold and she's aggressive with that body opening, shoulders back. So Steve Finlayson and he's doing a good job of getting Amy to row in a very, not the correct way, there's no correct way to row, but an advantageous way for boat speed, I would describe it. She has walked away from Sophia Dunn from St Paul's, but they'll be pretty cruisy right now. They're still working relatively hard, but it's good. They'll be relieved that they don't have to push it all the way here in the under-17 girls single. As it's first 2 to the semi-final, so they'll still have at least one more race here to get through before they can try and get onto that podium. We're heading into the last heat now of the girls under 17 single scull. The lineup: Lane 1, Wanganui High School. Lane 2, Otamotai. Lane 3, Tauranga Girls College. Lane 4 is the South Island champion from Twizel. Lane 5 is Hillcrest from Hamilton. Onslow from Wellington's in lane 6, and lane 7 is Timaru Girls High School. So we're just coming through for the last of the Heat 4. And we'll soon make our way back up the course for the last heat of the girls under 17 single. So here we go as we glide over the lake here to the under 17 single. We'll look to the centre lanes. Looks like lane 6 is doing a really good job. So Hillcrest. Raitara David. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing that right. Coached by George Allen, former pretty prominent single sculler herself. So I'm sure George will be very proud of her upstart doing a pretty good job here from Hillcrest and Hamilton. Top 2 going through, looks like it is Raitara David from Hillcrest, and then we've got Sadie Mason, the South Island champ. She's sitting in second, just up on Tauranga Girls Ross Evans. So probably the tightest finish we'll have here of the under 17 girls single. But right out in front, Raitara David is crushing it. A few links up now, clear water. She's got under 500 to run. And then Sadie Mason's just looking to her left to see if she can hold off Tauranga Girls' own Hannah Ross Evans. But so far, it's a really good draw from Raitara. As we see more and more parents and people arriving at the lake, you can just see the fold-out chairs just making their homes on the side of the lake for the week, and the tents running back towards the pine trees, providing those bases for those schools. But down here you can see Raitara Deva, Hillcrest and the Hamilton Rowing Club blades, the red and the white quarters on the blades there. A little bit jobbly now, so the wind's just swapped around a little bit to be coming across from the left side of your screen a little bit. Simple, strong rowing as I described that Hamilton Rowing Club, Hillcrest High School. Strong catch, really strong lead drive. Just simple, so like just the arms get pulled nice and straight. She drives the legs and there's a good swing. Nothing too upsetting to look at there. So just strong, simple rowing from Raitara David from Hillcrest. Second is still Sadie Mason from Twizel. She's about a little bit of clear water up on Hannah Ross Evans from Tauranga Girls College. But down to the line, a good win from Raitara David and Hillcrest. So George Allen will be happy there with her charges. Had a good win in the intermediate 8 at the National Champs, and now she's backing it up with this school squad coming down to the Māori Cup here. A good win there from Raitara David. Then we've got Sadie Mason from Twizel Area School, and third going through the rep unfortunately will be Hannah Ross Evans from Tauranga Girls College. We just have a wee word from our live stream partner Milford coming up. Hope you're enjoying the coverage so far.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Our North Island champions, Barradine, are in lane 5. Wellington Girls College are in 6, and Whangarei Girls High School are in 7. We're looking for one only into the A final. The rest will go through to repechage.
And it's the North Island champions. It's Barradine College bringing it home in lane 5. So they'll be happy with this. The silver medalists from down south are sitting in second. That's Kashmir. And then we are looking, everyone will go through to repechage bar first place, who will go directly to the A final. So that's looking like it's going to be Barradine at the moment, with about a length and a half clear water over Kashmir High School, the South Island silver medalists. Then from Kashmir, we come down inside of them to Waikato Diocesan, who were bronze up at Karapiro. And then down on the inside to Diocesan and St Kennigan. And also Wellington Girls are up there. Wellington Girls would probably be in 4th at the moment, potentially. And then we come back down on the inside to Dio, St Kent's, and over to Whangarei Girls. So Barradine leading the way home, looking very strong here. I'd like to see what comes up against them in the next heat. Potentially Rangiru or Craighead Diocesan, who are the South Island champions. We're going to need to see what they can put on the border. And at the moment, it is definitely this crew from Barradine showing how it's done in the under 15 octi. Well done, girls. This is quite a good lead at the under 15 level as they come through the 100, rating pretty well. They're pushing it right down to the line, and the Barradine coaches should be pretty happy with this. This is a great result in the girls under 15 Cockstock Tupou, so they get the one and only direct path under 15 Cockstock D Heat 2. Barradine was set first in the previous heat. Second was Kashmir. Waikato Diocesan were third. Screen keeps glitching for me, so I can't quite tell that angle as they come down, but it's a great fight between St Peter's and St Margaret's. Rangiruru just rowing away with it here. Gosh, they look tidy for under 15s. Super smooth from Rangi. Down they come to the last 100. And they've got a lovely swing in that boat, really sending it through that finish. Blade work nice and low and close to the water. And they've actually pushed away probably in the last 200 over this fight between St Margaret's and St Peter's. And down to the line they come. Rangiruru take that second spot directly into the A final. Well done, ladies. Congratulations. Second will just be St Peter's. They will hold on over St Margaret's by under a second. And then we go back to that 4th spot, Craighead Diocesan, who were, by my understanding, the South Island champions a couple of weeks ago. Ladies and gentlemen, schools must take their rubbish away each day, please. And a reminder that official programs are on sale for $10 at the Secretary's office located underneath the control tower. We also have an accommodation key that says Unit 4 that has been handed into the Secretary's office, and school van passes will be available tomorrow after 10 a.m. from the Secretary's office. Right, so let's just wait and see what Rangiruru's time was there, see how they fare against Barradine. And we have the first heat of the boys under 15 Cox State. Let's go out onto the course. This event is sponsored by In-Flight Skydive Mount Cook. We have Lane 2 Wellington College, Lane 3 Westlake Boys High School, who claimed the silver up north a couple of weeks ago. South Island champions St Bede's College number 2 in Lane 4. The North Island champions Hamilton Boys High School in Lane 5, and King's College the bronze medalists in Lane 6. One only into the A final of the boys 15 Cox State, and we have the North and South Island champions going head to head here, so this could be a goodie. Oh geez, this is a great race. Hamilton Boys, Westlake, and then that's King's College on the outside, so I think Westlake are having a good go at this. So Harry Frankham is the coxswain. Matt and Meg are the coaches of the Westlake Boys crew, and they are putting some pressure here on Hamilton Boys High School. That's St Bede's number 2, I might add. They weren't the gold medalists, so apologies there. But I'm sure their number 1 crew will be coming shortly. But out in front of us, this is a great race from Westlake Boys High School. If they can get themselves into this A final, they'll be pretty happy with this. Hamilton Boys took the gold, and Westlake are holding on at the moment. So this is a great race from Josh, Harrison, Quinn, Buster, Edward, Oliver, Samuel, Charlie, and Harry Frankham. Here comes Hamilton Boys. Hamilton Boys flying down towards them. Oh, there's my rating watch. I've been looking for that. I need to have a look at what these boys are doing as they come down, because Hamilton boys are firing up. Oh, this is a great race as they come down to the 100. Westlake boys are under all sorts of pressure from Hamilton Boys High School. Only one is going to go through to the A final. Through they go now, and it's still Westlake, but it's under a canvas. Hamilton boys are flying at the finish line. It's either going to be Hamilton boys or Westlake boys, but Westlake caught them napping. This is a great race from Westlake Boys High School as they come down to the finish, and they are now a full half length clear of Hamilton Boys High School. They will take the only spot into the A final of the boys under 15-8. Well done, Westlake boys. Congratulations to you. You have beaten Hamilton Boys High School, and you will go into that A final. And you can stop rowing. And then we go out to third place outside of them, which was King's College. And then back down on the inside to Wellington. Heat number 2, the boys under 15, Coxed 8, sponsored by In-Flight Skydive Mount Cook. We have St. Bede's College, number 1 in lane 2, Shirley Boys High School in 3, Christchurch Boys, the silver medalists in 4, St Thomas at Canterbury, the bronze medalists in 5, and Westlake Boys number 2 in 6. And obviously the gold medalists from down south, down there in lane number 2, that's St. Bede's number 1. Westlake home in a time of 6:43. So they were first, 6:45 for Hamilton boys. And it's right down on the inside at St. Bede's College, number 1 in lane 2, Carter, Isaac, James, Liam, Alex, Harry, Cooper, Brody and Matthew Casey, the coxswain. Thomas Polo and Aaron Maxwell, the coaches of this fantastic crew, and they have got clear water here over Christchurch Boys High School. So it's St. Bede's, Christchurch Boys, St Thomas at Canterbury, and then possibly back inside we've got Shirley Boys and Westlake Boys number 2. So 1 to go through to the A final. In the previous heat, it was Westlake Boys home in a time of 6:43. St Bede's coming down now. I'm not sure what. Looks like they're working quite hard. They're pushing pretty solid down to that 250. They've got about 36, 37 on the rating. Christchurch Boys now trying to have an attack, trying to close that gap on St Bede's as they come down inside the 250. It's only one spot directly into the A final, so it's worth fighting for. So down they come, and it is St Bede's looking to hold on. Christchurch Boys throwing everything at them, but I think St Bede's at this stage with 100 metres to go will take that one and only spot into the A final. Great fight from Christchurch Boys as they close down to within half a length, but St Bede's have got the length. They've got some big boys in that crew, and they're probably very fit and very well drilled. So they're just going to stay calm, push it down to the line, and St Bede's are going to go into the A final alongside Westlake Boys in a few days' time. Well done, St Bede's. Over to Christchurch Boys. Then we come back to third place, St Thomas at Canterbury. Just outside of them is Westlake number 2, and then back down to Shirley Boys. All right, boys under 18, Cox 4, the Springbok Shield is on the course. This event is sponsored by Aon and is one of our premier events on the Māori Cup program. In lane number 1 of the boys under 18, Cox 4, we have Takapuna Grammar. Lane 2, the North Island bronze medalists, Auckland Grammar number 1. Lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Lane 4, the North Island champions, Hamilton Boys High School. Lane 5, St Bede's College, who was silver medalist down south. Lane 6, Mount Albert Grammar, silver medalists up north. And lane 7, Westlake Boys High School number 2. Right, St Bede's came home in a time of 6:49 compared to 6:43 from Westlake. There you go. All right, back out to the boys under 18 4. We're looking for first into the A final. Second through to 8th will go to the repechage. So it's the boys in the middle in the red and black. Hamilton Boys High School number 1. William Milne, Ethan Stein, Zach Brownlee, Dylan McConnell and Ryan Ollington. So it's Hamilton Boys High School looking like they've got a fairly handy advantage here in Heat 1 of the boys under 18, Coxed 4. Then we're looking for second and third, although they will all go to that repechage. We've got Auckland Grammar and Mount Albert Grammar fighting it out. Auckland Grammar were our bronze medalists in the north, Alex, Adam, Seb and Finn, with Sam Fisher, the coxswain. Mount Albert Grammar out there in lane 6, Fraser, Luke, Ethan, Max and Hamish Toogood was the coxswain for the Mount Albert crew. But it is Hamilton Boys High School with a clear advantage here in the boys under 18 Cox 4, sponsored by Aon. A lot of these boys are pulling very strong ergs, a lot of them looking for under 18 and New Zealand junior representation or trials. So they will be looking to impress in their 4s and their pairs and their 8s. So good racing here. Hamilton Boys High School holding on, doing what they need to do to get themselves just through to that A final. Then we have Auckland Grammar and Mount Albert Grammar in a fight for that second spot. Mount Albert Grammar were the ones that came out on top up north 2 weeks ago. They got the silver medal. And Auckland Grammar were the bronze medalists at the North Island Secondary School Championships. Hamilton Boys High School now coming down within the 250 to go. Dylan McConnell, this crew, Zach Brownlee, Ethan Stein, Will Milne and Ryan Ollington is their coxswain. And we saw 2 of the boys. We saw Dylan and Zach in the pair earlier on. Very strong pair in the under 18 pair race. And Hamilton Boys are looking very, very comfortable as they come down towards the finish. With about 110 metres left to travel. Looks like Mount Albert Grammar will maintain that second spot and Auckland Grammar will come through for third. So well done, Hamilton Boys High School. Comfortable here as they come to the line. The boys under 18 4, Heat 1. Mount Albert Grammar will maintain that second position. The Tanderbrig from Auckland Grammar will come through for third. And then we go back to St Bede's, back down on the inside to Christchurch Boys number 2, over to Westlake number 2, and back down to Takapuna Grammar. Let's head back out for heat number 2 of the boys under 18 Cox 4, sponsored by Aon. Lane number 1, Whanganui Collegiate number 1. Lane 2, Mount Albert Grammar number 2. Lane 3, St Bede's College number 2. Lane 4, the South Island champions St Andrews College. Lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School, the bronze medalists in the south. Westlake Boys number 1 in 6 and Auckland Grammar number 2 in 7. So this is heat 2 of the boys under 18 Cox 4. And it's looking to me like it's the boys from St Andrews. Luke, Jake, Jack, Charles and Will Tavendale is the coxswain, coached by Hayden and Rachel. So St Andrews, the South Island champions, are sitting out in front at the moment, but I don't think they should take the foot off the pedal just yet because the crews around them are trying to put them under all sorts of pressure. It's probably a little bit closer than Heat 1 was. So heat number two of the boys under 18 Coxfall coming down now, and we know that the previous heat of the boys under 18-4 has just come down with Hamilton boys in first and Mount Albert Grammar in second. Just trying to see if that time has come up for them. Hamilton boys home in a time of 6:46. And down we come here. Good race here at the front of the field. Oh, this is game on. I think St Andrews under a bit of pressure here from Christchurch boys. Christchurch boys are coming through. Jack, Danny, Jacob, Harry and Grayson Faulkner, the coxswain, coached by Josh and Tim. So good race here for first into the A final of the boys under 18-4. Hamilton boys home in a time of 6:46. Let's see what happens here. And Christchurch boys look like they're going to hit the 100 to go first place. St Andrews sitting in second. Then we go over to Westlake number 1 in third. So down they come through the 100. Christchurch boys are holding on to the win here. They're going to take the spot beside Hamilton boys in the A final. Second is going to be St Andrews. And third place is going to be Westlake boys. Then we come back down inside of them to St Bede's number 2. They'll be in fourth. Then we've got Mount Albert Grammar number 2, Auckland Grammar and Whanganui Collegiate. So good finish there from Christchurch boys in the under 18-4. And we go up to the girls under 18 Cox 4 now, sponsored by Aon, the Dawn Cup. And in heat number 1. Oh, that was close. Hamilton Boys High School 6:46, Christchurch Boys High School 6:47. So that's going to be a good race in a few days' time for the Springbok Shield. Girls under 18-4 is known as the Dawn Cup. Oh, I can see Trouble walking towards me. Hello, Harry. I can see you down there. So the girls under 18-4 are on the track. We've got the North and South Island champions racing each other. So Waikato Diocesan versus Rangiruru, and it looks to me like it's going to the north at the moment in the heats. It is Waikato Diocesan number 1 who are leading this home. We have McLean, Georgia, Hannah, Isabel and Maya Trower going well out there. This crew coached by Alice and Kate. And just while we await them to come down to that last 500, just a reminder that 776 BC have the Aon Regatta merchandise pre-orders available today. Tomorrow they'll be open for new purchases of the range. So if you have pre-ordered any Māori Cup Regatta merchandise, come and pick it up from 776C. Aon Māori Regatta merchandise is available. If you haven't purchased it, it's available tomorrow to purchase. Okay, out here we have got the girls under 18 Cox 4, one of our top events on the Māori Cup program. It is Waikato Diocesan and Rangiruru going down through that third 500, and it's Waikato Diocesan trying to put the champions under pressure from the south, and Rangiruru hanging on. Then we come inside of them, and that is Christchurch Girls High School sitting in third place. So there was only one position, oh no, two into the A final. Okay, so that's not too bad. So they're both going to go through. Waikato Diocesan and Rangiruru look pretty clear to me like they might qualify here for the A final directly, and the girls under 18 Cox 4. Then we go back to Christchurch Girls, and we come back down inside of them to Wanganui Collegiate number 2, I believe, then out to Wellington, and then over the other side to Columba and Iona. So down in front of us comes Waikato Diocesan and Rangiruru, two very well-known schools in the sweep programs here at the Aon Māori Cup. And we are looking at the red and white of Waikato Diocesan in that tandem rig boat. They have bow side tandem rigged it, and they are swinging beautifully on those oars. Rangiruru sitting in that second spot, and they may be happy to qualify, or it might just be where they are placing in this event at the moment. But Waikato Diocesan looking very comfortable as they come down towards the 250 to go in heat 1 of the girls under 18 Cox 4. We know there was only 1 second between the boys 2-4 heat winners, the boys under 18 4 heat winners, Hamilton boys and Christchurch boys, both within a second of each other. And let's see how this pans out as Waikato Diocesan come down towards the last probably 200 metres left to go. But I think first, second and third pretty clear to me. Waikato Diocesan over Rangiruru, about a length and a half, then another length and a half back to Christchurch Girls. And then we come back down on the inside to, I think it was Wanganui, Wanganui Collegiate number 2. So Waikato Diocesan coming down to the last 100. We've been watching these girls all summer up north, and they have raced very, very well up there and have been hard. They have been beaten once, but I don't know if it was the same 4 girls. I think Westlake had a great regatta at some stage up there, Westlake Girls High School, but here comes Waikato Diocesan number 1 with the tandem rig boat, beautiful swinging there from the girls, and they're going to come down and take that position into the A final alongside Rangiruru. So we're just seeing Christchurch Girls come through to the finish line now. Then we come down to Wanganui Collegiate number 2 down on the inside in lane 1. Just outside of them, but almost a length and 3/4 back is Wellington Girls College. And then from Wellington Girls, we go over the other side to Columba and back to Iona. Heat number 2 of the girls under 18 Cox 4. We have Westlake Girls High School number 2 in lane 1. Lane 2, we have Mount Albert Grammar. Lane 3, we have Whanganui Collegiate number 1, the bronze medalist from up north. Lane 4, Marlborough Girls College, a silver medalist from down south. Lane 5, Waikato Diocesan number 2. Lane 6, Nelson College for Girls number 1. And lane 7 is Cambridge High School 1. Looks like Marlborough, but Wanganui Collegiate are chasing hard down there in lane number 3. So Marlborough Girls College, Hazel, Grace, Mila, Jessica and Molly is the coxswain, coached by Joe and Hannah. They are holding on here over Wanganui Collegiate on their left-hand shoulder. That is Ottilie, Olive, Millicent, Franca, Hunter Rowland, the coxswain, coached by Tyler and Rick. So Wanganui Collegiate are trying to stay with Marlborough Girls, but Marlborough Girls holding on at the moment here in the girls under 18 Cox 4, sponsored by Aon. So they come down towards the last 500. We will just double check the time that Waikato Diocesan put on the track there, because they were working hard, which is wonderful to see at the top level. Give everyone an exhibition of great under 18 rowing. sweep rowing, and we will just wait and see what that result was for the girls under 18 Coxed 4. 7:42 was Waikato Diocesan. So let's see what comes home here with Marlborough Girls or Wanganui Collegiate. Wanganui Collegiate, boy, they're piling on some pressure. Some strong girls in this crew. Had a couple of good chats with Tyler. I've been super impressed with what the collegiate team have done with their girls and boys this season. And Wanganui Collegiate putting all sorts of pressure on Marlborough Girls. So this is going to be a race to the finish here. Both of them are going to go through the A final, but one of them's going to want to line up beside the Heat 1 winners, Waikato Diocesan. And Wanganui Collegiate are going to get asked a question here because Marlborough Girls are coming at them. Let's watch them as they come through that 250. It's really tight, and one of them is going to want to take that centre lane. Both look like they're going through to the A final, and then just over on the outside, fighting hard to push up would be the crew from Nelson, I think that is. That's Nelson out there in lane number 6. Right, here comes that race. Here comes Marlborough Girls. Marlborough pushing down to the 100. Wanganui Collegiate did a big push through that 500, but have they got the legs to hold on? Because Marlborough's taken the rating up here. Marlborough's putting all sorts of pressure on Wanganui Collegiate, which is what I thought was going to happen here. They're going head-to-head through the 100 now. So it is Marlborough Girls at the moment by a bell ball over Wanganui Collegiate, but one of them could take centre stage beside Waikato Diocesan. Who's going to get that first place into the A final? It's a tandem rig from Wanganui Collegiate on the stroke side. Down they come, and they've gone through Marlborough Girls. They've just gone back through them. Someone's going to take this on the line. What a great race in the under 18 4. And it's going to be, it's Wanganui Collegiate. They've done it. They got through, but they have both gone through to the A final. Sensational racing at the under 18 level, ladies. Well done. Back to Nelson College for girls in that beautiful bright pink boat. Then we go back to Waikato Diocesan, number 2. Back down on the inside is Mount Albert Grammar, number 1. And then over the far side, Cambridge High School. And we've got another heat, one more heat of the girls under 18, Cox 4 to go. I'll bring the racing through to you till 2:30, and then 2:30 to 3:30 will be Ian. He will close out the last hour of racing here on day 1 of the Aon Māori Cup. So heat number 3 of the girls under 18, Cox 4, we have got Ashburton College in lane 2, Queen Margaret College in lane 3, St Margaret's College in 4, Westlake Girls, the silver medalists, their number 1 crew from up north in lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 2 and 6, and Marion College in lane 7. Now, just before we go out onto the course, we have lost a fluorescent yellow key ring with a bunch of keys on it. 2 are very large. Can anyone who finds them out there on the grass hand them into the Secretary's office, please? Right, this could be Westlake Girls here. Westlake Girls could be leading St Margaret's just on the angle that I've got. And it is 2 to go through to the A final. All the rest will go through to repechage. Following the girls under 18 Cox 4, we have got the girls under 16 quad. Yeah, good work here from Westlake Girls High School in the first 1,000 metres. They are leading St Margaret's number 1. Stephanie, Phoebe, Maeve, Charlotte and Taylor Copplestone is the coxswain, coached by Ian Bright. Westlake Girls High School sitting out in front of St Margaret's College in lane 4. So lane 5 leading lane 4 here in the girls under 18 Coxed 4. We know that Waikato Diocesan came home in a time of 7:42. I'll just have a look and see if that time is up for the second heat. Wanganui Collegiate 7:41. There we go again. We've got super tight racing here. So it was only 1 second in the boys' 4s. It's currently 1 second in the girls' 4s. So 7:41 to Wanganui Collegiate, 7:42 to Waikato Diocesan. Let's see what Westlake Girls or St Margaret's come home with. I think St Margaret's have done some good work there over the last 250 metres. St Margaret's really pushing up with Westlake. There's a good race here. 2 crews will go through to that A final, so that's looking fairly certain to me over how that's going to pan out. It's going to be Westlake and St Margaret's. Then we're going to come right down on the inside to Queen Margaret College and Ashburton, and then over to, Christchurch Girls are sitting up there as well, I beg your pardon. Christchurch Girls will be sitting up there with those 2 down on the inside, Queen Margaret and Ashburton, and then we go back to Marion College. Down we come towards the 250. It is Westlake and St Margaret's. Both will go through to the A final at this stage, but we are looking for that heat winner, and let's see if they can close in on the 741, 742 from Waikato Diocesan and Wanganui Collegiate. Heading down towards the 250 now, and Westlake can't afford to make a mistake here. They're hanging on for dear life as St Margaret's throw the kitchen sink at this as they come down inside the yellow boys, but Westlake have lengthened out. They're rowing this beautifully as they come down towards the finish, and it looks like Westlake are going to go through and line up beside Wanganui Collegiate and Waikato Diocesan. That is a standard rigged boat, so that's the first one we've seen come through here. And it is Westlake Girls over St Margaret sitting in second. It's probably just over a length in it, and Westlake hanging on at the moment. They don't look like they've taken the rating up. They look like they've worked quite hard in that first 1500, but Westlake Girls are holding on here, and they're going to come down and take this over St Margaret's by 3/4 of a length. From there, we go out to Christchurch Girls number 2. We come back into Queen Margaret, Ashburton, and over to Marion. That will wrap up the girls under 18 Coxed 4 heats. And now we move into the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. This event sponsored by LJ Hooker Twizel. And a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, 776 BC. If you have pre-ordered Aon Regatta merchandise, you can pick that up today. If you would like to buy some but you haven't pre-ordered it, you can go and do so tomorrow. Okay, girls under 16 quad, sponsored by LJ Hooker Twizel. Lane number 1, Whangarei Girls High School. Lane 2, Villa Maria College. Lane 3, St Hilda's Collegiate. Lane 4, Columba College. Lane 5, the silver medalist from up north, St Paul's Collegiate. Lane 6, Nelson College for girls. Lane 7, St Margaret's College. Lane 8, Iona College. We're looking for 2 to go through to the semi-final. 3rd, 4th and 5th will go to repechage. So it looks like Lane 5, the silver medalist from up north, St Paul's Collegiate. Polly Hunter, Georgia Roberts, Olivia Waddell, Zara Brangwyn and Matilda Miller is the coxswain. This crew coached by Morgan Blind and Roy Pickard. They are leading heat number 1 of the girls under 16 quad. Inside of them is Columba College out of Dunedin, Georgia Drummond, Isla Nicholson, Annika Laser, Nova Whiston and Isabella Davey, coached by Jared and Ellen. Hi, girls. Right, back out on the course. We are looking for 1st and 2nd into the semi-final, and it is still out in the middle. It is still this crew from St Paul's Collegiate over the crew from Columba College out of Dunedin, right down on the inside. Tauranga Girls College fighting hard. They are trying to hang in there as well. So we're looking for 5 to progress through to the next round. First 2 will go to semi-final. third, fourth and fifth will go through to repechage. So still a good race here between St Paul's Collegiate and Columba College. And then we would come back down inside probably... We've got, not Tauranga Girls, that's heat number 2. What am I saying? Heat number 1 is Whangarei Girls, I beg your pardon. They are going all right, as are heat lane 3, St Hilda's Collegiate. Oh no, what's happened to St Paul's Collegiate? Columba are rowing away with it now. The Bow Girls oar from St Paul's Collegiate is right up in the air. On the stroke side, it's sticking straight up into the sky, and they have literally just come to a halt. The stern 3 have just started rowing, and this is really bad news for St Paul's Collegiate. Unfortunately, the oars causing all sorts of trouble on that bow side, on that stroke side bow seat. Poor girl, they were going so well. So Columba's actually going to come through and win this. Columba College will go straight through to the semi-final, and poor St Paul's Collegiate, they may end up in a repechage here, because we've got St Hilda's coxswain Holly Chisholm, who's probably looked over to her left and seen what's happened, and she's flying down here. So St Paul's Collegiate in all sorts of trouble. They were sitting dead level with Columba, and they've had an accident with the oar there. The bow's all sticking straight up in the air, and they're going to go straight through to repechage now. And it looks like St Hilda's are going to try and take advantage of this. St Paul's are trying to hold on. Let's give them some support. If they can get themselves through here with 3 rowers, that would be incredible. St Hilda's are trying to close that gap. St Hilda's are trying to go through St Paul's, but St Paul's are trying to hang on here with 3 rowers. 3 rowers only rowing. Here comes St Hilda's. They haven't overtaken them yet. They haven't gone through them yet. All the while, Columba's just rode away with this. They're down through the 100, and St Paul's Collegiate have had a big whoopsie out at the 500, and just start to see St Hilda's go through them now. So it looks like St Hilda's are going to get themselves into the semi-final of the Girls Under 16 quad. They are going to go through St Paul's Collegiate, and then we've got Nelson, who will also go through them, and St Paul's are going to sit back in that 4th spot and try and hang on. Down we come towards the finish. Columba goes straight through to the semi. St Paul's Collegiate trying to hang on, but here comes St Hilda's, here come Nelson. And St Paul's Collegiate just have to get themselves through. They know that they'll live to fight another day, and it is going to be the St Hilda's girls. They're going to find themselves in the semi-final of the Girls Under 16 quad. Then we go out to Nelson, then we come back to St Paul's. Well, that was pretty dramatic, but I do know that St Paul's Collegiate have a great team of coaches and rowers around them. They will get these girls off the water, and they will fight hard in that repechage. I know they will. As we go to heat number 2 of the Girls Under 16 quad, sponsored by LJ Hooker Twizel, we have Tauranga Girls College in lane 1, Glendowie College in 2, Mount Aspiring College in 3. The South Island bronze medalists Dunstan are in 4, Whanganui High School in 5, King's College in 6, and Nelson College for girls number 2 and 7. We are looking for 2 to go through to the semi-final. 3, 4 and 5 will also go to repechage and live to see another day. So let's see how these ladies are progressing. And it looks like it's Dunstan to me. Dunstan out there in the middle in lane 4. Phoebe, Poppy, Ruby, Bella and Lily. Coached by Natalie and Simon. So it's Dunstan High School leading home heat number 2 of the Girls Under 16 quad. Then we possibly come down on the inside of them. That might be Glendowie and Wanganui High School number 2 fighting it out for that second spot into the semi-final. So after this heat, I'll hand over to our Capitan, Ian, and he will bring home the last hour, which will include the boys and girls under 18 singles, which I'm looking forward to, one of our prem events on the program. But down here in front of you is Dunstan. Dunstan leading by a couple of boat lengths now, looking pretty handy. What we need to see is who's going to get second, because someone's going to join them into that semi-final of the girls under 16 quad. We know from heat number 1 it was going to be Columba and St Paul's, but then things went a bit awry with 500 to go, and St Hilda's managed to row their way through to the semi-final. So you've just got to work hard, because you never know what can happen in order for you to get a placing here. But we are looking at Dunstan. Dunstan are clearly going to take that first spot into the semi-final in heat number 2. Second place could be Whanganui High School number 2, Jessie, Addison, Ava, Lacey and Morgan. Or it could be down here to Glendowie, Annabelle, Ellie, Olivia, Kiana and Katie. At the moment, I'd say it's Whanganui High School number 2. But Dunstan coming down towards the last 100, and they are working super well here to earn a spot in the semi-final of the girls under 16 quad. Coming through now, they've got a couple of boat lengths over Whanganui High School number 2, so they are going to go through in second. Then it will come down to Glendowie, out to Mount Aspiring, over the far side to Kings, I think that would be, and then Nelson College for girls. So that's how they're going to finish. Dunstan super comfortable as they come down to the line. They'll take a comfortable win here in heat number 2 of the girls under 16 quad into the semi-final for them, and joining them will be Whanganui High School number 2. Into the repechage will be Glendowie, King's College and Mount Aspiring.
Thank you as always, Kirsty. Into the last hour we go of day 1 from the Aon Mardi Cup Regatta for 2024. This is heat 3 coming down the track now of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1, Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton number 2. In lane 2, Wellington Girls College 2. In lane 3, Otago Girls High School 1. In lane 4, Whakatipu High School 1. In lane 5, Marlborough Girls College 1. In lane 6, Hillcrest High School 1. Lane 7, St Cuthbert's College 1. I'm sure that Kirsty's got a keen interest in what's going on with that crew. But this is, we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the semi-final, and we can just see that Whakatipu High School out there in lane 4 seem to be making all the running as we come into about 750 metres to go. That's them in their big yellow boat right in the middle of the course in lane 4. Just on the outside of them would be Marlborough Girls College number 1. Right alongside them, Hillcrest High number 1. Then we go back on the outside of them to St Cuthbert's College number 1. Back inside from Whakatipu will be Otago Girls. Just ahead of them, Wellington Girls College in lane 2. And then just back on the inside, Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton. So just as we get into the last hour, but a reminder everybody, we're all in this together, so if you can just make sure that any rubbish on the ground near or around you is picked up, that would be fantastic. Whatever you brought in, you could take back out again, please. And just a reminder from 776C that the pre-merch orders are available for pickup today. From tomorrow, we'll all be able to get in and buy our merch if we haven't ordered. So if you haven't picked up your pre-orders today, please go and do so from 776BC. About a 2-length lead now to the crew from Whakatipu, looking handy to go straight through to the semi-final. It will be a matter of who goes with them, and that looks like it's going to come from between Marlborough Girls College, but Hillcrest High School, we've got the advantage at the moment. Well clear they are of the rest of the crews. So Anna, Trinity, Rose, Georgette and Liza, with Georgia Marfell the Cox leading the Marlborough Girls College. Well, they're in the Marlborough Girls College crew that's leading at the moment, coached there by Marion Hallwell. And if we go across to Hillcrest High School with Anya Morgan, Ariel Corbin, Bria Duncan, the cocks there. And then there's a long way back really to Otago Girls High School, Wellington Girls College, Sacred Heart Girls, and on the outside in lane 7, St Cuthbert's College as they head through into the yellow boys now do Whakatipu. Coached by Shane Muir. So 1 and 2 to go through the semi-final, 3, 4 and 5 into the repechage. So between Hillcrest and Marlborough Girls, nice battle coming between them now. Marlborough Girls look like they might have fought back again, just going a little bit up in their rating. Hillcrest left to fight back to that to try and get themselves straight through into the semi-final. They're now 2 boat lengths behind the crew from Whakatipu. Then we've got back on the inside to Wellington Girls College in lane 2. They'll be looking for a repechage spot along with Otago Girls just outside of them. On the outside of lane 7, St Cuthbert's not out of it, but they'll have to get a wriggle on. Come down now, 80 metres to go now for Whakatipu, 100 metres now for Hillcrest, just nudged ahead of Marlborough Girls. Marlborough Girls are going to have to work hard. Hillcrest have got it over you. 3-seat looks across, you can see they're in front, just in front by a canvas now. Hillcrest finishing strongly, coming down to the line now in perfect conditions now. Whakatipu going over the line and straight through into the semi-final and extending nicely through this last 100 metres is the crew from Hillcrest. They'll go over the line, out to 4 seats on the finish it will be to take the automatic qualifier into the semi-final, then through into the repechage will go Marlborough Girls College, and then down on the inside here in lane 2 will be Wellington Girls College. Very little between Wellington Girls and Otago Girls having a do at each other down here, but they'll both go through. It looks like, oh, they've come again, Otago Girls. There might be a bow ball in as they come across the line to take their position just over Wellington Girls, and then on the outside will be St Cuthbert's. Heat 4 into the last 1,000 they come. Brought to you again by, as the previous heat was, LJ Hooker here in Twizel. In lane 1, Southland Girls High School. In lane 2, Marion College 1. In lane 3, Hauraki Plains College 1. Whanganui High School 1 in lane 4. In lane 5, Columba College 2. In lane 6, Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton, number 1 crew. And in lane 7 is Gisborne Girls High School, number 1. Heat 4 of the girls under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls. We've got another heat after this one. And Whanganui High School, who were bronze medalists in the North Island, they'll be looking to perform strongly in here. We look down the track, we can see that it is coming out of Hauraki Plains. You see those orange blades of Hauraki Plains just dipping in and out of the water there. Just on the second, though, to Whanganui High School will be leading. So Whanganui High School and Hauraki Plains just inside of them. Right along Hauraki Plains, Marion College out of Christchurch. The other 3 leading at this stage. Then we go back, and I'm just about a line up there. Lane 5, 6 and 7, Columba College, Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton, and Gisborne Girls High School number 1. They're all very even and not much further ahead of Southland Girls High School down in lane 1. So just watching as Hauraki Plains trying to stave off Marion College there in lane 2. Bit of work to go, 500 metres to go for these crews. 2 boat length lead at this stage to Whanganui High School. And still no change in 5, 6 and 7 Columba Sacred Heart Girls and Gisborne Girls High School. You can throw a blanket over them. Just all ahead a wee bit of Southland Girls High School, but still sits with Whanganui. And Hauraki Plains just about a boat length now ahead of Marion, starting to pull away from them. So looking like Whanganui and Hauraki Plains. So Whanganui there, Kira May, Tiatakura, Ruby and Lauren Davies the Cox, just ahead of Hauraki Plains, Ruby, Poppy, Jessica, Kate and Zara. Then we go back to Marion College just in behind them. So starting to see Columba College move in lane 5. They're going to put pressure on the crew from Marion. But still Hauraki Plains in between them. Well clear now Whanganui, out to 3 boat lengths they are. Still looks like Hauraki Plains just needs to watch Marion one side of it, Columba the other side of it. They're under control though as they come into the yellow boys, 250 metres to go. Still great conditions here for day 1 of the Aon Regatta for 2024. Been a fantastic crowd all day, so please help us out. Make sure that you're taking your rubbish with you or using the receptacles. Great to see a big container in the boat park for recycling all the boat wrap. Sustainability on key as this Whanganui crew continues to run through the course. 120 metres to go, out to 3 boat length lead. Over Hauraki Plains, still a boat length over Marion. Half a boat length back to Columba. Then we go outside to Sacred Girls from Hamilton, a half a boat length back from them, who are a boat length ahead of Gisborne Girls on the outside. Then we come back to lane 1 to Southland Girls, a further 2 boat lengths back from the Gisborne Girls. 50 metres to run now for Whanganui. Just lengthening, looking very comfortable. I don't think they're tapped out. They've got a bit more to give. Hauraki Plains doing a good job, still holding a boat length over Marion. They'll be a half boat length over Columba, but through to the semi-final goes Whanganui, and joining them there will be Hauraki Plains. Into the repechage goes Marion, Columba, and Sacred Heart Girls from Hamilton. Last heat of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, just heading up to the 1,000 metre mark. Brought to you again by LJ Hooker from Twizel. Lane 1, Marion College 2. Lane 2, Cromwell College 1. Lane 3, Dosserson School for Girls. Lane 4, Cashmere High School 1. Lane 5, Wellington Girls College 1. Lane 6 will be St Andrews College 1. And lane 7, Waikato Dawson School 1. Wellington Girls College 1 there in lane 5. They were the North Island, or still are the North Island champions. So as Cashmere High School for the South Island. So this should be interesting between lanes 4 and 5. It looks like the advantage at this stage is with Wellington Girls High School. They've got a boat length over Cashmere. Then in turn, those two crews are 2 boat lengths ahead of in lane 3, Diocesan School for Girls, and St Andrews College out there in lane 6. So an arrowhead coming down. Those are the 4 in front. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to Cromwell College in lane 2. Right across them in lane 6, Waikato Dawson School, actually in lane 7. St Andrews in lane 6. And then back to Marion College 2 in lane 1. So this is the 5th and final heat of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Then it will be the boys under 16 double sculls. And we have got, 5 heats of that. Plenty of entries always in the under 16 double sculls. $750 metres to run we have now. And just starting to close up between Cashmere and Wellington Girls. So Cashmere there, Regan, O'Leary, Charlotte there, and Hazel Brown the Cox. Looks across, they can see Wellington Girls College, Holly, Lucy, Neve, Sophie and Emily Moore of the Cox. The North and South Island champions. So 1 and 2, they're going to go straight through as they hold here. Then we'll look to see what happens later on in the regatta. This will send them through to the semi-finals. And very little between them. I'm going to give it to Cambridge. Not Cambridge, just try Cashmere. Live feed not working in the commentary box, but we can see the big screen. But there'll probably only be a canvas in it for the Cashmere crew. Back inside there, inside of them, and there would be third now is Dawson School for Girls, but there'll be 4 boat lengths back, maybe 5. On the outside we go to St Andrews, we would be 4th. Then we come another 3 boat lengths back to Conwell College, very even between them and the crew from Waikato Diocesan, and down lane 1 still was Marion College 2. Heading up to 250 metres to run. Through the last of the red boys goes Cashmere, just starting to edge maybe ahead of Wellington Girls College. It's St Andrews out there who are in lane 6. Xanthia, Isabella, Emily, Olivia and Emily DeJoux as the Cox. Dawson School for Girls in lane 3. Ellie, Lily, Genevieve, Sophie and Stella Benton the Cox. They'll be heading through to the repechage. It looks like it will be down there Cromwell College in lane 2. Indiana, Sophie, Hannah, Brooke and Harper who will join them. Well, they've a bit of work to do on the outside there for Waikato Diocesan. Just moved nicely ahead now, have Cashmere through with 150 metres to go, and both these crews looking very comfortable. Slightly lower rating of the Cashmere crew. You can just see them getting the work done at the catch, driving through and letting the boat do the work. Another couple of stroke rates up, I think, would be the Wellington's crew. But equally, their boat's sitting up nicely and running, so it'll be good to see these crews going at it healthily later in the week if they get through the semi-finals. So out to a couple of seats now goes Cashmere, looking very tidy as they head up down towards the finish. Wellington Girls College, interestingly, still rating higher, but not really gaining. So the boat doing the work for Cashmere. That'll please the coaches Molly and Joe as they come over the line. Then we've got 4 boat lengths back to a nice finish on the outside there from St Andrews College. Coaches there, Marion and Kendall, will be pretty happy with that. They'll finish a boat length ahead of Dawson School for Girls, and then just looking for the fifth place, which will be the third person through the the repechage, and that will be Cromwell College. Across the top will be Waikato Dawson School, and then back down here into lane 1 will be Marion College. Lots of heats now of the boys under 16 double sculls. Brought to you by Mr. Whippy, possibly one of my favourite sponsors. Steve does a fantastic job for South Island rowing, and good to see him out there. Perhaps New Zealand's most iconic soft serve ice cream. So get out there and treat yourself. He's round and behind where all the other food vendors are. This is heat number 1 of the boys under 16 double sculls. 1 and 2 will go through to the semi-final. 3, 4 and 5 through to the repechage. In lane 1, Burnside High School, Mitch Cowan and Nishal Singh. In lane 2, Twizel Area School, Bryn Smith, Luke Mains Upston. In lane 3, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Matthias Pa'a and Hugo Giblin. In lane 4, Whanganui High School 1, Bryn Morgan, Nicky Maxim. In lane 5, St Kevin's College 1, Cowper Lynch and Kobe Naran. In lane 6, Otamotai College 1, Taylor Still and Arthur Crimmins. In lane 7, Timaru Boys High School 1, Riley Dan, Lincoln Butchers. And completing the field out there in lane 8, Mount Aspiring College 1, Alex Pedersen, William Pascoe. We look out into the middle of the course, and it looks very much like Whanganui High School doing the business. They were the North Island champions, Bryn and Nicky. So right out there you can see the yellow blades just splashing in and out of the water nicely as they get the catch. Just outside of them is St Kevin's with the blue crosses on the white singlets. So that's 1 and 2 for you. St Kevin's did well down in the South Islands. They were silver medalists, so you've got a couple of reigning medal holders out there in the middle of the course. And again, we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through. So Whanganui setting the pace. They've got 2 boat lengths over St Kevin's. Then it is on the outside of them, 2 boat lengths back, Otamotai College, very close between them and Wanganui Collegiate in lane 3. That's 3rd and 4th. Then we come inside to Twizel Area School back in lane 2. There'll be another 2 boat lengths back from Whanganui. Across on the outside to Timaru Boys High School number 1 in lane 7. Then we come back to Burnside High School down there in lane 1. And out the back a wee bit at the moment is Mount Aspiring College. So 3, 4 and 5 are going to go to the repechage. The remainder will be looking to make the most of the remaining events. Nice and strong here from Whanganui, Bryn and Nicky. Coached by Dave Dudley and Axel Dickinson in lane 4. Look at that. Very clean sculling for under 16 doubles, and what great conditions they got. 2 boat lengths ahead of St Kevin still are Whanganui. These 2 are going to go through to the semi-final, and then it's a matter of who joins them. Well, it looks like on the outside will be Otamotai College, and back inside to Whanganui Collegiate. And then probably the locals, Twizel Area School. That's looking like the repechage contenders here. A long way out of it now is Timaru Boys High School, Mount Aspiring College and Burnside High School. 50 metres to run now for Whanganui Collegiate, Matthias and Hugo. No, this try Bryn and Nicky. They're in lane 4. They've come over and taken the buzzer. Through they go along with St Kevin's, who will take the buzzer in another 3 strokes. Through to the semi-final they go. Finishing strongly down here, lane 3, Whanganui Collegiate will finish 3rd. Off to the repechage they will go, along with Otamotai out there in lane 6, and head down and doing what they need to do in lane 2 is Twizel Area School, Bryn and Luca. Just in the early stages of the second heat we are at the moment. They have just gone through, they'll just finish their starting sequences and just starting to be lengthened and go nice and long if they can, up towards the 500 metre mark and up past Alcatraz, the island out there. So if you have had the opportunity to go for a walk, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, head on down towards the 1,000 metre mark. You can just see them coming past there and up towards the 1,000 metres. It's a great spot to watch a little bit of the races progress. And if you're watching this one, you will see in lane 1, we have St Peter's College 1, Ethan Pillai and Donchka Aitchison. In lane 2, Shirley Boys High School 1, Brennan Keane and Jack Stewart. In lane 3, Dunstan High School 1, Christopher McIntosh and Max Smith. Lane 4 is Glendowie College 1 with Xavier Warren and Finley Christensen. Maclean's College 1 is in Lane 5, Declan McLean and Ben High. In Lane 6, John McGlashan College 1, Noah Hamilton and Paddy Kennedy. Lane 7, Burnside High School number 2, Jack Pine and Riley McMorrin. And in Lane 8, completing the field, is Christ College 1 with Max Pakaski and Oliver Simpson. Dunstan High School 1, the bronze medalists, they're in Lane 3, bronze medalists for the South Island, just out there early, starting to show. Right next to them is Glendowie College. You'll see Dunstan there with the yellow and the red. Oh, we've got the live stream working again here in the commentary box, so that's pretty cool. Then Dunstan High School, Glendowie, looks like they're leading actually. Glendowie, and then we go to Maclean's, who would be third, just outside of them, John McGlashan. Those are the four. So boat length lead at the moment for Glendowie. That's Xavier and Finley. Just starting to pull away a wee bit. Long way to go though. They're just into the second quarter of the race, heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. They're actually extending, so nice piece of work going on here from Glendowie. Boat length and a half over Dunstan, boat length and a half back to Maclean's, boat length and a half back to John McGlashan. Then we come and see Shirley Boys, St Peters, across on the outside Lane 7, Burnside High School, and then just a little bit on out back there in Lane 8 is Christ College. It's almost like a finals day. Arrowhead starting to form. There's up to the 1,000 metre mark and through go Glendowie now, and out to 2 boat lengths quite cleanly. A few coaches there on the bicycles about to join them, see if they can catch up, keep up with their crews. See how fast they go. How many Mr. Whippies have they had today? That'll impact that. Dunstan still second though. Just starting to squeeze on them is Maclean's in Lane 5. And very even across the rest as they were before in terms of their separation. So Glendowie, Dunstan, Maclean's. Then we go to John McGlashan just off the pace a little bit. We go across to Shirley Boys in a line with them. Then across in the flanks in Lane 1, St Peters. Lane 7, Burnside. Lane 8, Christ College. Oh, nice work. Glendowie just continuing to extend here. They'll be out to 2.5 boat lengths. Still keeping in cooey with the second place Dunstan Maclean's. And still just a vague ripple across the lake. Reminds me of the finish I saw on a painted boat recently. Past through the 1250 they go, heading up towards 500 metres to run. And nice response coming in from Maclean, starting to put Dunstan under pressure. Remember, it's 1 and 2 to go through, so Dunstan are holding that second, but they'll have to watch Maclean's. They'll need a good finish. A few camper vans down on that section past the 1,500 metre mark. I'm sure that will only grow as the week goes on. Going by today's crowd, it's going to be chocker here later in the week. They're out of car parks today, so you'll have to be careful with your management as you make your way down here later days in the week. Out to 4 boat lengths now is this crew from Glendowie. Xavier Warren, Finley Christensen, coached by Leo Strode-Penny. Impressive row this, and they just continue to extend. Dunstan still have it over Maclean's. 3 boat lengths back now to John McGlashan. The Johnny's just a wee bit back. Shirley Boys, St Peters College right alongside Shirley Boys. They'll be going past their supporters. Shirley shortly. Past Shirley shortly. Give them a shout. Then we go Lane 7 will be Burnside High School and Lane 8 Christ College number 1. Heat number 3 on the way. Not doing too badly for time. Might be running about 5 minutes behind at this stage, but we've got a bit of time up our sleeve. And the starter's done a fantastic job today trying to work to form an interval so we can get this first day's program through by around about 3:30 while the weather is still good, and it is holding lovely for us. Just still extending, aren't they? Look at this from Glendowie, probably out to 5 boat lengths now over Dunstan. Dunstan still holding a nice advantage over the crew from Maclean's to keep them out of the semi-final. John McGlashan trying to stick with them. They'll head through the repechage at this rate, then a bit of separation back to Shirley Boys, St Peters, and across to Burnside and Christ College. In fact, it's just Christ College. I've been calling Burnside. They must have had their invisibility cloak on because they're not out there. So it is the crew from Glendowie still. in the familiar green and white. They come up to 110 metres to go. Dunstan looking comfortable in second, but just watching what happens from McLean's. If McLean's want to override that Dunstan crew, they're going to have to move those hands a bit quicker now and get themselves going. They're trying to close that gap. They've got a wee bit of work to do still. Less than 100 metres to run for Dunstan. Glendowie is sorted out. They're going to get themselves through to the semi-final. And just putting a bit more pressure on now is Christopher and Max from Dunstan doing a good job to finish out and get through into the semi-final. So they will hold second at this rate. Cross will be McLean's finishing third. 3 boat links back to John McGlashan. Then we'll go 2 boat links back to Shirley Boys. St Peter's just finishing. Oh, Shirley Boys just went sideways a wee bit. They've let St Peter's go straight past them. They've picked it up again, but they'll finish fairly even. So through to the semi-final goes Glendowie and Dunstan. Through to the repechage goes McLean's, John McGlashan. And it's going to be between these 3. Shirley, you had the advantage. They're going to go back. St Peter's, well, they've got a bit of a run their boat. They've just got a bow ball over the top of Shirley. Just dipping out on the repechage. That is bad luck, but through will go St Peter's Well Road Boys. As the drone zips straight back up the course, we look at 8-4 coming into the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 1, Cromwell College number 1, Connor Haig, Jacob Lipsick. In lane 2, King's College 1, Lachlan Tanhay and Harry Mann. In lane 3, Gisborne Boys High School number 1, Carlos Bramwell and Alexander Dinkle. In lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate 1, George Benjamin and Gus Ware. In lane 5, Nelson College 1, Oliver White and Murdoch Smith. In lane 6, Sacred Heart, Auckland 1, Patrick Mitchell, Henry Johnston. In lane 7, Marlborough Boys College 1, Hunter Marfell and Logan Flight. And in lane 8, John Paul College 1, Billy Chisby and Flynn Wheeler. St Paul's Collegiate School, North Island silver medalists. See them in this race here. And you can see, as the sun glistens down on a range of white sculling boats out there, we can see lane 3, Gisborne Boys High School putting in a good showing, but they're just alongside St Paul's Collegiate, who are in front by about 2 boat lengths. So 2 boat lengths to St Paul's Collegiate over Gisborne Boys High School. Then we go across to Nelson College would be 3rd. Sacred Heart of Auckland would be 6th. Had the pleasure of meeting some of the Sacred Heart parents yesterday. They had their inaugural Twizel St Patrick's Day celebration next door to us. Very reserved they were. Thoroughly enjoying themselves down here, and you guys have all had a fantastic day here for day 1 of this Audi Mardi Regatta for 2024. And St Paul's Collegiate, George and Gus, coached by Victoria Goodwin and Martin Simicelli, doing some good pedigrees there in their coaching team, doing a good job here in lane 4. Just inside to Gisborne Boys High School. I'm not sure that those are the Gisborne colours, quite frankly, but we'll call them. Not sure that is them. It is. That'll be why. My apologies, I'm a race ahead of myself. Lane 1 is St Bees, lane 2 is Tauranga Boys, lane 3 is Cambridge, who are second. St Peter's are in lane 4 and they're leading. You're in Egg, and then we go into Takapuna Grammar in lane 5, they're third. Outside of them is Wentworth College in lane 6, currently 4th. So as we just recalibrated it, St Peter's coming down in lane 4. That's Angus Denise and Jack Calasini, and Cambridge High School Benjamin and Ben are second. They're going to go through to the semi-final. Across on the outside is Takapuna. The outside of Takapuna being Wentworth. Outside of them is St Kennigan's. We come right back down inside to Tauranga Boys College. Then lane 1 would be St Bees. Across to McLean's in lane 8. So through with about 50 metres to go is St Peter's. They will go through into the semi-final, taking Cambridge with them. And then Takapuna Grammar in lane 5. Heading through to the repechage. So into the semi-final goes St Peter's. Cambridge will go through with them into the semi-final. Then the repechage will be Takapuna Grammar, Wentworth College, and it's going to be close between St Kitts and Tauranga Boys. I think St Kitts have got the advantage over on the outside. That is Heat 3. Apologies to that team. The computer's not doing its thing up here, so if we get out of kilter, it's human error. But I do know that is Heat 4 going through the 1,000 metre mark now. We'll just pass the 1,000 metre mark. So we can see in that is Cromwell in lane 1, King's College in lane 2, Gisborne in lane 3. But it is St Paul's Collegiate in lane 4 and Nelson College leading in lane 5. Then we go in across the Sacred Heart from Auckland, Marlborough Boys College 1 and John Paul College. So as they head up through 1,250 metres gone, Nelson College leading here, Oliver and Murdoch, coached by Brent Smith. And just inside of them, St Paul's Collegiate number 1. Marlborough Boys College, Hunter and Logan doing a good job out in lane 7. They've got a little bit of the course to run, but they're just pulling up alongside that second crew of St Paul's Collegiate, putting them under pressure for that second qualifying spot. So Nelson holding well here. Just going to watch and wait and see what happens between this fight on the outside in lane 7 between Marlborough Boys College. It's in the white boat. You can see at the bottom of your screen for those watching the live stream. Just over there in lane 7. Up against here, St Paul's Collegiate in lane 4. Then it's another couple of boat lengths back to Gisborne Boys High School. Then we come back inside to Sacred Heart from Auckland. Back down to Cromwell College in lane 1. King's College down there in lane 2 just ahead of Cromwell. Up towards 150 metres to run. Nelson still by a couple of boat lengths. Gaining on them is St Paul's Collegiate. They've got some work to do just to hold off that. The big challenge from Marlborough looks like it might have run its course on St Paul's. They've done a great job responding. They have St Paul's, George and Gus. Nelson still have control. It'll be 1 and 2 through to the semi-final. And Nelson, Marlborough Boys look like they'll be heading through to the repechage. Down they come, Nelson, less than 100 metres to go. St Paul's starting to try and climb into them. They've both got themselves through to the semi-final. They don't have to be too silly about it. Nice push to stave off Marlborough Boys from St Paul's. Nelson just look a little bit easier on it. St Paul's trying to finish hard to get over the top of them, but these two will go through to the semi-final. Over goes Nelson, then goes St Paul's, and then it will be Marlborough Boys across the top through the repechage. They're finishing third. And then fourth down here will be Gisborne. And oh no, what's happened out there? That is King's. No, it's not. Lane 6. It is Sacred Heart of Auckland. Just come to a standstill. I think they hit the boys. No, they've had an equipment issue. Something's happened to one of their oars. Unfortunately, they might just have missed out in the repechage as a result. That is unfortunate. Down here in lane 2, it will be King's College number 1. Oh, she's a cruel sport rowing. Across the line now comes Cromwell. And Sacred Heart doing a good job just to make sure they finish. And then on the outside will be John Paul College. Final heat of the boys under 16 double sculls from sponsorship of Mr. Whippy. And in lane 1, Otago Boys High School 1, Leo Burgess and Zach Hall. In lane 2, Onslow College 1, Sam Harford and Jasper Tucky. In lane 3, Hauraki Plains College 1, Blake Leach and Cameron Churchill. In lane 4, Wellington College 1, Ollie Vig and Harry Kavanagh. In lane 5, Whakatipu High School 1, Max Davis, Charlie Manser. In lane 6, Francis Douglas College 1, from Noah Prendergast and Hamish Perry. And in lane 7, it's Gisborne Boys High School number 2, Hunter Clapham, Tolson Sparrow, and James Hayes, Mitchell McElroy, the Scots College crew number 1 in lane 8. And just looking at here, Whakatipu High School, the South Island champions in lane 5, look like they're leading this field down. They certainly are. That's them with the blue and the gold stripes. And you can look at that on your screen. You can see that there would probably be, goodness me, 5 boat lengths there, I would think. Heading back to Hauraki Plains, lane 3. Easy to spot from here, even without the cameras. You can see those orange blades flashing through the water. So that's Blake and Cameron, coached by Tom Leonard. They've got second at this stage. Just in between those two crews is Wellington College 1. Just ahead of them, though, outside of Whakatupu would be Noah and Hamish from Francis Douglas College 1. Great to have them in here. Then we go across into lane 2, Onslow College 1. Just back from them, Otago Boys High School. Across on the outside to Gisborne Boys High School number 2 in lane 7. And then Scots College 1 out there in lane 8. Last of the boys under 16 double sculls heats. 1 and 2 through to the semi-final. 3, 4 and 5 through the repechage. And immediately following this race, one of the premier events that I know Kirsty's down there waiting to see come through will be the heats in the girls under 18 single sculls. 5 of those today. And then we've got heat 1 of the boys under 18 single sculls. And the boys under 18 single sculls will probably take us through to the end of today's program. In fact, it will. So Whakatipu continuing to extend their lead. Very impressive here, Max and Charlie. Well coached by John Morrison. So Whakatipu, who won the President's Scull at Māori in Hamilton, Karapiro last year, looking like they're laying a challenge down for having another crack at it this year. But early days as they head into the Yellow Boys, 250 metres to run. Well ahead of Hauraki Plains. Still a good row there from Blake and Cameron, coached by Tom Leonard. These two looking positive to go through into the semi-finals. And then it looks like it will be Francis College, between Francis College, Wellington College, Onslow College for the repechage. They look like they've got those ones sewn up if things stay as they stand. Across to Gisborne Boys High School, Scots College, and Otago Boys will be struggling. Up to the red boys, 100 metres to go now for Whakatipu High School. Through they go. Nice run on the boat, and look how clean they are at the catch. There's hardly any backsplash. Just placing that oar at the catch, driving through, and a nice clean exit at the finish too. Excellent sculling at under 16 through 100 metres, less than 100 metres to go now for the crew from Hauraki Plains. And then we go across the top to Francis College. So through the semi-final goes Whakatipu. Joining them there is Hauraki Plains. Into the repechage will be Francis Douglas College. Wellington College will join them. And it looks like down here in lane 2, Onslow College, Sam and Jasper getting themselves through the repechage. Just missing out on the repechage, but finishing them behind them will be Otago Boys High School, Gisborne Boys across the top, and then Scots College in lane 8. So semi-finalists initially decided for the boys under 16 double sculls. Wait and see what happens in the repechages.
It seems more and more high-stakes decisions are ending up in my hands. While still at the challenge, I worry some decisions might not get the attention they deserve. Working with Aon means I've got their whole team in my corner, with advanced analytics and expert insights that put things in the right context. It's the gut check I need to stay on top of it all. Better decisions. Aon.
Lane 6, Timaru Girls High School 1, Alana Berry Rankin. Lane 7, St Andrews College 1, Alice Myers. And in lane 8, Cashmere High School, Eliza Omar. So they are through 1,000 metres. And it's coming out of lane 4, Emma Bagri, the North Island champion. She's got a nice handy lead there. Heading up towards 750 metres to run. Just on her right, Angela Carney from Iona College. Just outside of her and a bit further back, Alana Berry Rankin from Timaru Girls High School. Then we come across into lane 3, Maggie Hepburn from Otago Girls High School. And then it's Sacred Heart Hamilton, Sarah Healy, coached by Tony Burns. Then we go to St Andrews College, Cashmere High School, and back into lane 1, Otamoetai College number 2. So the girls will be pretty happy with these conditions to scull in, just a gentle zephyr. It can stay like that if it can, please. Great shots on the zone. You can see Emma Bagri from Wellington College in the yellow skiff. Nice 2 boat length lead over Angela from Aon College. And they're almost equidistant as we go back to Alana from Timaru Girls High School. Just as I say that, we can hear the breeze coming up behind us, so let's hope that sods off and we can just settle down and get some nice sculling racing in to close out the afternoon. So Maggie Hepburn, coached by Olivia Swan, back there in lane 3. Progression here is that 1 and 2 go through to the semi-final. The last, well, this is cutthroat, isn't it? If you're last, you're eliminated. Everybody else is through to the repecharges. So experienced scullers out here. Two to 3 boat lengths now there for Emma. Angela from Aon College just going with her, maintaining that distance. Then they go back to Maggie Hepburn from Otago Girls. She's going to get the automatic qualify. She's got a wee bit of work to do to try and catch up with Angela from Moana. Back to St Andrews, just right outside from St Andrews is Kashmir, Eliza Omar. Then we come across and see Elsa from Otamoto College in lane 1. So it'll be between, looking at this late stage, oh, she just caught a bad stroke there, did Elsa from Otamoto. I hope she just corrected herself. Perhaps her and Eliza are having a battle within a battle at the back of the field, just to see who goes through the repecharge. Back at the other end of the field, no doubt about who's controlling this, Emma Bagri from Wellington Girls College. And just letting the boat do the work. Nice run on that. Not rating too hard, but plenty of power there. Look at the movement of the boat after she's driven. Places the oar in and moves past it. Down the line comes Emma Bagri from Wellington Girls College to get herself through the semi-final. Nice effort there. Awana College, Angela Carney will take the second position down to, there she goes, over the line into the semi-final. And then as we look down here, we can see Maggie Hepburn from Otago Girls across the top to Alana Barry-Ranker from Timaru Girls High School. Back down we come to Sacred Girls Sarah Healy, and then it is Alice Myers from St Andrews College. And the battle within the battle is for Eliza Omar and Elsa Alexander from Otamoto. Looks like Eliza might have the advantage there to go through to the repecharge. Just those are wondering, I can tell you that the scales are open again for those that need to weigh boats. So crews that are looking to weigh boats can head through and get that done. Race number 105, Heat 2, the girls under 18 single sculls, brought to you by Twizel 4 Square. We thank them for their support, particularly to Chris and Julianne Grant, local supermarket owned and operated by them. So thank them very much for their support here through the girls under 18 single sculls. Lane 1, Marion College, Olivia Toomey. Lane 2, Onslow College 1, Isla Ramsden. Lane 3, Sacred Heart Girls 1, Jessie Pulford. Lane 4 is Ashburton College 1, Sophie Gibson. In lane 5, Craighead Dawson School 1, Nadia Vandenbosch. Lane 6, Southland Girls High School 1, Thea Hoyle. In lane 7, Otago Girls High School 2, Danielle Milne. In lane 8, Burnside High School 2, Jessica Rankin. So Ashburton College in the middle of the field there. Lane 4, that is Sophie Gibson. She's the South Island champion. And we just see what's happening out there, and it looks like Sophie Gibson is happening out there. So Sophie's leading them down. Sacred Girls just inside there, Jessie Pulford. That's Sacred Heart Girls from New Plymouth. She's in second. Those two are well clear of the rest of the field. Outside of Sophie is Nadia Vandenbosch from Craighead. She finished second to Sophie in the South Island Champs just recently. So the 1-2 continuing there, but looks like that'll be for the repecharge. We go outside of South of Craighead we go to Southland Girls, and then right next to her is Otago Girls. Just ahead of those two is Jessica from Burnside. So Jessica from Burnside would be 5th. Back to Onslow College in lane 2. Marion College in lane 1. In fact, let's just make sure we got this right. Yep, there we go. That's why there was a boat missing from a previous race. They just had a mechanical issue and they're heading down the outside of the course. So Sophie Gibson through 250 metres to go. Strong rower. She's had a very good season and she means business out there. You can tell that by the way she's rowing. Just still ahead of Jessie from Sacred Heart. She's got 2 boat lengths over her. Then they would have 3 boat lengths back to Nadia from Craighead Dosserson, who's leading the repechage contenders down. Outside to Southland Girls, Otago Girls and Burnside High School in a line. Onslow College just in the same area as them, might be slightly ahead of those 3 crews, and back from her is Marion College. But it's coming down 150 metres to go into a slight headwind as they go now, but she's pushing through that strongly as Sophie up to the red buoy she goes. 100 metres to run for her. Just extending her lead now on Sacred Heart Girls from New Plymouth, Jessie Pulford. So Sophie coached by Justin Wall, Mary Hefford, and Sacred Heart Girls, Jessie Pulford coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. She's got less than 100 metres to run now. These two will go through to the semi-final, and then we look at Craighead Diocesan. A nice row through here in lane 2 from Isla from Onslow. She's going to take that 4th spot, and there will be Southland Girls, Otago Girls, Burnside, and it might be a wee bit unlucky for Olivia from Marion. Down to the line goes Sophie Gibson, strong row. We don't have the times here, so if you check it on Row It, she's finished 4 boat lengths ahead of Jessie from Sacred Heart Girls from New Plymouth. And then we go maybe 5 boat lengths back to Craighead, Onslow, across to Southland Girls, Otago Girls, Burnside, and then it'll be Marion College in the second heat of the girls under 18 single sculls. So the respective North and South Island champions in the under 18 single sculls winning their heats. Heat 3 makes its way through 1,000 metre mark. Heat 3 of the girls under 18 single sculls brought to you by Twizel 4 Square. In lane 1, Takapuna Grammar 1, Amelia Swarbrick. Lane 2, Rangiruru Girls School 1, Millie Gallagher. Lane 3, Barradine College 1, Emma Garand. In lane 4, Otamotai College 1, Caitlin Wayne. Lane 5, St Margaret's College 1, Nina Oliver. Lane 6, St Kennigan's College 1, India Nichols. Lane 7, Rotorua Lakes High School 1, Sarah O'Driscoll. Lane 8, Aotea College 1, Leela Mackay. There's a head up through that 1,000 metre mark, and it looks like it's coming out of the middle of the course. Just check that. Lane 4 it is, Otamotai College. That's Caitlin Wayne. She finished actually 4th in the North Island Champs, so she's putting in a good strong effort here. St Margaret's College 1, Nina Oliver, and you can see in the red and white candy stripes just outside of her, she did a good job in the South Island, finishing 4th as well. So the 2 4th place getters in their respective championships are leading this heat down. Just alongside from St Margaret's is India Nichols from St Kendigan's. And then we go outside to Rotorua Lakes, that's Sarah O'Driscoll. And then Aotea College, Leela Mackay. Back inside to Barradine, Rangiruru and Takapuna Grammar. So Caitlin Wayne from Otamotai. Just leading down, Otamotai in the black and sort of tealy green colours they are on their row suit. Just still maintaining a boat length lead over St Margaret's. And then we come to St Kennigan's. India Nichols coached by Loveday Yeoman. That headwind's just sort of eased off a wee bit, which is good. So St Kennigan's got an opportunity to put some pressure on St Margaret's here and take that second qualifying spot. St Margaret's looking to put pressure on Otamotai to try and get through ahead of her. So they look like they're just starting to bunch a little bit more as they head into the last 350 metres of the race. But these 3 well ahead of the chasing pack, which is outside St Kennigan's, is Rotorua Lake, Sarah O'Driscoll, coached by Alistair Riddle. And then we go to Aotea College, Leela Mackay. Looks to be having a couple of issues out there in lane 8. Not the greatest of lanes to be in if there's a bit of a breeze. Then we come to lane 2. Rangiruru will be ahead of her in lane 2. That's Millie. And then Amelia from Takapuna is in lane 1 doing a good job. So pressure still on here. Otamotai from St Margaret's. And then India from St Kennigan's. Nice long stroke from St Kent. She's leaning right back as she gets to the finish, isn't she? Blade in the water for a long time. A little bit shorter by comparison is Otamotai, but a bit more power on the boat. That's why she's leading. And just trying to hold off St Margaret she is, but St Margaret's needs to just watch outside and see what's happening with India from St Kennigan's. As the sun starts to come out again, still holding their position. Strong row here from Otamotai. Still holding a boat length over St Margaret's, out to St Kennigan's, and maybe St Kennigan's just realised that it might be through to the repechage. Along with Barradine, who looks like they're going to finish 4th. That's Emma Gerard at the moment. Across the top, we have a look at Rotorua Lakes. Rotorua Lakes out there in the gold and the blues. As we come down to the finish, by a boat length and a wee bit will be Otamoto College. Congratulations to Caitlin Wayne through to the semi-final, and along with her will be Nina Oliver from St Margaret. Straight through they go. Well done, ladies. And then into the rest of the repecharges will be St Kennigan's, Barradine, across the top to Rotorua Lakes. And then we come down to Rangiruru, Takapuna, and it looks like just Aotea College will just dip out there in lane 8. Heat number 4 making its way through. They're all running evenly around about 1,000 metres apart. That's the 4 metres for you. The race after is already on its way too. Heat 4, lane 1, James Hargis College 1, Holly Carey. Lane 2, Mount Albert Grammar 1, Amanda Chen. Lane 3, Hillcrest High School 1, Rowan Giles. Lane 4, Cambridge High School 1, Tegan O'Dwyer. Lane 5, Dawson School for Girls 1, Imogen Worrell. In lane 6, Rotorua Girls High School 1, Frances Hazeldine. In lane 7, Samuel Marsden Collegiate 1, Sophie Zhang. And in lane 8, Whangarei Girls High School 1, Leah Stowe. Just looking at them as they head up through, almost 750 metres to run. And it is Dyson School for Girls. They're leading right alongside Cambridge High School. Very even between those two scullers. Just a boat length, I'd give it to Dosserson over Cambridge High School. And right inside them is Hillcrest. So the North Islanders leading this heat down. Just the one South Island representative in this single sculls race, this particular one. So it is Imogen Worrell in lane 5, Dawson School for Girls, coached by Franklin Hamilton, Casper Hammond, leading Cambridge. And that, of course, is Tegan, coached by Carl Manson and Joel Clayton Green, 1 and 2 to go through. Just inside is Rowan Giles from Hillcrest, coached by Georgia Allen. Those are the 3. Well clear now is Dawson School for Girls. Nice strong row here from Imogen. Then in 4th position would be Rotorua Girls. That's Frances Hazeldine, coached by Alistair Riddle. And it's really just the last place getter that's going to miss out. James Hargis down in lane 1, not looking too uncomfortable there with lane 2, Mount Albert Grammar, and Amanda Chen. They look like they're heading through. It's really going to be a challenge for Whangarei Girls High School number 1, I think, out there in lane 8. Again, lane 8 with the breezes blowing, a little bit challenging and a little bit lonely out there sometimes too. But that is the life of these single scullers. They've spent so long training in these skiffs. They'll be used to their own thoughts and instructions, and that's what Imogen's doing now, carrying out hers quite nicely. Cambridge High School in a nice red skiff coming down, still holding on to second. She'll just look outside of her, and inside of her rather, and see Hillcrest. She'll be trying to hold her off to get the automatic qualifier. She's got a boat length over her now. She'll want to maintain that and just keep the boat nice and straight. Still looking strong, Imogen. Dawson School for Girls. Down to the line they come, and it will be well done to Dawson School for Girls. Imogen goes over the line to get herself through the semi-final. Held off nicely is Tegan O'Dwyer from Cambridge High School to go through as well. And just going through into the repechage will be Rowan from Hillcrest. Then we go across the top to, it will be Rotorua Girls, Frances Hazeldine. And joining her will be down here in lane 2, Mount Albert Grammar. And then we have a look at Samuel Marsden Collegiate. And down here to James Hargest. And just missing through will be Whangarei Girls High School. Just a message from the Secretary's office, which is why I was a little bit indisposed for a moment. There has been a cell phone handed into the Secretary's office. So if your last name is spelled Figueira, your cell phone is in the Secretary's office and it is waiting to be reunited with you. Heat 5, final heat of the girls under 18 single sculls, brought to you by Twizel 4 Square. Lane 1, Bayfield High School 1, Olivia Duffy. Lane 2, Burnside High School 1, Megan McMorrin. Lane 3, Dunstan High School 1, Olivia Bissett. Lane 4, John Paul College 1, Tegan Negus. In lane 5, it's Epsom Girls Grammar 1, Stevie Maybe. In lane number 6, Columba College 1, Anya Rhodes. And in lane 7, it's Glen Dowie College number 1, Hannah Strang. They're well through this course now. Dunstan High School out there in lane number 3. No, it's inside, out further across from there. It's John Paul College in the red with the white stripes. Tegan Negus, again coached by Alistair Riddle. In lane 4, very handily placed with Epsom Girls Grammar number 1, Stevie Maybe. These two have got this all tied up, haven't they? Look at that, 1 and 2 through to the semi-final. There is about 5 boat lengths back to the rest of the field. That would probably be, looks like Glen Dowie actually. Hannah Strang would be 3rd. Right across from her, it would be Dunstan High School, who would be 4th. And then we go to Burnside, Megan McMorrin, Bayfield High School down there in lane 1. Very little between her and it looks like Columba College in lane 6. So 1 and 2 through to the semi-final. The rest eliminated. Just clearing the field from the previous race. But very impressive row this for John Paul College. Tegan Negus don't have any times for you, unfortunately, unless you hop on to row it. Still continue to bring Stevie Maybe from Epsom Girls Grammar down with her. Stevie who finished bronze in the North Island Championships recently. And then we've got probably 6, 7 take your pick boat lengths back to Glen Dowie College, Hannah Strang. She'll be through to the repechage along with Dunstan, Olivia Bissett. And then Burnside, Bayfield. Ooh, Bayfield might have some work to do actually. Columba look like they've pulled well ahead of them as we come down to 50 metres to run. And it is still Tegan doing a great job here in lane 4. Just slightly extending on Epsom Girls Grammar, who will take the 2nd position. Across the line there goes Tegan. Congratulations. Through she goes to the semi-final. Joining her is Stevie Maybe. And then we look across to Glen Dowie, Dunstan, Burnside. And it looks like Columbo has got that other spot. Just a wee bit further back will be Olivia Duffy from Bayfield High School. Race 109, the last event of the day, is the boys under 18 single sculls. We have got 5 heats, 6 heats in fact of this to come, so 6 races to close out day 1 here at Aon Regatta for 2024. This is the first heat In lane number 1 is St Paul's Collegiate 3, Jaden King. Lane 2, Ashburton College 1, Isaac Carr. Lane 3, Scots College 1, Oscar Prius. In lane 4, Tauranga Boys College 1, Jameson McConaughey. In lane 5, John McGlashan College 1, Matthew O'Meara. In lane 6, Hauraki Plains College 2, Matthew Simpson. Lane 7, Nelson College 1, Ethan Steele. Lane 8, St John's of Hamilton 2, it's Logan Morris. We look out in the middle of the course, it's coming out of lane 5, John McGlashan College number 1. That's Matthew O'Meara, coached by Dylan Davis and Jack McLaughlin. And they look like they've got a nice lead going on there, do you, Matthew O'Meara? He would have, it's right next to him though, it's on the outside there, 2 races across, lanes. It is from Nelson College, Ethan Steele. And between the pair of those two is Matthew Simpson from Hauraki Plains. Just inside John McGlashan is Jameson from Tauranga Boys College. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 are going through to the quarterfinal. Last is eliminated. The rest are going to repecharges. So he's looking to get themselves through to the quarterfinals, 1, 2, 3 and 4. And Oscar Prius down there in lane 3 is looking like he's around about 4th position. Just inside from him is, he's in, Tauranga Boys just outside of him. So Oscar pulling up alongside Tauranga Boys. It's all between John McGlashan and then Nelson. Back to Hauraki Plains. Tauranga, Scots College. There's 4 going to come out of 5 here. This will be interesting. Right across the outside is St John's, Hamilton and the Orange Boat. Then we come down to lane 1, St Paul's Collegiate. Just back from there is Ashburton College. So we're going to try and make 4 into 5 out here in this first heat of the boys under 18 single sculls, brought to you by AJ Hackett, Bungee New Zealand. So Matthew O'Meara doing a good job in lane 5 for John McGlashan. He's leading through. On the outside of him in lane number 7 is still Nelson College, Ethan Steele. Then we come back inside to Hauraki Plains. Hauraki Plains, Tauranga Boys, Scots College. Looks like Tauranga Boys just done a piece of work to get rid of Scots College. So those are the 4 that are heading through to the quarterfinal at this stage. But 100 metres to go and anything can happen in the single sculls. But he's out to 2 lengths now is Matthew O'Meara from John McGlashan. Across to Ethan Steele. Then we go another boat length and a bit back to Hauraki Plains. Then Jameson McConaughey from Tauranga Boys just moved ahead of Scots College. They'll go through to the quarterfinal. Scots College through to the repechage, along with St Paul's Collegiate, Jaden King. Isaac Carr from Ashburton College will join him. And it looks like St John's, Hamilton, Logan Morris might have just dipped out there in the first heat of the boys under 18 single sculls. As I say, brought to you by AJ Hackett Bungee. Just like rowers, they're passionate about what they do, which is why they throw themselves into what they do. Heat 2. Te Aha o Te Kura Pounamu 1 is in lane 1. Otago Boys High School 1 in lane 2. St Thomas's o Canterbury 1 in lane 3. In lane 4, Timaru Boys High School 1. In lane 5, St Peter's School 1. In lane 6, St Paul's Collegiate 2. In lane 7, Pukekohe High School 1. And in lane 8, Taupo Nui Aotea College is in lane 8. Harry February is out there. Let's just see what's going along with these guys. And just seeing who we've got that's been around. It looks like it's lane number 3, 4. Timaru Boys, Josh Bartlett, out there in the white with the blue diagonal stripes, leading these down, although he is second because out there right in lane number Taupo Nui Aotea is leading this down. That's Harry February. So Harry out there in lane 8 in the red with the white stripes. Looks like he has always a bit of an advantage. This is close, this one, isn't it? So we've got Taupo Nui Aotea out there in lane 8. We come back into Timaru Boys, just inside Timaru Boys, St Thomas's of Canterbury, Carter Baxter. Outside of Timaru Boys is St Peter's. Then we come across to Otago Boys High School in lane 2. And then we've got St Paul's Collegiate and Pukekohe High School in lanes 6 and 7. Then just a further back in lane 1 is Te Aho Te Kura Pounamu, which is Silas Scott back there in lane 1. So a line up now between Taupo Nui Aotea, and we come across into Timaru and St Thomas's. These 3 scullers It looks like there could be a line of another 2 coming into contention for the 4 quarter-final spots. It's Otago Boys and it's St Peter's School. St Peter's Joshua Yeoman. He's got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch these first ones. But in contention, these are the 5. So one's going to dip out of here. So just starting to move his hands a little bit quicker there, Josh Bartlett. You can see him starting to crank up. Trying to catch up with Carter Baxter, coached by Paddy Dowling from St Thomas's. Strong sculling pedigree through St Thomas's. Hasn't given it away out there in lane 8, has Harry February. There's those 3. You can't quite see them on the screen, but I can tell you that lane 8 is right in the middle of this. And then St Peter's in lane 5 right in there as well. Then we come back down into Otago Boys. They're working hard. Tom Dunn down there in lane number 2, coached by Thomas Ryan and Lauren Gibb. Some work these 5 are going to crack into to try and get the 4 spots between them. No doubt about who's out in front, St Thomas's and Timaru Boys. So look at him going out there. Harry February in lane 8. He's not going to leave anything out on the water. He's working hard out there from Taupo Nui Atea. He's got a great straight rate going. He's gone through into 3rd over the top of St Peter's. Then we come back down to Otago Boys in lane 2. Oh, who's going to dip out between Otago Boys and St Peter's? That's where it looks like the race is. Otago Boys. Tom Dunn starting to move fast down in lane 2, trying to get that quarter-final spot. He looks across to Joshua Yeoman to see if he can crack into him. Meanwhile, down here at the pointy end, it's still with Timaru Boys just nudging over the top of St Thomas's. Very little between St Thomas's and Timaru. He's working hard is Josh Bartlett. But Carter Baxter's just trying to hold him on. Oh, he's gone over the top, has Josh. Josh has got him by a bow ball on the line. A bow ball on the line over St Thomas's. They're both going through the quarter-final. Fantastic row on the outside lane 8 there from Harry February from Taupo Nui Atea. He's going to take the 3rd spot and through into the quarter-final. And joining him after a good push in the last 100 metres will be from Otago Boys, Tom Dunn. The rest of them will head into the repechage. St Peter's Joshua Yeoman will, as will St Paul's Liam Fairweather just finishing, and outside of him from Pukekohe will be Jimmy Steenson. He'll go through, and just missing out will be Silas Scott down there in lane 1. Please team, if you're about to head off for the day, and we thank you for coming down and supporting us, please make sure you take all the rubbish that you've brought with you, pack it in, pack it out. Heat 3, well into 750 metres to run. Heat 3 of the boys under 18 single sculls. In lane number 1, Twizel Area School, Ralph Henderson. In lane number 2, Te Ahoa Tukura Ponamo, Finn Sattler. In lane 3, Whanganui High School 1, Eli Kuhn. In lane 4, Kashmir High School 1, Jimmy Middleditch. In lane 5, Whakatipu High School 1, Toby Tregaiga. In lane 6, Tahura College 1, Joseph Williams. In lane 7, Gisborne Boys High School 1, Ned Clark. In lane 8, Cromwell College 1, Tane Borthwick. Well into the business end of the field, and it's Jimmy Middleditch right outside of him, Whakatipu High School, Toby and Jimmy going at it. Jimmy just moving ahead of Toby now. A bow ball. Kashmir will be in front from Toby. So Kashmir just over the top of Whakatipu. Then we go back to Tahara, which is Joseph Williams. He would be 3rd. Come back inside 4th would be with Whanganui down there in lane 3. Eli Kuhn. These 4 well clear of the rest of the field. Looking odds on to go through to the quarter-final. Then we come down to Twizel Area School in lane 1. Ralph Henderson. He would be 5th. Through the repechage, he's likely to go across the top to Gisborne Boys High School. He'll be in there as well. Twizel Area School, Ralph Henderson. Then we go right out to Cromwell High School. Gisborne Boys High School first, then Cromwell. Then we come back to Te Ahoa Tukura Pounamu, Finn Sattler. He's got some work to do to make sure he gets himself through the repechage. Meanwhile, at the pointy end, there's a ding-dong going on here between Kashmir and Whakatipu. They won't be going flat out. They'll know they've got plenty of rowing left in the rest of the week. In fact, Jimmy looks very comfortable there. Boat doing all the work. Very similar stroke rates, although Whakatipu's just gone up a little bit. Looks like he's just wants to finish over the top of Jimmy and get a better position in the quarterfinals, get those good lanes. In lane 6 there is Joseph Williams from Tauhara College. He's looking a nice, comfortable 3rd. And then we go back to Eli Kuhn from Whanganui. So as they come down to the finish, 50 metres to run. Jimmy just over the top of Whakatipu, just puts an extra squirt on at the end there to make sure he finishes first in his heat. So well done, Jimmy Middleditch, over the line. Make sure I steer clear of your father tonight. Whakatipu just finishing 2. He'll get second. Third is there to Tahara College. And then fourth through to the quarterfinals will be Whanganui Eli Kuhn. Through to the Repachargers will be nice finish down here from Ralph Henderson actually in lane 1, just coming through nicely to go through the reps, as is Gisborne Boys High School across the top, Ned Clark in lane 7. Then we'll go back to, it's going to be close actually here between Cromwell, Tame Borthwick. In lane 2, Te Aho Takura Ponamu, Finn Sadler. These guys just making sure who's going to go through to the Repacharge and who's not. I think lane 2 might have just secured that, Finn. So well done to him, and that wraps up heat 3. 2 to go. 2 to go, team. And just wonderful foresight by the team here at South Island Rowing, or 3 to go because Ian can't count, to get these races through as quickly as they can, given conditions. This is heat number 4 in lane 1. Kashmir High School 2, Angus McKenzie. In lane 2, Sacred Heart Auckland 1, Henry O'Neill. In lane 3, St Kevin's College 1, Cody Marshall. In lane 4, Maclean's College 1, James Dimmock. In lane 5, Onslow College 1, Sid McQueen. Lane 6, Hillcrest High School 1, Kahukura Hagi. In lane 7, Whangarei Boys High School 1, Casey Podesta. And lane 8, Maxwell Cleveland from Bayfield High School number 1. Looks like they're all out there. And Maclean's look like, it's pretty even. Maclean just outside of Maclean's, Onslow College in the red. So Onslow College and Maclean's, very little between them, and just inside of them is St Kevin's. So we got, does look like it's with Maclean's at the moment, James Dimmock. Outside of him is Onslow College. And then we go back to St Kevin's just there in lane 3. Come across to Hillcrest High School in lane 6. Right across to Whangarei Boys School in lane 7. Then it's Bayfield High School. Then we go back to Sacred Heart of Auckland in lane 2, and then a fair distance back there to Kashmir High School number 2, Angus McKenzie. So Maclean's, James Dimmock, North Island champion, showing strongly here. So he's got either side of him, St Kevin's. On the left-hand side, Cody Marshall, coached by Ivan Doherty. There's a lot of coaching down at this lake, well used to the conditions. And then on the right-hand side of him, his right-hand shoulder, is Sid McQueen from Onslow College, coached by Jason Theobald. So looking for 4, and again, we've got 5. The math doesn't work. Someone's going to miss out. Bit of work to be done on the outside there by Whangarei. Casey Podesta, coached by Mike Podesta. I'm going to say father and son. That's a reasonable educated guess. Hillcrest in lane 6. Kahukura, coached by Kamira Hagi. Again, that looks like it's a... Yep, there's a relationship there. And then Onslow College, Sid McQueen, Jason doing the coaching there. So Maclean's just leading nicely is James Dimmock. He's had a pretty good season, coached by Alan Vesta and Martin O'Brien. So he's got some power behind him and just starting to pull away from the rest of these crews a wee bit. He is just ungainly looking straight there from Onslow. Might have just caught the buoy. Hard with the breeze, still building a wee bit. Just out there in lane number 7, Whangarei. Casey's doing a good job out there. There's a line up here, isn't there? My word. Hillcrest, you're going to have to work if you're going to catch through these guys, because I think there's a bit of a run coming from St Kevin's. But Maclean's have still got the advantage. He'll go through at this stage. He's got 100 metres left to go. Onslow College looking second. And there's Whangarei on the outside. Inside from him is Hillcrest. Then we look down at St Kevin's. Who's going to dip out? I think Hillcrest looked across. I think he might be dipping out here. He'll need to get his hands going again rather than worrying about the other guys. As Maclean's going to finish. Then Onslow. Whangarei. He's coming again as Hillcrest on St Kevin's. St Kevin's has gone up. Someone's going to dip out here. And across the line soon will be Maclean's. Maclean's from Onslow. St Kevin's getting a run and he'll finish 3rd. 4th across the top is going to go to Whangarei. And Hillcrest will go through to the Repachargers. Down here in lane number 2, joining him there will be Sacred Heart from Auckland. And then, nice finish coming from Kashmir. And it's going to be Bayfield who might dip out on this one. Over the line now goes Sacred Heart. Henry O'Neill through into the Repachargers. And then we've got 8 boat lengths back and some, actually 100 metres. No, 150 metres to Kashmir through to the Repachargers. And 3 or 4 boat lengths back from him into his next event will be Maxwell Cleveland from Bayfield. This is the boys under 18 single scull. They are all rowing for the Charlie Stapp Cup. Current holder is Whakatipu High School. That was off the back of Marley King Smith last year. But this year's another year. Sponsored by AJ Hackett, Bungee New Zealand. Heat 5 on its way down. There's a scratching in lane 5, which is McLean's. They may have brought them all together to make more room. Lane 1, Napier Boys High School 1, Charlie Moorhead. Lane 2, Whanganui Collegiate 1, Edward Zhang. Lane 3, Otamaitai College 1, Matthew Ryder. Lane 4, St Paul's Collegiate 1, Austin Plymmer. And just checking where they're at. And lane 6 is Christchurch Boys High School 1, Matthew Dennis. Lane 7 will be James Hargis College 1, Tane Wilson. So Christchurch Boys High School and St Paul's Collegiate. St Paul's Collegiate, Austin Plymmer, bronze medalist in the North Island. Strong showing there, right next to Matthew Dennis from Christchurch Boys. Then we come back to Otamaitai, and then across to James Hargis out there in lane number 7, and then right next to each other down there in lane 1 and 2, Napier Boys and Whanganui Collegiate. So smaller field, a little bit unlucky. It is still going to be the last one is eliminated. The rest go to repechagers. $750 metres to run in the second to last race of the day. And still Christchurch Boys High School and St Paul's Collegiate leading the field down. So who's going to finish third and fourth? Third looking like Otamaitai at the moment. 250 metres to run though, as the breeze just sort of starts to make itself known. They're closing up nicely, these scullers. Napier Boys and Whanganui Collegiate not far away. Then we go across to James Hargis. It's going to be a cruel race, this one, unfortunately. Someone's going to dip out. The rest will go to repechagers. In the yellow skiff, right next to the red skiff, is St Paul's Collegiate, Austin Plymmer, coached by Martin Simoncelli and Bruce Jones. Matthew Dennis from Christchurch Boys, coached by Tim Osmers and Scott Shackleton. And if I'm right, that red skiff that Matthew Dennis is rowing in was won by Scott Shackleton himself in the under-17s, the Laszlo donated boat. And great again, this regatta, they've got Laszlo donating boats for the schools to the winners of the boys and girls under 17 single sculls. But these two having a go at each other as they come down with 150 metres to go. It's still St Paul's, just over Christchurch Boys High School. Then we come back to Otamaitai, across to James Hargis. Just some pressure going on Whanganui now to get that last spot through. Outside him is Napier Boys High School, down with 60 metres to go now. They're racing at each other, Christchurch Boys and St Paul's Collegiate. Christchurch Boys has just gone ahead now. He's really putting some effort in now, is Matthew Dennis, and he's going to go over the line. He's got out to 3/4 of a boat length over his colleague on the inside. Down to the line they go. Matthew Dennis takes first position. Second goes to St Paul's Collegiate. Third now is going to go to comfortably Otamaitai College. And outside him, James Hargis just finished strongly in the last couple of 100 metres. He'll finish ahead of Whanganui Collegiate of Napier Boys High School. And unlucky there will be Edwin Zhang from Whanganui Collegiate. The last race is on the course with the umpire and safety boat escort. This is Heat 6, Boys Under 18 Single Sculls, sponsored by AJ Hackett. Lane 1, St Peter's College 1, Billy Simpkins. Lane 2, Mount Aspiring College 1, Philip Massey. Lane 3, Rototuna High School, Breon Ranganui. Lane 4, St John's Hamilton 1, Ryland Tony. Lane 6, St Patrick's College 1, Oliver Florence. Lane 6, Hauraki Plains College 1, Nicholas Taylor. And in Lane 7, Shirley Boys High School 1, it's Hamish McIntosh. 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the quarterfinals. Last is going to be eliminated, the rest through to the repechagers. And St John's Hamilton look like they're strongly out there in the middle. It's Ryland leading. Down there in lane 2, Mount Aspiring College, Philip Massey would be second. And between them, Breon from Rotatuna High School. Then we go across to St Patrick's, Hauraki Plains, Shirley Boys High School in a line, and St Peter's College 1. Billy Simpkins, he'll want to move from where he is. Mount Aspiring Philip Massey just rowing quite strongly down there in lane 2. But it is all with St John's out there in the middle of the course. Probably a 3 boat length lead he has over Mount Aspiring, and then on the outside to St Patrick's, Hauraki Plains, and right in the mix there is Shirley Boys. Looking very comfortable is Ryland Tony, coached by Kylie Corboy and Antonia Van Duersen. Bit of a headwind now for these single scullers, but he's still extending, looking very comfortable. So St John's in lane 4 leading from Mount Aspiring, then St Patrick's, Hauraki Plains, probably back to Rotatuna then I would think. Then we go across to Shirley Boys and St Peter's College. Well under control here is Ryland in lane 4 for this last race of the day. Good to see some spectators here still giving them plenty of encouragement as they head on down. Philip Massey getting some local support from Mount Aspiring College. He's comfortably into second. Third there is St Patrick's, which is Oliver Florence, and we're looking at the 4th spot. It's looking like Hauraki Plains, the ones to go through to the quarterfinals. The rest will be into the repechage, except for those that finished late. So last, and looking very comfortable. You've done the work, Ryland. Excellent. Just easing on down towards the finish line, saving some energy. Similarly, Philip Massey from Mount Aspiring College, and making sure he's getting there is St Patrick's Oliver Florence. Across the line he goes, Ryland from St John's. So St John's finishing first, second to Mount Aspiring College, third will be St Patrick's College, fourth will be Hauraki Plains. Then we go to Shirley Boys High School into the repechage, and a wee battle down here right in front of us between St Peter's and Rotatuna. St Peter's and Rotatuna. I wonder if they realise that whoever finishes last is eliminated, because well done to St Peter's. You've gone through into the repechages. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes day 1 here. 114 races here at day 1 of Aon Regatta, Māori Regatta for 2024. Please make sure you take your remaining rubbish away with you. Many thanks and congratulations to the volunteers. Chief Umpire Michelle Hawke and her team getting all these races through by 10 to 4 just as the breeze starts to come up. Have an enjoyable, restful evening. We look forward to seeing you all back here nice and bright and shiny tomorrow for day 2 of the Aon Māori Regatta for 2024 here at Lake Ruataniwha.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, private wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.